Chapter 413. Boom. The light shield of the formation was shattered. The sound of the spear shook the sky. Enemy invasion. The sentry who discovered Yixing and Hua Tianfeng shouted. There was no need for the sentry to call the police. All the martial artists in the sect had heard the explosion. Du Biantan, Li Hongguang, and the other astral realm perfected masters rushed out of their residences. They formed astral wings and flew into the sky. The other three perfected masters were the elders of the Dongfu sect. One was a 2-star perfected master, Dong Xuanhe, and the other 2 were 1-star perfected masters, Shi Fengyi and Luchuanzu. The 7 perfected masters glided in the sky and soon arrived in front of Yixing and Hua Tianfeng, stopping them. In addition, there were a large number of marquis martial sages and half-step perfected masters rushing over. Hiss. After a short while there was a snake hiss. A huge 4-winged flying snake flew out from the back of the mountain. This was the flying mount that Du Biantan had used to take the disciples of the Dongfu sect to the Qingyun ancient land. It was equivalent to a 3-star perfected master. Seeing Yixing's figure, the perfected masters were shocked. They had not reached a conclusion about Yixing's life and death. However, now that Yixing had appeared in front of them, the result was clear. Among the 7 perfected masters, only Du Biantan noticed Hua Tianfeng. She was shocked to see that Hua Tianfeng's legs were intact. She had personally cut off Hua Tianfeng's legs. For more than 10 years, Hua Tianfeng had been walking with prosthetic legs. When did his legs grow back? If one wanted to regrow a severed limb, one would need a supreme healing elixir. Where did Hua Tianfeng get the supreme healing elixir? Du Biantan looked at Yixing, his eyes full of gloomy coldness, and laughed. Little bastard, the Flying Cloud sect was right. You're not dead. However, you're courting death today. Let's see how you can escape from my hands. A astral realm martial artist's aura would not leak out. It was difficult for outsiders to see their cultivation. Du Biantan could not see Yixing's cultivation. 3 months ago, Yixing was only an 8-star martial sage. Du Biantan naturally did not think that Yixing had broken through to the astral realm. As for Hua Tianfeng, he was only a 9-star martial saint. He was not worth mentioning. On Yixing's side, the only thing that Du Biantan paid attention to was the silver-winged devil condor, which was equivalent to Taoist 3 stars. As for Du Biantan's side, he was a 3 stars reverend. In addition, there were 6 astral realm reverends. Moreover, there was a demonic beast equivalent to a 3 stars reverend, the 4-winged flying snake. Naturally, Watanabe Lake did not put Yixing's strength in his eyes. He thought that Yixing was seeking his own death. However, Du Biantan did not let the 4-winged flying snake fly forward. Instead, he stayed behind to hold the line. Watanabe Tam remembered that Yixing had once made the 4-winged flying snake crazy. Yixing seemed to have some ability to control demons. This was the only thing that Watanabe Tam valued about Yixing. Yixing's gaze swept across the 7 reverends coldly. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Yixing said coldly, "When Dongfu sect destroyed me, did you ever think that one day, Dongfu sect would be wiped off the face of the earth?" Du Biantan was unmoved. He still had a smile on his face as he said disdainfully, "Dongfu sect will not have such a day. Boy, if you have any last words, say them now. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to say them." Yixing narrowed his eyes and said, "You are wrong. Dongfu sect's day will come soon. Today is the day you all die. In 3 days, I will personally go to Dongfu sect and kill Watanabe Xiong. I will destroy Dongfu sect forever." Ha ha ha. Du Biantan laughed and said, "Boy, it seems like you have lost your mind because of your desire for revenge. Today is the day we die? Ha ha ha." Du Biantan's laughter suddenly stopped. The smile on his face suddenly turned into a murderous intent as he shouted, "Today is the day you die." All of a sudden, Du Biantan soared into the sky and a high-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed out with his saber, and the saber light was as bright as the moon. It lit up the sky and slashed towards Yixing upper-grade spiritual weapon, Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. Du Biantan's Moon Destroyer Blade Technique had been cultivated to the initial stage. Its power was extraordinary and the blade aura was shocking. Facing Du Biantan's terrifying blade, Yixing did not move. He waved his hand casually and the silver-winged demonic eagle soared into the sky. Whoosh! The silver-winged demonic eagle cut across the sky like a sharp blade and stopped Du Bientôt. The silver-winged demonic eagle was one of the top among the 3-star reverends. It was even stronger than Du Bientôt. Du Bientôt was at a disadvantage in their first clash. He was shocked and stepped back. Du Bientôt shouted, "I will deal with this beast. You all kill them quickly." The 2-star Reverend Dongshuan looked at Yi Xing and laughed eerily. "Boy, without the protection of the silver-winged demonic eagle, what can you do? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Du Bientôt also came forward with a smile. She looked at Hua Tianfeng and said, "My good brother, it's been more than 10 years and your feet have been cured. It's really not easy. Zai. It's not easy to cure your feet, but you're in such a hurry to die. Why do you have to waste a peerless elixir that can regenerate broken limbs?" Hua Tianfeng ignored Du Bientôt. After a cold glance, his eyes fell on Li Hongguang. Li Hongguang was the elder of the Falling Star sect. However, he had betrayed the sect and colluded with Du Bientôt. Du Bientôt was originally from the Dongfu sect. She was a spy arranged by the Dongfu sect in the Falling Star sect. Her betrayal of the Falling Star sect was reasonable, but Li Hongguang's betrayal was real and shameful. Apart from Du Bientôt, there were 3 other elders of the Falling Star sect who had betrayed them. One was the law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai, the other was Zhang Maosheng, the elder of the affairs hall, and the last was Li Hongguang. Yu Pinghai was killed by Lu Tianyuan, the sect master of the Falling Star sect. Zhang Maosheng was killed by Gu Tianshang. Only Li Hongguang was still alive. Hua Tianfeng looked at Li Hongguang and said coldly, "Li Hongguang, have you been at ease these 3 months? Have you been scolded by the ancestors of the Falling Star sect in your sleep? You traitor." Li Hongguang did not look ashamed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. The Falling Star sect is weak and the Dongfu sect is strong. It's certain that the Falling Star sect will be destroyed. I'm just following the trend. Why wouldn't I be at ease?" I'm at ease." Yi Xing ignored Dongxian He and looked at Li Hongguang saying, "Very well. Then you can die in peace." As he spoke, 2 clouds appeared in Yi Xing's eyes. He had used the cloud eyes. Once Yi Xing had obtained the azure cloud eyes, he could only keep it a secret and could not let anyone know, because he could not bear the consequences of the azure cloud eyes being exposed. But now, Yi Xing had enough strength to bear the consequences. He did not need to use the azure cloud eyes secretly anymore. Li Hongguang laughed coldly. Then as soon as he started laughing, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and his expression became dull. Yi Xing's eye of azure cloud had already reached the entry level. It had the effect of controlling the mind of a beginner enlightened master. A 2 and 3-star enlightened master would have a harder time controlling it, but a 1-star enlightened master wouldn't be able to resist it for long. Azure Cloud Eyes. You actually obtained the best spiritual martial art inheritance of the Azure Cloud sect. Seeing the cloud vortex appear in Yi Xing's eyes, the sages exclaimed in unison. The Azure Cloud Eyes was something that the top 10 sects of the Azure Cloud region had been searching for thousands of years in the Azure Cloud ancient land, but could not find. Now Yi Xing had obtained it. How could the sages not be shocked? Just as the sages were exclaiming, Li Hongguang's eyes were completely shrouded by the mist, spinning rapidly. He had been completely controlled by Yi Xing. Yi Xing could control his every move. Li Hongguang immediately took out a mid-grade spirit weapon and slashed at the immortal 1-star Westfingy. Middle-grade spiritual martial art Clear Wind Shadowless Blade. This blade was very fast and the blade light was without a shadow. West Wind Yizheng was taken aback by Yi Xing's display of the Eye of Clear Cloud. How could he have expected that Li Hongguang would suddenly strike out with his blade? When Shifengyi reacted, he instantly activated his Star Gang, and his speed exploded to the limit, dodging to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shifengyi was unable to avoid Li Hongguang's blade, and only avoided a vital point attack, but the blade still left a deep wound on his body. Blood spurted out. Shifengyi was seriously injured. While Li Hongguang slashed out with his blade, and in an instant another blade slashed out, the target was still Shifengyi. Shi Fengyi's face was filled with horror, screaming, "Save me!" Dong Xuanhe and Lu Chuanju, in order to save Shi Fengyi, simultaneously attacked Li Hongguang. Watanabe Shu also wanted to help, but suddenly a sense of crisis gushed out from her heart, making her look startled and not dare to act rashly. Hua Tianfeng took out a bow, knocked an arrow and aimed at Watanabe Shu. Hua Tianfeng's attainments in archery had already reached the level of 3 changes at will, which was a great threat to the initial stage sages. Moreover, in Hua Tianfeng's eyes, 2 azure light vortexes also appeared. He had activated the azure cloud eyes. Although Hua Tianfeng was only using the azure cloud eyes, but Hua Tianfeng had already cultivated to a very high level of attainment, and more or less had some influence on Watanabe Shu. The moment Watanabe Shu was distracted, Hua Tianfeng immediately drew his bow, and an arrow pierced through the air, shooting towards Watanabe Shu. Azure Dragon arrow form. The arrow transformed into an azure dragon, and the roar of the dragon shook the surroundings. Watanabe Shu was not Watanabeing. In half an instant she came back to her senses, and her figure flashed, avoiding Hua Tianfeng's arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot by Hua Tianfeng turned in the air, instantly changed direction, and continued to shoot towards Watanabe Shu. Watanabe Shu was taken aback. She did not expect Hua Tianfeng's attainments in archery to have reached such a level. At this moment, a scream rang out. Before Li Hongguang could kill West Fengyi, Dong Xianhe and Lu Chuanju's attacks both landed on his body. After all, West Fengyi was on their side, and Li Hongguang was just a person who surrendered to the falling star sect. Dong Xianhe and Lu Chuanju were anxious to save Li Hongguang, so their attacks were heavy, and Li Hongguang was instantly fatally injured. People often say that when you raise the rice, you will be grateful, but when you raise the rice, you will be hated. Sure enough, the other authors basically did not say anything about making up for the chapters, because no one owed anyone, so everyone could understand. And I, because I am a kind person, promised to return all the chapters that I did not update. Once I return to normal one day, I will immediately be scolded by n number of people for being shameless. Haha, who is shameless? It's still the same sentence. I will return what I promised. From now on, I will never owe a chapter. Chapter 414. The intense pain woke Li Hongguang up from his mind control. Looking at the 2 fatal wounds on his body, Li Hongguang was terrified. Clank! At the same time that Li Hongguang was fatally injured, a crisp sound rang out. Watanabe Shu managed to block Hua Tianfeng's arrow in the nick of time, and her body retreated continuously. At the same time, Hua Tianfeng drew his bow for the second time and shot at Watanabe Shu. Why? Li Hongguang asked in disbelief. He did not expect that after surrendering to the Dongfu sect, he would be killed by the Dongfu sect's perfected person. However, Dong Xuanhe and Lu Chuanju did not have the time to listen to Li Hongguang's death confession. In just 2 breaths, Yi Xing had completely controlled Li Hongguang. Dong Xuanhe and Lu Chuanju did not dare to waste any time. After severely injuring Li Hongguang, they immediately attacked Yi Xing Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. Sky/Sword Technique. Dong Xuanhe used an upper-class spiritual martial skill. Although his Moon Destroyer Blade Technique was not as good as Watanabe Tan, it was not far from the initial stage. Lu Chuanju used a middle-class spiritual martial skill. His Sky/Sword Technique was close to perfection. When he used it, its power was not much weaker than Dong Xuanhe's Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. The saber and the sword attacked Yi Xing at the same time from different angles. Although Yi Xing's Eye of Blue Cloud was terrifying, it still needed some time to control a martial artist's mind. Dong Xuanhe and Lu Chuanju attacked with their fastest speed, not giving Yi Xing a second to react. In this way, they were not afraid of Yi Xing's eye technique attack. In their eyes, without the Eye of Blue Cloud, Yi Xing was just a junior martial artist and was not worth mentioning. Facing the combined attack of the sword and the blade, Yi Xing's expression was normal. He was not afraid at all. He even showed a hint of disdain. Yi Xing did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. A beam of light shot out from his eyes and a terrifying aura exploded. The aura of an astral realm perfected person was revealed. Astral realm, 1-star sage? Yi Xing was so young, but he had already broken through the astral realm, and became an enlightened master. This shocked Dong Xuanhe and Lichuanzu. However, the two of them had already made their move, and it was impossible for them to stop midway. The energy sabers and energy swords continued to hack at Yixing upper-class spiritual martial force, Flame Dipper Fist, condensing flames into astral energy, Tiger Roar and Dragon Cry. Yixing attacked with both hands at the same time. His left hand used condensing flames into astral wind and punched at Luchuan Bamboo. His right hand used Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar and punched at Dongxianhe. Boom! Boom! Two explosions rang out, and the astral sword and saber instantly shattered. Luchuanju was no match for Yixing's punch. Even though the Flame Dipper Fist was just one of the more common moves in the Flaming Dipper Fist, the Flaming Dipper Fist at the Great Completion stage was extremely powerful. Luchuanju immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body instantly shot backward. Dongxianhe was a 2-star enlightened master, and he was 1 level higher than Luchuanju. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them in front of Yixing. Especially when Yixing attacked Dongxian, he with the ultimate move of the Flaming Dipper Fist, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Its power was unimaginable. Therefore Dongxianhe was in an even worse state than Luchuanju. The high-grade spiritual weapon in his hand was directly shattered by Yixing's punch. The terrifying energy fist slammed into Dongxianhe's chest, causing it to cave in. Dongxianhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with fear and pain. The sound of his bones and tendons shattering could be heard from his body. With a miserable shriek, Dongxianhe's body shot backward. After landing on the ground, there was no more movement. He had been killed by Yixing's punch. Luchuanju fell to the ground, and his body struggled for a moment. However, he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. His internal organs were also shattered by Yixing's punch. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had counterattacked Dongxianhe and Luchuanju. One of them was dead, and the other was heavily injured. Shifengyi, who was heavily injured, wasn't attacked by Yixing. However, at this moment he cried out in shock. He couldn't imagine that Yixing was already a stellar realm enlightened master. He actually had such terrifying strength. Similarly, Watanabe Shu was also shocked. Dongxianhe and Luchuanju's outcome had shocked her. When facing Hua Tianfeng's arrow attack, her reaction was a bit slow. Hua Tianfeng's arrow was extremely fast. Watanabe Shu was already in danger when facing the arrow attack. At this moment, her reaction was a bit slow, and she was instantly shot in the chest by the arrow. The terrifying power of the Azure Dragon arrow style entered Watanabe Shu's body along with the arrow. In an instant, her internal organs were heavily injured. Watanabe Shu screamed and retreated. She looked at the arrow in her chest with a terrified expression. At this moment, Hua Tianfeng had already knocked an arrow and aimed at Watanabe Shu. Watanabe Shu felt the aura of death. She looked at Hua Tianfeng and shouted, "Tianfeng, I'm your elder sister. I'm Tianshu, I'm Tianshu." Hua Tianfeng's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He gritted his teeth and said, "From the beginning to the end, I've never had an elder sister. Go to hell, bitch." Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and shot out. "How dare you!" In the distance, Watanabe Ten roared. Under the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor, he was at a disadvantage and couldn't help. However, with this roar, Watanabe Tan's aura suddenly surged. His strength was extraordinary. He dodged the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor, and used the moon-vanquishing blade technique to slash at the arrow shot by Hua Tianfeng. The blade radiance was like the moon, piercing through the air. If Hua Tianfeng's arrow was hit by the blade of 3-star spiritual master, it would definitely be cut in half. "Old thief!" Yixing shouted at the same time, and threw a punch at the saber aura that was tearing through the air. Before the blade aura could hit the arrow, the flaming fist aura had already collided with the blade aura and exploded. The arrow was not blocked at all. It shot into Watanabe Shu's throat and killed her. Li Hanguang, Dong Xuanhe, and Watanabe Shu died one after another. West Wind Yi and Luchuanju were both seriously injured. Of the 6 spiritual masters, only Watanabe Tan was unharmed. However, he was also in a difficult situation under the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor. When Yixing and Hua Tianfeng came with the silver-winged demonic condor, Watanabe Tan thought that Yixing was seeking his own death. Who would have thought that the Dongfu sect would be defeated like this? And this miscalculation occurred because of Yixing. He never expected that Yixing had obtained the supreme spiritual martial art, Eye of Blue Cloud, and had broken through to the astral realm. He actually had such terrifying strength, Watanabe Tan roared. Yixing, Hua Tianfeng, I will tear you into pieces. Not even your bones will be left. The four-winged flying snake at the back was summoned by Watanabe Tan and flew over. Watanabe Tan unleashed the power of his astrology, astral energy, and martial arts to the limit. He attacked the silver-winged demonic condor fiercely and forced it back. Then he formed astral wings and glided towards the four-winged flying snake. In less than a second, Watanabe Tan had already joined the four-winged flying snake and stepped on its back. Watanabe Tan shouted fiercely, but he did not continue to attack with the four-winged flying snake. Instead, he fled into the distance. Yixing knew the Eye of Blue Cloud and could control the four-winged flying snake. If Watanabe Tan used the four-winged flying snake to attack Yixing, it would be suicide. Whoosh! Wings of black feathers appeared on Yixing's back. His figure flashed like lightning and soared into the sky. A mid-grade flying spirit artifact, coupled with the wind force of the minute subtlety realm, was even faster than the four-winged flying snake. Watanabe Tan rode the four-winged flying snake for a few miles before he was intercepted by Yixing. A cloud vortex appeared in Yixing's eyes as he used the Eye of Blue Cloud. Watanabe Tan was shocked and immediately had a bad feeling. Indeed, the Eye of Blue Cloud was much more effective on fey beasts than martial artists. In the blink of an eye, the four-winged flying snake was affected. Its body swayed and it shook off Watanabe Tan. Then the four-winged flying snake let out a long hiss and pounced at Watanabe Tan. At the same time, the silver-winged demonic condor also attacked Watanabe Tan. Its silver wings cut through the void like sharp blades. Watanabe Tan was already at a disadvantage against the silver-winged demonic condor's attack. How could he withstand the simultaneous attacks of the silver-winged demonic condor and the four-winged flying snake? Soon, Watanabe Tan was cut in half by the silver-winged demonic condor's silver wings as he dodged the four-winged flying snake's attack. An unwilling roar reverberated in the air, and the two halves of Watanabe Tan's body fell from the sky. Of the 6 spiritual masters of the East Fu sect, 4 were dead and 2 were seriously injured. The Star Vortex Realm martial saints were dumbfounded and fled in all directions. With a flap of his black wings, Yixing quickly returned to his original place and landed in front of Westfingy. The silver-winged demonic condor and the four-winged flying snake both landed behind Yixing, like 2 protectors guarding one side. The seriously injured Lichuanzu let out a blood-curdling scream and was killed by Hua Tianfeng's arrow. The only spiritual master of the East Fu sect left was Westfingy. Westfingy's breathing was rapid, his eyes full of horror and his heart trembling. He was seriously injured and could not move freely. He could not even escape. In fact, even if Westfingy was not injured, there was no hope of escape. As a 3-star spiritual master, Watanabe Tan was easily caught and killed by Yixing as he fled on the four-winged flying snake, let alone Westfingy. Hua Tianfeng knocked an arrow and pointed at Westfingy. Kill this East Fu dog thief with 1 arrow. Yixing shook his head. No, he still has a little use. Westfingy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hope was born in his despair. Yixing looked coldly at Westfingy. I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it? Westfingy nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Yixing pointed to the four-winged flying snake. Ride the four-winged flying snake back to the East Fu sect and tell Watanabe Xiong that 3 days later, I will go to the East Fu sect and kill everyone. Tell him to keep his life well. 3 days later, I will personally take his dog life. Westfingy was taken aback. The chance Yixing gave him to live was to let him go back to the East Fu sect. Was there such a good thing? Westfingy was surprised. That's all. Yixing nodded. That's all, do you want it or not? Yes, of course. Westfingy was overjoyed. Today many brothers voted for me. Thank you very much. I will work hard to write in return. Chapter 415. 6th update. West Windy felt that he was very lucky, as if a pie had fallen from the sky onto him. Of the 6 perfected masters who occupied the other 5 were dead, and he was the only one who survived. Moreover, Yixing let him ride the 4-winged flying snake back to the East Fu sect. Wasn't this a pie from the sky? This kid is young and arrogant. He became a perfected master of the astral realm at such a young age. How dare he look down on my East Fu sect? My sect master is a perfected master of the 4 stars. How dare you threaten to kill your way into the East Fu sect? You're courting death. West Wind thought to himself as he left on the 4-winged flying snake. A perfected master of the 4 stars was already in the middle stage of the astral realm, and his strength was far beyond that of a perfected master of the East Fu sect. West Wind had full confidence in the sect master of the East Fu sect, Watanabe Xiong. Looking at the 4-winged flying snake in the sky, Hua Tianfeng said, "The end of the East Fu sect has arrived." Hua Tianfeng wasn't worried about Yixing killing his way into the East Fu sect. Hua Tianfeng was the only one who knew the secret of Yixing's astrology, and he knew the limit of Yixing's strength. Yixing was now able to defeat a perfected master of the 3 stars, so when he used the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology, his battle strength would be greatly increased, and killing a perfected master of the 4 stars would be a piece of cake. However, Hua Tianfeng's expression was a little puzzled as he continued to speak. "If you kill your way into the East Fu sect, won't you catch them off guard? Why did you let West Wind go back to inform Watanabe Xiong?" Yixing smiled. "I gave him 3 days, which is just enough time to gather the sects in the southern part of the Qingyun region, but not enough time to go to the northern part of the Qingyun region to ask for help. So, to be safe, Watanabe Xiong should have invited Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Ghost sect to help. This way, I can kill them all in one fell swoop." Hua Tianfeng couldn't help but admire Yixing's plan and courage. If he directly destroyed the Dongfu sect, the news would quickly spread. If Yixing went to the Flying Cloud sect, the Divine Wind sect, or the Blood Spectre sect, his enemies would most likely be one step ahead of him. If they escaped from the Qingyun region, no matter how resourceful Yixing was, he wouldn't be able to find them. Therefore, it was best to gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Hua Tianfeng said, "Flying Cloud sect, Holy Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect all have 3-star venerable masters. 2-star venerable masters and 1-star venerable masters are even more numerous. If they all gather at Dongfu sect, they will have the advantage in numbers. Although you are strong, can you deal with them alone?" The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up, and a green light appeared in his eyes. He said, "You want to compete with me in numbers? Aren't you courting death?" Hua Tianfeng understood and laughed happily. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't think about that." On the same day, Yixing set up a new formation on the basis of the previous one. He had a lot of formation materials on him, and the Falling Star sect's formation foundation was perfect. In just one day, Yixing repaired many level 3 formations. Moreover, when Yixing set up the formations, he integrated the formations he learned from Venerable Qingyun, making them even more powerful. On the 2nd day, Yixing entered the Qingyun Mountains. On the 4th day, Yixing agreed to attack Dongfu sect. Dongfu sect was ready, waiting for Yixing's arrival. In Dongfu sect, there were not only martial artists from Dongfu sect, but also venerable masters from the Flying Sky sect, the Divine Wind sect, and the Blood Spectre sect. Although the Blood Spirit sect's martial practitioners who had gone to Nine Heavens City were slightly slower than Yixing, they had returned 2 days ago with news that Yixing was in Nine Heavens City. The news quickly spread among the southern sections. First place in the Young Heroes competition. Invincible 3-star venerable masters. Destroyed the Sun Moon sect's stronghold in Nine Heavens City. This news shocked the martial artists of the 4 great sections. As for Venerable Master Wu Yu's public statement of protecting Yixing, and the Blood Spectre sect's martial artists didn't know about it, because it happened after the Young Heroes competition. At that time, they were already on their way back to the Qingyun Mountains. Yixing was so powerful that the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect couldn't compete with him. Only the Dongfu sect, who had a venerable 4-star venerable master Watanabe Xiong, could remain calm, but he still felt a lot of pressure. Yixing's growth was so fast that he was already a venerable master at the age of 18. In 2 more years, he would be even more powerful. 2 years later, who could guarantee that a venerable 4-star venerable would still be Yixing's opponent? Watanabe Xiong didn't dare to act rashly against Yixing. Now that Yixing had become powerful, once he made a move, he had to kill Yixing completely. He couldn't give Yixing a chance to turn things around. Since Yixing had agreed to go to the Dongfu sect in 3 days, Watanabe Xiong also set his plan to kill Yixing on that day. The Dongfu sect was his territory, so he had the advantage of formations. Of course, killing Yixing in the Dongfu sect would give him the greatest advantage. In order to kill Yixing in one fell swoop, Watanabe Xiong sent out invitations to the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect. These 3 sects didn't have the strength to fight against Yixing, so they naturally agreed to the Dongfu sect's invitation. Moreover, they sent out their strongest team to help the Dongfu sect. The venerable 3-star venerables of the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect all arrived. They were the grand elders of their respective sections. In addition, the sect masters of the 3 sects all arrived, each with 1 venerable 2-star venerable and 3 venerable 1-star venerable. Including the sect masters themselves, each sect sent out 6 venerable 1s, 1 venerable 3-star venerable, 2 venerable 2-star venerable, and 3 venerable 1-star venerable. The 3 sects had a total of 18 venerable 1s. Including the Dongfu sect's venerable 1, there were more than 20 of them. As for the Dongfu sect's Star Vortex Realm martial saints, needless to say, there were more than 1,000 of them. With so many martial saints, venerable 1s, and the venerable 4-star venerable Watanabe Xiong, they were naturally confident in dealing with Yixing. The experts of the 4 sects were only worried that Yixing wouldn't show up, but would hide and cultivate instead of fighting with them. After 2 years he would come back with a higher cultivation and stronger strength. At that time, even a venerable 4-star venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. Their worry was obviously unnecessary. Since Yixing said that he would come to the Dongfu sect 3 days later to kill Watanabe Xiong, then he would definitely come. More than 20 venerable 1s gathered in the hall. Watanabe Xiong sat in the main seat. The Flying Cloud sect's Yun Zhangkong, the Blood Ghost sect's Mo Yuxi, and the Wind sect's Feng Heng sat below Watanabe Xiong. Below them were the venerable 2-star and venerable 1-star venerable 1s. A half-step perfected person rushed into the hall and reported to Watanabe Xiong. Reporting to the faction leader, Yixing has been found 300 miles north of our faction. Watanabe Xiong's eyes flashed and he smiled. He really dares to come. The eyes of the venerable 1s lit up. They were afraid that Yixing wouldn't come. Compared to the excitement of the venerable 1s, the half-step venerable 1 who reported looked a little depressed. Sweat could be seen on his forehead as he continued. Sect Master, although Yixing came alone, he brought an endless army of demonic beasts with him. I don't know how many of them there are. According to the sentries in front, they were all high-level 2 demonic beasts, and there were even level 3 demonic beasts. The smiles of the venerable 1s froze on their faces. Watanabe Xiong's eyes widened. What did you say? He brought an army of demonic beasts? The half-step venerable 1 said. Yes, Sect Master. We lost contact with the sentries 300 miles north. I'm afraid they are already dead. The speed of the demonic beast army is very fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reach East Supporting Peak. An army of demonic beasts with an unknown number of level 2 demonic beasts, and there were even level 3 demonic beasts. What kind of terrifying force was this? The experts of the 4 sects wanted to use their numbers to bully Yixing. Now that Yixing brought an army of demonic beasts, the 4 sects' advantage was gone. The only advantage they had was Watanabe Xiong, a mid-level venerable 1. However, the premise was that there were no mid-level level 3 demonic beasts in Yixing's army. Watanabe Xiong stood up from his seat and said, I should have thought of this. He knows the Blue Cloud sect's best spiritual martial art, Eye of Clear Cloud. He can control demonic beasts. The reason why he set the meeting 3 days later was to free up time to control the demonic beasts in Blue Cloud Mountain. Watanabe Xiong slammed the table and shouted, I should have gone to Falling Star sect to kill this kid as soon as I got the news. The Venerable Ones also stood up. The Flying Cloud sect master Yun Zhangkong said, "How can he have the Blue Cloud sect's best spiritual martial art? I have Clear Cloud." The rest of the Venerable Ones were also surprised and had the same question. Among the Dongfu sect's Venerable Ones, Shi Fingyi said, "He does know the Eye of Clear Cloud. I saw him use it with my own eyes and controlled a Venerable One." The Venerable Ones could accept the fact that demonic beasts were controlled, but the fact that a Venerable One was controlled made them feel a chill. Watanabe Xiong waved his hand to suppress the commotion and said, "Everyone, don't panic. It's hard to find mid-rank 3 demonic beasts in Blue Cloud Mountain. Even if there are rank 3 demonic beasts in this kid's demonic beast army, they should only be early rank 3 demonic beasts. When the time comes, all you have to do is hold back the early rank 3 demonic beasts, and I can still kill this kid in the demonic beast army." The Blood Spectre sect master Mo Yuxi chuckled and said, "Speaking of eye techniques, although my Blood Spectre sect's Blood Spectre eye technique is not as good as Blue Cloud sect's Eye of Clear Cloud, it is still quite effective in controlling demonic beasts. My junior brothers and I are all experts in controlling demonic beasts. Yi Xing is dreaming if he wants to rely on his demonic beast army to attack us. That's right. We might not be able to control mid-rank 3 demonic beasts, but we still have some confidence in dealing with early rank 3 demonic beasts. The key to the demonic beast army is the early rank 3 demonic beasts. As long as we can deal with this problem, the rank 2 demonic beast army will be nothing. Everyone can come and go as you please. If the demonic beast army loses its effect, this kid will be like a tiger that has lost its claws and fangs. Killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand." The Venerable Ones of the Blood Spectre sect spoke one after another. Chapter 416. With Watanabe Xiong, a 4-star enlightened master, and a few enlightened masters from the Blood Ghost sect, Yi Xing's demonic beast army didn't seem that scary anymore. The enlightened masters became arrogant again. Watanabe Xiong ordered, "Activate the sect protecting formation." Then he said to the enlightened masters, "Everyone, let's go to the North Peak and meet this kid's demonic beast army." The sect protecting formation was activated, and a light barrier covered the entire east supporting peak. North of the east supporting peak, Watanabe Xiong and the other enlightened masters looked towards the north. Behind them, there were many martial saints from the east supporting sect. They hadn't seen Yi Xing yet, but they could already feel the ground shaking. It was as if a huge army was rushing towards them. The enlightened masters had strong eyesight and soon found Yi Xing and the demonic beasts. The first thing they saw were the demonic beasts flying in the sky. They were the vanguard of the demonic beast army, and there were several hundred of them. At the front was a level 3 silver-winged demonic condor. Yi Xing stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic condor. He had already seen the enlightened masters on the east supporting peak. There were a total of 27 enlightened masters, 1 4-star enlightened master, 3 3-star enlightened masters, 10 2-star enlightened masters, and 13 1-star enlightened masters. Yi Xing smiled. There were so many enlightened masters. Obviously, the Flying Cloud sect, Blood Ghost sect, and Divine Wind sect had sent reinforcements. Moreover, there were many of them. This was exactly what Yi Xing wanted. He wanted to kill all the higher-ups of the 4 sects in one fell swoop. Moreover, Yi Xing saw the enemies who had attacked the Falling Star sect that day. The East Supporting sect and Blood Ghost sect were there. The 2 from the Flying Cloud sect were already killed before Yi Xing went to the Nine Heaven City. The 2 from the Divine Wind sect were killed by Yi Xing in the Nine Heaven City. Today he killed the 2 from the East Supporting sect and Blood Ghost sect to avenge the sect master Lu Tianyuan and the elders. This was only the vengeance between the sect master and the elders. The vengeance of the Falling Stars sect was not something that could be settled with just a few enemies. There was only one result for a sect that destroyed them that was to be destroyed. This was especially true for the East Supporting sect, which had been enemies with the Falling Star sect for generations. The East Supporting sect was the main force that destroyed the Falling Star sect. Countless Falling Star sect martial artists had died at the hands of the East Supporting sect martial artists. Therefore, the Dongfu sect couldn't let any of them go. Today, the Dongfu sect would be completely wiped out. Those who had come to the Dongfu sect were the upper echelons of the other three sections. Once these people were taken care of, the other three sects would collapse on their own without Yixing needing to do anything. As long as he could get rid of all the people in the Dongfu sect today, all the hatred would be resolved. Very quickly, the several hundred flying beasts arrived at the north of East Rising Peak and stopped in the sky a few miles away. At this moment, the spiritual masters also saw the demonic beast army on the ground at the end of their vision. This was the real demonic beast army. They could not see the end of it. On the silver-winged devil eagle, Yixing shouted, "Watanabe Xiong, have you washed your dog head clean? I'm here to get it." Yixing and Watanabe Xiong had never met before, but they could tell who was Watanabe Xiong from their positions. His voice was roared out with astral force, and the sound waves were like waves, spreading out in all directions. His voice was like thunder, and all the martial artists in the Dongfu sect heard it clearly. Watanabe Xiong's face darkened and he shouted, "Kid, you've just broken through to the astral realm, and yet you're already so arrogant. You're born with a short life, and you won't live past today." Ha ha ha. Yixing laughed, his voice wild and unruly. "Today, I'll lead the demonic beast army to destroy your sect and wash the Dongfu sect with blood. No one will be left alive, and your Dongfu sect will be emptied soon. Of course, there's no one in my eyes, only corpses." Today, Yixing only came for revenge. He went on a killing spree and washed Dongfu with blood. He did not care about reason, nor did he care about grace, nor did he care about benevolence. There were a total of 27 perfected persons on the Dongfu peak. They were confident before, but now they felt a little depressed. Regardless of whether Yixing was condescending or arrogant, Yixing's attitude of looking down on them made them feel uncomfortable and depressed. Although Yixing was only one person, his aura was even stronger when facing 27 perfected masters. He was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, making people look up to him. Mo Yuxi, the sect leader of the Blood Spectre sect, and Feng Heng, the sect leader of the Holy Wind sect, had seen Yixing at the 10 sects grand competition. This was their second meeting. Watanabe Xiong, the sect leader of the Dongfu sect, had met Yixing for the first time. Only Yun Zhangkong, the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect, had seen Yixing's glory at the Spiritual Moon sect and Flying Cloud sect's gathering. He had witnessed Yixing's growth from a 5-star martial saint to a 1-star perfected person. When he was a 5-star martial saint, he had defeated a 7-star martial saint. When he was a 7-star martial saint, he had defeated a 9-star martial saint in the 10 sects grand competition. Now, Yixing was a 1-star perfected person, and it was said that he had defeated a 3-star perfected person in the Young Hero Assembly. Yun Zhangkong sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Yixing was a peerless genius, a monstrous genius that he had never heard of. If he could turn back time, he would never have made an enemy of Yixing or the Falling Star sect. However, time could not be turned back. The choice that had been made could not be changed. Therefore, Yun Zhangkong only had one thought, and that was that Watanabe Xiong could kill Yixing today. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for any of the 4 sects. At this time, the demonic beast army on the ground had also approached. The demonic beasts were emitting violent auras, and the perfected persons could see the specific cultivation of the demonic beasts. The silver-winged demonic condor under Yixing's feet was equivalent to a 3-star perfected person. Among the hundreds of demonic beasts, there were 3 3-star demonic beasts, one of which was equivalent to a 2-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 1-star perfected person. In the demonic beast army on the ground, there were more 3-star perfected person, and there were more than 10 of them. Among them, there were 2 3-star perfected person, 5 2-star perfected person, and 9 1-star perfected person. There were a total of 23-star demonic beasts. It was 7 fewer than the 27 perfected persons on the east supporting peak. Moreover, there were 3-star demonic beasts on the east supporting peak. The east supporting sect had 3 3-star demonic beasts, one of which was equivalent to a 3-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 2-star perfected person. The Flying Cloud sect and the Holy Wind sect had 1 3-star demonic beast each, and the Blood Spectre sect had 2 3-star demonic beasts, both of which were equivalent to a 3-star perfected person. On the east supporting peak, there were 7 3-star demonic beasts, 5 of which were equivalent to a 3-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 2-star perfected person. This was also an extremely powerful force. Although the demonic beast army's numbers far exceeded the martial artists on the east supporting peak, they were at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. The Azure Cloud mountain range was very vast with countless demonic beasts, but 3-star demonic beasts were not easy to find. Yi Xing was able to control 23-star demonic beasts in 2 days, which was already quite good. As for the 3-star demonic beasts, there was no need for Yi Xing to control them. Every 3-star demonic beast had their own territory in the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range, and all the demonic beasts within their territory obeyed their orders. Yi Xing controlled the 3-star demonic beasts, and the 3-star demonic beasts commanded the 3-star demonic beasts. A demonic beast army was naturally formed. The perfected persons did not care about the number of 3-star demonic beasts. They only cared about the 3-star demonic beasts that were equivalent to perfected persons. Seeing that the 3-star demonic beasts brought by Yi Xing could not compare to the perfected persons and 3-star demonic beasts on the east supporting peak, the pressure in the perfected persons' hearts quickly dissipated, and their hearts calmed down. Watanabe Xiong swept his gaze and quickly judged the 3-star demonic beasts' numbers and strength, and a smile appeared on his face. Watanabe Xiong said, "Kid, do you think you can threaten us with this demonic beast army? Huh? Fellow perfected persons, help me block his 3-star demonic beasts. Watch how I kill this reckless thief in the midst of this demonic beast army." As he spoke, a silver light flashed behind Watanabe Xiong, and a pair of silver wings grew out. It was a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon. Seeing this, the perfected persons were even more delighted. Watanabe Xiong actually had a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon. In that case, even if Yi Xing also had a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon, it would be difficult for him to escape Watanabe Xiong's pursuit even if his cultivation was insufficient. In this way, killing Yi Xing was almost a certainty. Good. Sect Master Watanabe Xiong, don't worry and kill Yi Xing. We will deal with the 3-star demonic beasts. Sect Master Watanabe Xiong will definitely make this thief bleed in 5 steps, and kill him in 7 steps. The perfected persons shouted one after another, looking excited. Kill. Watanabe Xiong shouted and flapped the silver wings behind him. Like a flash of light, he instantly passed through the light shield of the formation and charged toward Yi Xing. The rest of the perfected persons also condensed their astral wings and rushed out of the light shield of the formation to kill the 3-star demonic beasts in the demonic beast army, so that Yi Xing could not get help from the demonic beasts. Seeing that all 27 perfected persons had rushed out of the light shield of the formation, Yi Xing was not surprised, but delighted. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. Falling Moon Massacre. Watanabe Xiong used the ultimate move of the moon vanquishing saber technique. When this upper-grade spiritual weapon was used, the saber aura extended for hundreds of feet. Like a broken moon, it slashed toward Yi Xing with terrifying force. This saber aura was domineering and indomitable. It would kill even gods and Buddhas in its way. Flame astrology. Facing a 4-star perfected person, Yi Xing did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately used the flame astrology. Wearing the upper-grade spiritual weapon, the blazing flame gloves, he used the blazing fist and punched out. Tiger roar and dragon roar. A fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared with this punch. The tiger's roar shook the sky and the dragon's roar was ear-piercing. As soon as Yi Xing attacked, he unleashed a strike at his peak state. The power of fire and the power of the star fire seed were all contained in this punch. The flaming fist had a destructive force that collided with the moon vanquishing saber aura. Boom! The explosion shook the sky. Astral currents splashed in all directions. Terrifying airwaves rushed in all directions as if there was a big explosion. A 4-star perfected person was indeed a mid-level perfected person. His strength was extraordinary. Even though the saber was blocked, it was still terrifying as it slashed forward. Yixing's peak state attack was enough to defeat a 3-star perfected person. However, in front of Watanabe Xiong, it was weak. Watanabe Xiong's body shook violently and shot backward. Yixing was shocked. The black wings appeared on his back and he turned to flee. "Ah, do you think you can escape?" Watanabe Xiong laughed. He flapped his silver wings and chased after Yixing. Chapter 417. Watanabe Xiong's cultivation was profound, and his astral aura propelled his mid-grade flying spiritual weapon even faster than Yixing's. The distance between the two shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rest of the perfected masters were delighted. Yixing couldn't escape. As long as Yixing was killed, the demonic beast army wouldn't be a threat despite their numbers. The perfected masters would work together to kill a few third-level demonic beasts, and the demonic beast army would be routed. The key to this battle was whether they could kill Yixing, so the perfected masters' attention was on Watanabe Xiong and Yixing. They didn't attack the third-level demonic beasts fiercely, only delaying them so that they couldn't rescue Yixing. "Kid, how dare you come to the Dongfu sect with this little ability? You're walking right into a trap." Watanabe Xiong quickly closed in on Yixing, roaring as he slashed down with his upper-grade spiritual weapon. A round of bright moonlight burst out. The pursuit took only a few breaths, but they were already more than 10 miles away from the Dongfu sect. The shock in Yixing's eyes disappeared, replaced by a murderous intent. Whoosh! A ray of black starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows, shooting up into the sky and turning into a huge dark vortex. Boundless darkness suddenly shrouded Watanabe Xiong in all directions, making him shocked. Yixing used the black hole astrology, and at the same time, the wings on his back changed from the black feather wings to the azure cloud wings, doubling his speed. Watanabe Xiong's moonlight blade continued to shoot forward without slowing down, but Yixing easily dodged it. "What astrology is this?" Watanabe Xiong exclaimed, putting away his blade and assuming a defensive posture. He also used his own astrology, a high-grade metal attribute one. However, Watanabe Xiong's golden astrology was also shrouded in boundless darkness, appearing extremely dim. The black hole astrology was too advanced. Even though Watanabe Xiong's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Yixing's, his astrology couldn't disperse the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. The bright day had suddenly turned into night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be shocked and inevitably lose their head out of fear. The perfected masters in the distance were also shocked. They didn't fall into the world of darkness, but they looked at the black hole astrology above Yixing with shock. A normal astrology was a star, but Yixing's astrology was a dark vortex. The perfected masters had never seen such an astrology before. What was even more shocking was that Yixing had already unleashed his flame astral avatar. At this moment, the flame astral avatar was still in the sky, but it had been pushed to a corner by the dark vortex. This meant that Yixing actually had 2 types of astrological signs. How could one person have 2 astrological signs? The enlightened masters found it hard to believe. What was even more shocking was yet to come. Whoosh! Another beam of starlight flew out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a giant starry bow in the air. Ultimate astrology, Sagittarius astrology, constellation astrology, Sagittarius astrology, the legendary ultimate astrology. He has 3 astrologues. The perfected masters exclaimed, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Yixing wasn't Watanabe Xiong's opponent if he didn't use his trump card. Today Yixing came for revenge, swearing to wipe out the Dongfu sect, so he didn't care about revealing his trump card in front of everyone. They were about to become a pile of corpses anyway, so it didn't matter if they knew Yixing's secret. When Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology, the sky bow appeared in his hand. A purple gold arrow knocked on the bow, aiming at Watanabe Xiong. In the world of darkness, Watanabe Xiong immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent. The aura of death shrouded him, making him feel that his life was no longer in his own hands. This feeling of death was extremely terrifying. Watanabe Xiong's heart tightened, and he shouted, "Kid, what tricks are you playing? If you have the ability, Fight me with real swords and spears." As he spoke, Watanabe Xiong's hair stood on end, and he was extremely alert, guarding against his surroundings. The perfected masters looked at Watanabe Xiong in shock. They weren't shrouded in the world of darkness, so they could see that Yi Xing was only 1,000 meters away from Watanabe Xiong. However, Watanabe Xiong acted as if he didn't know where Yi Xing was. He was guarding in all directions, not focusing on Yi Xing's direction. Sect Master Watanabe. Yi Xing is 27 degrees to your left, about 2,600 steps away from you. Blood Spirit Sect Master Mo Yuxi's eyes were sharp, and he immediately warned Watanabe Xiong. At the same time that Mo Yuxi spoke, Yi Xing had already shot out his strongest arrow. As the arrow left the bowstring, a dragon's roar sounded, and it turned into a huge azure dragon. It instantly streaked across the void and pounced in front of Watanabe Xiong. The azure dragon arrow technique of the transformative realm contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation and the power of 3 different realms of heaven and earth. Its power was extremely terrifying. Mo Yuxi's warning made Watanabe Xiong react instantly. With a loud shout, the spiritual weapon treasure sword in his hand shone brightly, and he slashed down in the direction where the arrow came from. Before the sword energy left his body, the azure dragon had already rushed up and collided with him. As a 4-star perfected master, Watanabe Xiong's strength exploded to the limit, and his attack was extremely terrifying. However, the power of the azure dragon was even more terrifying. The azure dragon waved its claws, and with a crisp sound, the sword energy dissipated, and the spiritual weapon treasure sword was instantly slapped away. Then Watanabe Xiong's body was engulfed by the azure dragon. The azure dragon instantly rushed over Watanabe Xiong's body, and it turned into a ray of light and shot out from behind him. Puff fresh blood spurted out from Watanabe Xiong's throat, spraying into the sky. Watanabe Xiong's throat was pierced by an arrow. Watanabe Xiong clutched his neck, and his eyes were filled with horror. This arrow didn't just pierce his throat. A terrifying power exploded in Watanabe Xiong's body and traveled along his meridians, destroying them one by one. How is this possible?" Watanabe Xiong exclaimed in disbelief. He had cultivated to the 4-star perfected master with great difficulty, and became the strongest person in the southern part of the Qingyan region. He had never expected such an ending. The meridians in his body were destroyed, and the astral energy dissipated. The silver wings on his back lost the support of the astral energy, and they shrank and returned to his body. Watanabe Xiong's life was rapidly draining away, and his body fell from the sky. A formidable person of a generation had come to an end. Sect leader. On Dongfu Peak, a large number of Dongfu sect martial artists cried out in surprise. The founder of the Dongfu sect was only a 4-star perfected master, and there hadn't been another 4-star perfected master since the founder. It wasn't until Watanabe Xiong broke the record and reached the same level as the founder. In the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Xiong's prestige was very high. Every Dongfu sect martial artist worshipped Watanabe Xiong, and they believed that the Dongfu sect would rise to glory under his leadership and surpass every sect in the southern part of the Qingyan region. However, Watanabe Xiong's throat was pierced by Yi Xing's arrow, right in front of them. How could the Dongfu sect martial artists believe this? The perfected masters shuddered. No one had expected Yi Xing to be so powerful that he could kill Watanabe Xiong with one arrow. Yi Xing stared at Watanabe Xiong's falling body and shouted, "Watanabe Xiong, have you felt death? Soon, everyone in the Dongfu sect will follow in your footsteps. Today, I'll wash the Dongfu sect with blood and leave no one alive. From now on, there will be no Dongfu sect in this world." The falling Watanabe Xiong's body shook violently, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The strong emotions caused him to die even faster. "Run!" The perfected masters were scared out of their wits, and they cried out one after another. They no longer had the courage to resist Yi Xing. Even Watanabe Xiong, a 4-star perfected master, was killed by Yi Xing with one arrow. Who would dare to resist Yi Xing? They only wanted to run away. The perfected masters were divided into 2 groups. Most of them rushed to Dongfu Peak, while a small number of them lost confidence in the Dongfu sect's formation and fled in all directions. The Dongfu Sex formation was a level 3 formation. It was effective against beginner perfected masters, but not against mid-level perfected masters. If Yixing could kill Watanabe Xiong, it was possible for him to break the Dongfu Sex formation. Since Yixing had exposed his trump card in front of them, he would not let any of them escape. He immediately ordered the level 3 demonic beasts to counterattack. All the level 3 demonic beasts went berserk and attacked crazily. The perfected masters had no choice but to block and delay their escape. At this moment, Yixing knocked another arrow, and his killing intent shrouded the perfected masters. In an instant, a world of darkness descended and shrouded all the perfected masters. It was so dark that they could not see their own fingers. The perfected masters were horrified. They suddenly understood why Watanabe Xiong could not see Yixing. It turned out that Yixing had such a trick up his sleeve. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows pierced through the sky, and they turned into azure dragons, white tigers, and vermilion birds. With each arrow, a perfected master was killed. There were also perfected masters who were struck by demonic beasts in the world of darkness. In a short span of 10 breaths, more than half of the 26 perfected masters had fallen. 7 were killed by Yixing, and 6 were eaten by demonic beasts. Another group of perfected masters identified the direction of Dongfu Peak, and fled there with all their might. They barely escaped and passed through the formation's light barrier, escaping back to the Dongfu sect. Yixing prioritized the perfected masters who fled to other places. Naturally, only those who fled to Dongfu Peak survived. The 13 perfected masters who fled back to Dongfu Peak were all horrified. They sized each other up, and the shock in their eyes intensified. There was not a single level 3 perfected master among the 13. Only 2 level 2 perfected masters were left, and the rest were level 1 perfected masters. Most of those who died to demonic beasts were level 1 perfected masters. Those who died to Yixing's arrows were either level 2 perfected masters, or level 3 perfected masters. They were all killed in one shot. 14 of the 27 perfected masters had fallen, including level 4 perfected masters and level 3 perfected masters. Only 2 level 2 perfected masters were left. The remaining perfected masters were all terrified, and their hearts were trembling. Yun Zhangkong was one of the level 2 perfected masters who was fortunate enough to survive. At this moment, other than fear, there was only endless regret in his heart. Chapter 418. He's too scary. What should we do? Zhangkong Yuxia. All the 1-star enlightened masters were filled with shock and fear. The 2-star and 3-star enlightened masters of Dongfu sect were all dead. Everyone's eyes were on the remaining 2 enlightened masters, Flying Cloud sect's master Yin Zhangkong and Blood Spectre sect's master Mo Yuxi. Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi looked at each other, and saw fear and regret in each other's eyes. The 2 shouted at the same time. Use the formation and defend with all your might. However, the 2 flew to the other side of the Dongfu Peak at the same time. They did not believe that the Dongfu sect's formation could stop Yixing. They only hoped that the Dongfu sect could delay him for a while they escaped from the other side. Outside the Dongfu sect, under Yixing's command, the demonic beast army led by the 3-star spiritual beasts divided into 2. One on the left and one on the right. They followed the Dongfu sect's formation to surround the entire Dongfu Peak. Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi, the 2-star spiritual masters, were Yixing's main targets. He spread the azure cloud wings behind him and flew outside the formation's light shield. Even if he flew in a curve, he was 1 step ahead of Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi to reach the other side of the Dongfu Peak. Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi had just rushed out of the formation's light shield when they saw Yixing suddenly appear. In an instant, they fell into a world of darkness. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, and the azure dragon roared. The azure dragon arrow style was instantly shot out. Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi screamed at the same time. They did not expect Yixing to appear and disappear so mysteriously. They quickly turned and rushed toward the Dongfu Peak. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, they still had a sense of direction. However, the arrow's speed was much faster than their reaction. When the 2 turned, the azure dragon had already pounced on Mo Yuxi and pierced through his throat. Then the arrow turned in the air and changed direction. Almost at the same time, it pierced through Yin Zhangkong's body. Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi fell from the sky one after another. In the end, the two stars enlightened masters both died. Seeing Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi abandon the Dongfu sect and flee, several one-star enlightened masters also lost confidence in the Dongfu sect's formation. They followed behind the two and fled. However, before they could leave, they saw Yin Zhangkong and Mo Yuxi being killed by Yi Xing, killing two birds with one stone. They immediately stopped and didn't dare to take another step forward. Although the Dongfu sect's formation wasn't very reliable, it seemed that whoever got out of the formation first would be the first to die. There was only one path for the martial artists on East Supporting Peak, and that was to use the array to resist Yi Xing and the Demon Beast army. The third-level formation master of the Dongfu sect was still there. He was a one-star enlightened being. He said loudly, "Don't panic, our sect's formations have been accumulated for 1,000 years. With me controlling the formation, even a 4-star enlightened being might not be able to break in. Help me transfer astral energy, and I'll push the formation's power to the limit. With dozens of third-level formations, it's not impossible to kill this brat." Previously, Watanabe Xiong was there. As a 4-star enlightened being, he alone was more terrifying than the Dongfu sect's dozens of third-level formations. In terms of power, Watanabe Xiong's attack might be on par with the dozens of third-level formations, or even slightly inferior. However, formations were dead. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be moved. On the other hand, Watanabe Xiong could move them at will. Therefore, when he saw that there weren't many third-level beasts in Yi Xing's Demon Beast army, Watanabe Xiong led the enlightened beings to fight their way out of the formation. He had them restrain the third-level beasts while he went after Yi Xing. In the end, he had misjudged Yi Xing's strength and lost his life. The enlightened beings were also routed and suffered heavy losses. Now the Dongfu sect's third-level formation master had become the backbone of the sect. Everyone's hopes were placed on him. The one-star enlightened beings gathered behind the third-level formation master and channeled their astral energy to him one by one, giving him an almost inexhaustible supply of astral energy. Although the strength of the third-level formation master's astral energy didn't increase by much, the quantity was no less than that of a 3-star enlightened being. "Rise!" The third-level formation master shouted as he pressed both hands to the ground. Astral energy swam underground, activating the formations one by one. Outside of East Support Peak, other than the light shield of the formation, there were layers upon layers of other formations. There were sword energy crisscrossing, saber light flashing, flood dragons, lions, tigers, snakes, leopards, eagles, cranes, and other ferocious beasts condensed from formation energy. They were all killing formations. In addition, there were formations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other attributes, all linked together. Among them, blazing flames, surging rivers, thousands of trees were like swords, sand and pebbles flew, and golden light illuminated the sky. Dozens of third-level formations were activated one after another. The entire Dongfu Peak was impenetrable. Even a 4-star enlightened being would find it difficult to gain an advantage. However, Yi Xing only let the demonic beast army surround the mountain, and didn't let them attack. Yi Xing also distanced himself from the layers of formations outside Dongfu Peak. He was at least a few li away, and didn't approach. Although the formations were activated, they couldn't be moved. If Yi Xing didn't go forward, no matter how powerful the formations were, they couldn't touch him. In the sky, Yi Xing's azure cloud wings unfolded behind his back. Black Hole, Sagittarius, and Flame constellation shone in the sky. In his hand, he held the heavenly bow. Wind, fire, and darkness realm. The 3 subtle realm forces of heaven and earth were constantly activated. His aura was still maintained at peak condition. As an archery expert, Yi Xing didn't need to rush up and engage in close combat with the enemy. He only needed to shoot arrows from afar, and that was his strongest attack. To a formation set up with a formation base, an archery expert was simply the nemesis, and could only take a beating. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect wanted to use the formation to counterattack, when Yi Xing led the demonic beast army to attack. But now not a single demonic beast attacked. and only Yixing was shooting from afar. His face immediately turned ugly. He borrowed the power of several perfected masters to activate dozens of formations. It was like a person who had unleashed his power to the highest level, only to find that the distance between him and his enemy was too far, and his attack range was not enough. Everything was in vain, and all his efforts were in vain. The most important thing was that he couldn't attack the enemy, but the enemy could attack him. Facing Yixing's arrows, Dongfu Sek's side could only take a beating for nothing. His arrows definitely can't break my Sek's formations. With dozens of formations activated, the power erupting will definitely be able to shatter the arrows. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect could only think of this to strengthen his confidence. Yixing pulled back the heavenly bow, but didn't rush to shoot an arrow. At this moment, his super brain was scanning, and his eyes were looking for flaws in the dozens of formations outside Dongfu Peak. There was no such thing as a perfect formation. As long as Yixing could find the flaws in the formation, he would be able to break the dozens of layers of formations with minimal effort. Time passed by second. Yixing's delay in attacking made the martial artists on Dongfu Peak feel even more oppressed. It was as if there was a rock on their chests, and it was getting heavier by the second. The martial artists were puzzled. What was Yixing doing? The formation masters all frowned as a sliver of surprise flashed through their eyes. They obviously knew that all formations had flaws, and archers possess far greater insight than regular people. Yixing had drawn his bow instead of shooting. Clearly, he was observing the flaws in the formation. Our sex formations are layered upon layers, and they're all interconnected. It's impossible for him to find the flaws in the formations, unless he's a level 3 array grandmaster, but that's impossible. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect thought to himself. After 30 breaths of time, Yixing's eyes suddenly exploded with a brilliant light. His killing intent intensified several times, and his aura skyrocketed. On the East Fulcrum Peak, the hearts of several array masters inexplicably tightened. They had a bad feeling from Yixing's gaze. It was a gaze of confidence that could see through everything. Did this mean that Yixing had really found the flaws in the formations? The worries of the array masters were quickly verified. At this moment, Yixing finally released the arrow that was already on the bow. Azure Dragon arrow style. The arrow morphed into an Azure Dragon. A 300-meter-long Azure Dragon traversed several kilometers in the air and slammed into the formations outside Dongfu Peak. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Azure Dragon plunged deep into the formations and rampaged through them. Layer after layer of formations crumbled under the dragon's assault, disappearing into nothingness. The arrow was so fast that by the time the Dongfu sect's third-rank formation master reacted, several layers of formations had already been destroyed by the Azure Dragon arrow style. Kill! The level 3 array master roared. Immediately, more than 10 layers of array formations were activated. Sword Light, Saber Light, Fire Dragon, Water Flood Dragon. All kinds of array formations attacked the Azure Dragon. The simultaneous attack of more than 10 layers of formations was immensely powerful, and scattered the Azure Dragon. The arrow's strength was exhausted and sent flying. However, at this moment, Yixing shot out his second arrow. White Tiger arrow style. The arrow morphed into a 300-meter-long white tiger, and traversed several kilometers in the blink of an eye, charging into the layers of formations from another location. Yixing's arrow was imbued with the wind force of the arcane realm, so it was extremely fast. The moment the arrow was shot out, it had already pierced through the layers of formations. A grade 3 array master would not be able to react quickly enough to block it. By the time the third-rank formation master reacted, and activated the remaining formations to destroy the White Tiger arrow style, at least 4 or 5 layers of formations had been forcibly destroyed by the arrow from their weak points. The martial artists on East Boost Peak once again had looks of fright on their faces. The layers of formations didn't seem to be able to withstand Yixing's attack for long. Moreover, Yixing's attack had broken through several layers of formations. The Dongfu sect's third-rank formation master's counterattack had only repelled Yixing's arrow. It hadn't even touched a hair on Yixing's head. Seeing Yixing shatter layer after layer of formations outside Dongfu Peak, the cultivators on Dongfu Peak were terrified out of their wits. Chapter 419. Azure Dragon Arrow Style. White Tiger Arrow Style. Vermilion Bird Arrow Style. Yi Xing stood in the sky several kilometers away, firing arrow after arrow. Yi Xing knew the weaknesses of the Dongfu Sect's formations and aimed at them with every arrow. The Dongfu Sect's formations were connected layer by layer, allowing their power to increase gradually. However, once a formation was destroyed, it would cause a chain reaction. Therefore, every time Yi Xing shot out an arrow, several layers of formations would be broken one after another. Under Yi Xing's attack, even if the Dongfu sect had a level 3 formation master controlling the formation, it was futile. They could only take a beating. Seeing the formations outside Dongfu Peak dwindle one after another, the cultivators on the peak grew more and more terrified. Those with weaker mental fortitude even started wailing. Boom. Soon, the last formation was completely destroyed by Yi Xing's arrows. Dongfu Peak, the heart of the Dongfu sect, was completely defenseless. Roar. With a wave of Yi Xing's hand, 10,000 beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Under the lead of the third-level beasts, the monster army charged up Dongfu Peak. We surrender. We're willing to join the Fallen Star sect. Spare us, Sir Yi. We surrender. Have mercy, Sir Yi. When the monster army charged up Dongfu Peak, all the cultivators were scared witless. Their hearts trembled violently, and there was nothing left in their eyes but terror as they begged for mercy. The Fallen Star sect doesn't need traitors. In the sky several kilometers away, Yi Xing's voice was cold as he issued an order to the third-level beasts. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Whether it was in terms of hatred or reason, these people had to be killed. In terms of hatred, it was only natural that the Fallen Star sect would be wiped out. In terms of reason, Yi Xing had exposed all his trump cards today, so these people couldn't be left alive. Blood blossomed on Dongfu Peak, accompanied by endless screams. It was like hell on earth as blood flowed like rivers. Yi Xing was several miles away in the sky. He turned around, his back facing east supporting Peak. Although the hatred in his heart was so great that he wanted to kill the Dongfu sect martial practitioners one by one, he still couldn't bear to do so when it came time to do so. It was one thing to want to kill, but it was another to do it with one's own hands. If Yi Xing were to personally take action and kill the defenseless Dongfu sect cultivators in front of him, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to do it if over 1,000 people died at his hands. Therefore, Yi Xing killed his way into the Dongfu sect and brought an army of monsters with him. In the battle, the demonic beast army did not play much of a role. Now it was time for them to show their worth. The army of demonic beasts charged towards the Dongfu sect. They showed no mercy, only bloodshed. As for Yi Xing, as long as he hardened his heart, a single order would be enough. On Dongfu Peak, Enlightened Being 1 star had a level 3 beast to deal with, while the rest of the martial practitioners were dealt with by level 2 beasts. The army of monsters swarmed in from all directions. Not a single martial practitioner could escape. Even the level 3 formation master with his level 3 disc couldn't stop the attacks of 3 level 3 monsters. In just a few breaths, the silver-winged condor had cut him in two. The slaughter didn't last long. Soon the screams on Dongfu Peak ceased. The martial practitioners and monsters of the Dongfu sect were all annihilated. The reinforcements from the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect were all killed. After the slaughter, Yi Xing still didn't turn around or glance at Dongfu Peak. Instead, he landed on a mountain peak and carved a line of words with his astral energy. Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect. If you don't disband, the Dongfu sect will be your end. The Dongfu sect was much stronger than the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect, but it was still annihilated. Yi Xing's message was a threat. If the other 3 sects knew, they would most likely disband to prevent Yi Xing from making another trip. The Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect were different from the Dongfu sect. They didn't have any great enmity with the Fallen Star sect. When the Fallen Star sect was annihilated, the 3 sects had only sent out enlightened beings to intercept Lu Tinyuan's group. Therefore, Yi Xing only needed to disband the 3 sections. It could be considered their annihilation as revenge for the Fallen Star sect. The silver-winged condor quickly flew over, and Yixing leaped onto its back. Behind the condor were two two-star enlightened beings, both scarlet-winged flying lions. The other two were three-star enlightened beings, the saber-toothed saber tiger and the black-skinned bear. They ran over and stood below Yixing, looking up at the sky. Whoosh! The silver-winged condor flapped its wings and flew towards the direction of the fallen star sect. Behind it, the two scarlet-winged flying lions followed closely. On the ground, the saber-toothed saber tiger and the black-skinned bear also took large strides, crossing mountains and ridges as they followed Yixing. Yixing brought these 5 demonic beasts back to the fallen star sect as sect protector demonic beasts. Sect protector demonic beasts had to be completely tamed. Even if Yixing wasn't in the fallen star sect, they would still listen to the orders of the fallen star sect's martial artists. Yixing could control dozens of early rank 3 demonic beasts at once, but when Yixing wasn't around, these dozens of rank 3 demonic beasts might go out of control. Leaving them in the sect would be a hidden danger. Therefore, Yixing only brought 5 demonic beasts back. He had full confidence that he could completely tame these 5 demonic beasts. The other rank 3 demonic beasts led the demonic beast army back to the Green Cloud Mountain range. There might be a large amount of storage rings and resources left behind on the Dongfu Peak, but Yixing wasn't interested and didn't take anything away. It wasn't that he didn't care about these resources. No matter what, the more resources the better for the fallen star sect's reconstruction. But in Yixing's heart, there was a hurdle that he couldn't cross. The reason why he massacred the Dongfu sect was because the people of the Dongfu sect had to die, and not because he wanted to steal their things. Even if the people of the Dongfu sect died, their things would be taken away by others sooner or later. Since the Dongfu sect was destroyed by Yixing, it was only right and reasonable for Yixing to take the things of the Dongfu sect. But once Yixing took the things of the Dongfu sect, there would be another reason for him to massacre the Dongfu sect. It was to steal their resources. Although no one saw it, Yixing knew in his heart that it wasn't to steal their resources, it was to take revenge. But this time he massacred the Dongfu sect and killed too many people. Blood flowed like a river. Yixing needed to give himself an unassailable reason. Revenge for the sect, he had to kill them. Other than that, there couldn't be any other reason. He wasn't a bloodthirsty demon, nor was he a psychopathic murderer. He wouldn't go on a killing spree just to steal their resources. If he took the items of the Dongfu sect afterwards, he might develop an inner demon in his heart. Even if it didn't happen for the time being, it would still leave a hidden danger. Perhaps one day, Yixing would encounter an inner demon in his martial path and have such thoughts. Back then you massacred the entire Dongfu sect because you stole their resources. Today you can do the same. Kill, 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 kill. Kill them all and take their resources. Kill anyone who dares to stop you. Kill anyone who has the resources. Yixing had to put an end to any chance of his inner demons developing. His path of martial arts was to stick to his heart. He was not a saint who treated the world with kindness, nor was he a demon who treated the world with a murderous heart. Kindness had its own Tao, and killing had its own Tao. Yixing had his own Tao and his own standards in his heart. When Yixing returned to the first thing he did was tame a few demon beasts, and let them guard the sect. Then Yixing placed his focus on comprehending the formation. He couldn't guard the sect all the time, and there were no other experts in the Falling Star sect except for him. Yixing knew how important formations were to the safety of the sect. The green cloud venerates array formation knowledge was in his mind. As long as Yixing focused on comprehending it, it wouldn't be long before his array formation standards would continue to rise. By the time he completely mastered the green cloud venerates array formation knowledge, he would definitely become a level 3 array formation grandmaster. If he could set up a level 3 formation successfully, then even a high-level astral realm sage wouldn't be able to invade the Falling Star sect. While Yixing was comprehending formations the news of the Dongfu sect's destruction spread rapidly in the Qingyan area. Although no one knew about the massacre, the Dongfu sect was a large sect with a large number of people. Not all the martial artists happened to be in the sect. When these martial artists returned to their sects, they naturally found out about the Dongfu sect's destruction. Moreover, the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect had sent 6 of their sect masters, grand elders and inner elders to the Dongfu sect. Now that they had disappeared, the 3 sects would definitely send people to investigate. They would also find out about the Dongfu sect's destruction and Yixing's handwriting. As Yixing expected, even Watanabe Xiong was killed and the Dongfu sect was massacred. When the martial artists of the other 3 sects heard the news, they were all scared out of their wits. In the 3 sects, most of the remaining sages were 1-star sages. There were only 1 or 2 2-star sages, and none of the 3-star sages. With such strength, even without the threat of Yixing, it would be difficult for them to protect a sect. A 3-star sage's sage was enough to threaten the survival of these 3 sections. Under the discussion of Sages Yu, the 3 sects were all disbanded. The fate of the Dongfu sect was still vivid in their minds. They didn't dare to disobey Yixing's warning. Moreover, the sages of the 3 sects were afraid of the Falling Star sect's revenge. They didn't even dare to stay in the southern part of the Green Cloud region. They either brought their disciples or juniors to the northern part of the Green Cloud region, or left the Green Cloud region to explore other regions of the True Xian domain. When the news spread to the northern part of the Green Cloud region, the 4 northern sects were all shocked. They had never thought that the Dongfu sect, which had a 4-star sage's sage like Watanabe Xiong, would be wiped out by the Falling Star sect. There were no other experts except for Yixing. The destruction of the Dongfu sect was obviously directly related to Yixing. How could Yixing destroy the Dongfu sect? No one saw what happened that day. The martial artists of the 4 northern sects were all shocked and puzzled. They didn't believe that Yixing had such heaven-defying strength as a 1-star sage's sage to be able to kill a 4-star sage's sage. This was because Yixing's performance at the Young Hero competition was only that of a 3-star sage's sage. The 3-star sage's strength was still far from that of a 4-star sage's sage. Chapter 420. Most of the martial artists guessed that Yixing must have had someone helping him in the background to destroy the Dongfu sect. Yixing was valued by Master Wu Yu of the Big Dipper sect during the Young Hero Assembly. Afterward, Master Wu Yu even met with Yixing. If Yixing had a powerful backer, it would undoubtedly be the Big Dipper sect. The Big Dipper sect was one of the 9 greater sects. It was a superior 1-star sect, and was extremely powerful. If Yixing had the help of the Big Dipper sect, killing Wu Bianxiong, a 4-star sage, would be a piece of cake. The Sun Moon sect had the biggest reaction to the massacre of the Dongfu sect. This was because other than the Dongfu sect, the Falling Star sect's biggest enemy was the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect treated the disciples of the Falling Star sect as slaves, and sent them to the 9 Heavens city to be sold. Yixing then destroyed the Sun Moon sect's hot spot in the 9 Heavens city. The Sun Moon sect naturally wanted to kill Yixing. However, because they guessed that Yixing had the help of the Big Dipper sect, the Sun Moon sect didn't dare to act rashly. Yixing returned to the Clear Sky region in a powerful manner. The Sun Moon sect was divided into 2 factions as to how to get along with Yixing. Yixing has the help of the Big Dipper sect. Our sect is no longer able to contend against him. We should improve our relationship with Yixing and resolve our hatred. The reconstruction of the Falling Star sect will definitely require a large amount of resources. Our sect should send a big gift and make peace with Yixing. Only then can we resolve our sect's crisis. Otherwise, from the fact that Yixing massacred the Dongfu sect, he isn't a merciful person. The Sun Moon sect might learn from his mistakes. The elder led by Zhang Daohe, a 5-star sage, proposed to make peace with a gift to resolve the hatred. Yixing is a thief who hates our sect. How can he humiliate our Sun Moon sect with a gift? Furthermore, from the fact that Yixing massacred the Dongfu sect and destroyed our sect's stronghold, he is a ruthless person. How can he truly resolve the hatred? If that's the case, he will take the opportunity to recuperate. Once his strength surpasses our sect, he will definitely make a move against us. The Dongfu sect is our fate. The Dongfu sect. To deal with this thief, we have to take the initiative and kill him. The Sun Moon sect's sect, a 5-star sage, Yang Ba, proposed. And Yixing. This generation of disciples of the Sun Moon sect was the most outstanding generation. since the establishment of the Sun-Moon sect. Among them, the disciples of the Sun clan were the most outstanding. Yin Yang Young Master Yang Ming, Great Sun Young Master Yang Gon, and the third disciple, Yang Kuan, were all disciples of the Yang clan. Yi Xing destroyed the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold in Nine Heaven City. Yang Kuan was killed by Yi Xing in front of everyone. Yang Ming's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Ming saw Yi Xing's potential and felt that the Sun-Moon sect was unreliable. He had already escaped from the true Xian domain. Among the three, only Yang Gon was said to be alive. The Yang clan's disciples had suffered heavy losses. As the leader of the Yang clan, how could Yang Ba tolerate this? Of course, he proposed to kill Yi Xing. The Yang clan was the biggest clan in the Sun-Moon sect. They had a large number of people. Yang Ba proposed to kill Yi Xing. He received the support of most of the elders and had the upper hand. In the Sun-Moon sect, the Grand Elder Yin Hongdan was roaming outside. Within the sect master Yin Wudao, Grand Guardian Zhang Daohe, and Yang Ba, the three five-star sages, had the highest positions. Now Zhang Daohe proposed to sue for peace, while Yang Ba wanted to kill him. This put the sect master Yin Wudao in a difficult position. Because of the strength of the Heavenly Dipper sect, Yin Wudao, like Zhang Daohe, wanted to sue for peace. However, there were too many elders supporting Yang Ba. Yin Wudao couldn't make up his mind. He could only let Zhang Daohe and Yang Ba decide who would win first. Zhang Daohe said, Yi Xing has the help of the Heavenly Dipper sect. How can we do anything to him? If we kill him, the hatred will intensify and there will be no way to resolve it. The Sun-Moon sect will follow in the footsteps of the Dongfu sect. Yang Ba said, I've already said it clearly. Yi Xing won't resolve the hatred sincerely. If we sue for peace, it will give him time to bury himself. The Sun-Moon sect will follow in the footsteps of the Dongfu sect. Zhang Daohe said, but we can't kill him now. You should know what kind of sect the Heavenly Dipper sect is. Yang Ba said, of course I know. However, Yi Xing isn't from the Heavenly Dipper sect. Moreover, the Sun-Moon sect isn't comparable to the Dongfu sect. It's one of the most powerful forces in the Qingyan region. If the Heavenly Dipper sect dares to destroy the Sun-Moon sect, it will definitely attract the hatred of all the one-star medium sects in the true Xian region. The Heavenly Dipper sect has to weigh the consequences and see if it's worth it. I will kill Yi Xing with lightning speed. The Heavenly Dipper sect is interested in Yi Xing's potential. If Yi Xing dies, will the Heavenly Dipper sect go against the sect for a dead person? If the Heavenly Dipper sect wants to avenge Yi Xing and ask for an explanation from the Heavenly Dipper sect, I will apologize with my life, so that the Heavenly Dipper sect won't have a reason to go against the sect. Hearing Yang Ba's words, Zhang Daohe was speechless. Yin Wudao stood up and cupped his fists towards Yang Ba. For the sake of the sect, Protector Yang is willing to give up his life. You are truly a role model for our sect. What else can I say? I can only help Protector Yang succeed. Yang Ba said, speed is the most important thing in war. I will move now. Before the Heavenly Dipper sect can react, I will kill Yi Xing with lightning speed. Yin Wudao sent 2 4-star sage to accompany Yang Ba to the south of the Qingyan region to kill Yi Xing, south of the Qingyan mountain range, outside the Falling Star sect. Boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions shook the heavens. The supreme guardian of the Sun-Moon sect, Yang Ba, and the sect leader of the Tian Luo sect, Luo Zhan, were fighting fiercely. Although the 2 3-star sages of the Tian Luo sect had followed the group of Falling Star sect disciples and hadn't returned yet, they had already sent someone to pass on the news. Luo Zhan had already thought highly of Yi Xing during the 10 sects competition. After learning about Yi Xing's performance at the Young Hero competition, he had a whole new level of respect for Yi Xing. He had made Yi Xing his most important ally. After hearing that the Dongfu sect had been destroyed, Luo Zhan had prepared a big gift and brought people to the Falling Star sect immediately. He had arrived earlier than the people of the Sun-Moon sect. When the people of the Sun-Moon sect arrived, Luo Zhan naturally stood up for Yi Xing and fought against Yang Ba. The 2 5-star sages fought fiercely. As soon as they attacked, the astral light shot out more than 1,000 feet. The ground cracked instantly and some small mountains were directly cut in half. Yang Ba had used an upper-class spiritual martial art, the burning saber technique. The saber aura was shocking. Each saber carried with it scorching flames. The saber aura shot out more than 1,000 feet and shook the heavens and the earth. Luo Zhan had also used an upper-class spiritual martial art, the heavenly net palm. Luo Zhan had used an upper-class spiritual weapon. Each of his palms was 1,000 feet large palm print that had the power to pull up a mountain. The palm print was ever-changing. No matter how strong the saber aura was, it was defeated by the 1,000 feet large palm print. Today Yang Ba had come to kill Yixing. He was risking his life. Whether it was astral energy, astrology, martial arts, or the power of the general, he had used all of them to the limit. However, in terms of cultivation, Yang Ba was inferior. He was at the middle stage of the 5th star realm, while Luo Zhan was at the peak of the 5th star realm. Yang Ba was only the 3rd most powerful person in the Sun Moon sect, while Luo Zhan was the most powerful person in the Tian Luo sect. Even though Yang Ba was almost risking his life, he was getting weaker and weaker in front of Luo Zhan. The heavenly net palm print in Luo Zhan's hands had the power to hit the stars and catch the moon. In the end, Yang Ba was forced to retreat. Yang Ba, who was retreating, roared, "Luo Zhan! This brat has nothing to do with you. Why do you insist on standing up for him? If I don't kill this brat today, I'm not a man. Do you want me to burn my astral energy and perish with you?" Luo Zhan was unmoved. He was still in a fierce battle. He smiled and said, "Perish with me? You can try." After a few moves, Yang Ba, who was retreating, did not burn his astral energy. Instead, he borrowed the strength of Luo Zhan's palms to escape. The 4 celestial enlightened masters from the Sun Moon sect immediately followed. Yang Ba's target was Yixing. If he burned his astral energy, the most he could do was perish together with Luo Zhan. However, Yixing was still alive. The threat of the Sun Moon sect was still there. Naturally, he could not sacrifice himself for nothing. Luo Zhan's goal was to prevent Yang Ba from killing Yixing. Since Yang Ba had escaped, he naturally did not pursue him. Looking at Yang Ba's retreating figure, Luo Zhan said loudly, "Yang Ba, from today on, I will guard the Falling Star sect until the experts of the Tiangang sect arrive. You want to kill Yixing? Dream on." Dozens of miles away, Yang Ba stopped. His eyes were full of unwillingness and indignation. The 4 celestial enlightened masters quickly caught up. One of them said, "Lord Protector, the Falling Star sect has another stronghold. Since Luo Zhan is here to protect Yixing, should we go and destroy the other stronghold?" The other 4 celestial enlightened masters said, "That's right. The 2 places are too far apart. It's impossible for them to help each other. Yixing is a coward. Let's destroy the other stronghold, and see if he will come out." Yang Ba looked in the direction of the Falling Star sect. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. If Yixing is dead, it doesn't matter if he kills everyone in the Falling Star sect. But if he's not dead, don't spread the hatred. This guy is ruthless. If he kills one more person from the Falling Star sect today, he will definitely receive double the revenge. It's not good for our sect. A 4 celestial enlightened master asked. "Then what should we do?" Yang Ba turned his eyes and said, "You guys go back. I'll stay. I don't believe that Yixing won't leave the sect alone. I'll find a chance to kill him." In the Yixing thanked Luo Zhan. "Thank you for your help, sect leader Luo." Although Yixing could escape with the azure cloud wings after Yang Ba broke the formation of the Yang Ba, could not threaten Yixing's life. However, Yixing was very grateful for Luo Zhan's help. He had already rearranged the formation of the Falling Star sect. He did not want to be attacked a second time. Luo Zhan laughed and said, "You're welcome. Yixing, my little friend, I knew you were extraordinary back in the 10 sects tournament." "Huh. I was right. How long has it been? You've already made such achievements. In the future, the entire Qingyan region will be your world." "Huh." Yixing smiled and said, "The Qingyan region is too small." Luo Zhan said, "I know your ambition. Maybe the true Xian domain is too small in your eyes. If you can make a name for yourself in the true Xian domain or other regions, it will be the glory of the Qingyan region. I believe that it won't be long before I see it." Chapter 421. With Luo Zhan guarding the falling star sect and Yi Xing comprehending the formations in the Yangba didn't have the chance to kill Yi Xing even though he was secretly eyeing him. Day by day, Yi Xing's mastery of formations improved by leaps and bounds. A month later, Yi Xing's mastery of formations improved by a level. He became a level 3 formation grandmaster and comprehended level 3 formations to the minor accomplishment realm. Twin dragons emerging from water formation. Yin-Yang Fire Snake Formation. Triple Cloud Dragon Formation. Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation. Yi Xing set up 4 level 3 formations outside Theon Defensive Formation. Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation. 1 Psychedelic Formation. Triple Cloud Dragon Formation. And 2 Offensive Formations. Twin dragons emerging from water formation and Yin-Yang Fire Snake Formation. With level 3 formations at the minor accomplishment realm, even a mid-level perfected one wouldn't be able to break into the falling star sect. With Luo Zhan accompanying him, Yi Xing left the falling star sect and went to the star crystal mine. Due to the lack of materials for the formations, Yi Xing only set up a Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation at the star crystal mine. It was enough to block a mid-level perfected one's attack for a long time. Yi Xing was relieved that the formations at the falling star sect and the star crystal mine had improved by a level. He should focus on his martial arts cultivation now. After returning to the Luo Zhan didn't need to protect them anymore, because they had level 3 formations at the minor accomplishment realm. Luo Zhan bid farewell to Yi Xing and returned to the Tian Luo sect. One day, Yi Xing went to the Falling Star Valley and took out the Stellar Token. With the Stellar Token, Yi Xing could enter the Stellar Hall. He could also go through a trial in the Astral Realm. Of course, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xing activated the Stellar Token and was quickly transported to the first level of the Stellar Hall. You're back? Yi Xing, you reached the Astral Realm earlier than I expected. As soon as Yi Xing entered the Stellar Hall, Mr. Pimp's voice entered his ears. Yi Xing didn't see Mr. Pimp, but he still bowed respectfully. The voice of the tortoise continued. There are still 4 levels to the Enlightened Person Realm's trial. There are no rewards for the first and second levels. The reward for the third level is the low-grade Mystic Rank Falling Star Art and a top-grade Spirit Weapon. The reward for the fourth level is the mid-grade Mystic Rank Falling Star Art and a top-grade Spirit Pill. Let's begin. It was Yi Xing's first time entering the Star Palace. Every time he reached a new floor, the pimp would tell him the rewards and grades of that floor. Now that the pimp was familiar with Yi Xing, he directly told him all the rewards for the 4th floor. As soon as the tortoise finished speaking, a trial target with the same cultivation level as Yi Xing appeared in front of him. Flaming Dipper Fist. Yi Xing took a step forward and punched out. The flaming fist arrived in front of the trial target. Facing an opponent of the same level, Yi Xing's punch was enough. The trial target was blasted apart by Yi Xing's punch, and the first trial was passed. The staircase leading to the second floor appeared, and Yi Xing arrived at the second floor. The trial target of the second floor was a 2-star enlightened person, 1 level higher than Yi Xing. Flaming Dipper Fist, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing punched again, but this time he used the ultimate move of the Flaming Dipper Fist. The trial target of the second floor was also blasted apart. Soon Yi Xing arrived at the third floor. The trial target was a 3-star enlightened person, 2 levels higher than Yi Xing. A ray of starlight rushed out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows and turned into the Sagittarius constellation. Yi Xing took out the startling sky bow and the purple gold arrow at the same time. Yi Xing remembered clearly that the results of the trial on the third floor were the same as the first and second floors. It was divided into 7 levels. Defeating the enemy in one move would give the highest reward, the 7th level. Azure Dragon Arrow Style. Whoosh! The arrow shot out explosively and transformed into a huge azure dragon. Yi Xing's attainments in archery were extremely high, and his archery skills had reached perfection. Under the Sagittarius constellation, he could kill a 4-star enlightened person. The trial target was a 3-star enlightened person, so naturally he would be killed with 1 arrow. Very good. You have perfectly passed the 3rd floor. The reward is a complete low-grade profound level falling star incantation and a supreme grade spirit weapon. What kind of weapon do you need? The voice of Mr. Pimp resounded, and a ball of resplendent light appeared above Yixing, rushing into Yixing's mind. The low-grade profound-level falling star incantation inheritance appeared in Yixing's mind. A low-grade profound-level martial incantation inheritance was enough to cultivate to the mid-astral reaching realm and become a venerable. This kind of martial incantation inheritance was not available in the entire True Xian region. If people knew about it, there would definitely be a large number of martial arts forces fighting to the death. This was a priceless treasure. Although a supreme-grade spirit weapon was also a top treasure in the True Xian region, it was nothing compared to the low-grade profound-level falling star incantation. Yixing thought for a moment and said, "Bao-type weapon. Supreme-grade spirit weapon Big Dipper Bao." Mr. Pimp's voice resounded, and a bright light flashed in front of Yixing suddenly. A resplendent bow appeared. There were 7 gems embedded on the bow, shining with resplendent light, like 7 stars. These 7 gems are metal ores of different attributes. They contain extremely powerful star power. When using the Big Dipper bow, there is no need for a bow and arrow. The metal chi contained in the 7 gems will automatically condense into a Big Dipper arrow. Mr. Pimp's voice resounded in Yixing's ears. Yixing took the Big Dipper bow in his hand, and his palm touched the 7 gems as he loudly praised. "Good bow. It's really a good bow." The Big Dipper bow was quite heavy in his hand. Even with Yixing's strength, he felt that it was heavy. "Open!" Yixing shouted and tried to draw the Big Dipper bow. However, Yixing circulated his star energy, and his physical strength exploded to the limit. He used all his strength, but he only managed to draw the bowstring slightly. The bow did not move at all. With Yixing's current strength, he could not draw the Big Dipper bow at all. The Big Dipper bow was a supreme-grade spirit bow. Once it was drawn, it could kill at least a 6-star sage, or even a 7-star sage. Of course, Yixing could not draw it. "It's still too early for you to draw the Big Dipper bow. This is the best supreme-grade spirit bow. When the bowstring is fully drawn, it can kill a 9-star sage." Mr. Pimp's voice resounded, and it shocked Yixing. The Big Dipper bow was more terrifying than he had imagined. When the bowstring was fully drawn, it could kill a 9-star sage, and a 9-star sage was already the person with the highest cultivation. In other words, as long as Yixing could draw the Big Dipper bow into a full moon, he could kill any martial artist in the True Xian domain. The power of the Big Dipper bow was evident. Yixing played with the Big Dipper bow for a while. After 10 breaths, he put it away and went up the stairs to the 4th level. On the 4th level, Yixing finally saw Mr. Pimp. He had already turned into his human form. He was a wretched little old man. Yixing went forward and greeted him. Mr. Pimp looked at Yixing with admiration and said, "With your archery realm, archery skills, and the Sagittarius constellation, passing the trial on the 4th level will be a piece of cake. When do you want to start the trial?" Yixing put on the blazing flame gloves and said, "Now." Mr. Pimp took a few steps and left. Then a light flashed in front of him, and the trial target appeared. It was a 4-star sage. On the last day of the month, please clear your monthly tickets. Chapter 422. A 4-star true master was 3 boundaries higher than Yixing. But Yixing didn't fear this at all. He had the heaven-startling bow in hand. With his attainments in archery, as well as the might of the Sagittarius constellation, he could definitely kill his target. Dongfu sect master Watanabe Xiong was a 4-star true master. He had died beneath Yixing's arrow. But Yixing didn't take out the heaven-startling bow. Instead, he took out a high-grade spirit weapon, the Black Dragon Spear. In that instant, Yixing used the Black Hole constellation. A beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a giant black hole vortex that hung high in the air. All around, everything was shrouded in darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. However, Yixing's perception in this world of darkness was much stronger than his vision. It was like a super brain scanning the surroundings. Even the smallest changes in his surroundings were clearly seen by Yixing. Then, the flame constellation also rose into the sky. But it couldn't shake the position of the black hole vortex. It remained in a corner of the sky. Yixing used the black hole constellation and flame constellation at the same time. The black dragon spear point bloomed with a sun-like brilliance, burning with a dazzling white flame. In this world of darkness, it was extremely eye-catching. Yi Xing displayed the starting stance of the high-grade spirit weapon, Sunflame Spear Art. He didn't want to kill his trial target with just a few arrows. Rather, he wanted to engage in a frontal battle with his trial target and temper his martial arts attainments. Sunflame Spear Art was a fire attribute spear art gifted to him by esteemed Wu Yu. Yi Xing had only practiced it with his super brain. Although he was skilled in it, he hadn't experienced actual combat and hadn't comprehended the Sunflame Spear Art's Tao. Thus, his attainments could only be considered at the entry level. What Yi Xing lacked was the comprehension of actual combat. In any case, the fourth level didn't care about time, only victory or defeat. As long as Yi Xing defeated his trial target in the end, he could use the trial target as a practice target midway through. Fire attribute martial arts couldn't perfectly fuse with the world of darkness created by the black hole constellation. The blazing flames on the spear point were extremely conspicuous in this world of darkness. Although the target of the smelting trial was in the world of darkness, it immediately discovered the dazzling white flames on the black dragon spear point. From afar, it pointed towards Yi Xing. As soon as the trial target made his move, Yi Xing felt a strong gust of wind blowing against his face. At the same time, his dark sense also captured a terrifying finger aura, which exploded in front of him as the trial target raised his hand. He's even stronger than Watanabe Yu. As soon as the trial target attacked, Yi Xing immediately made a judgment in his heart. Watanabe Xiong had long surpassed the golden period of cultivation. He had used external factors to forcefully raise his cultivation to Astral Star Realm Stage 4. Such a 4-star Taoist master was the weakest in the same realm. As for the goal of the trial, even if it couldn't be considered the strongest within the same realm, it would still be above average in strength. The momentum of the wind. Heavenly bat steps. Yi Xing's figure flashed, instantly vanishing from sight. Yi Xing's Sunflame Spear Art was only at the entry level. It was difficult for him to directly contend with a 4-star Taoist master. Yi Xing had to use his own advantages to fight the trial target. A resplendent spear aura instantly cut through the pitch-black space. It bloomed with the light of flames and instantly pierced towards the trial target. Yi Xing dodged his opponent's attack and immediately launched a counterattack. The Sunflame Spear Art had a total of 81 basic spear moves and 3 finishing moves: Burning Annihilation, Chasing Sun, and Flame Explosion. These 3 finishing moves corresponded to the 3 attainments of the spear art: Small Success, Large Success, and Perfection. Each move was fiercer than the last. Yi Xing's current Sunflame Spear Art was only at the entry level. He could only use the 81 basic spear moves. Their strength was limited. Even if he had the power of the fire constellation and the momentum of the fire, compared to the power of the trial target, it was still slightly inferior. He could only use his speed and perception to fight the trial target. Currently, Yi Xing's understanding of the wind had already reached a very high level in the minute subtlety realm. Coupled with the superb heavenly bat movement technique, his speed was indeed like a ghost, extremely fast. Even a 4-star sage was inferior to him. The trial target opened his 5 fingers and shot out a finger aura. He pressed down with his palm and a giant handprint fell down. He clenched his 5 fingers and a fist aura immediately shot out. Finger, palm, and fist techniques were all upper-tier spiritual martial arts. They were all at a high level and were close to the large success stage. It could be seen that the trial target's hand techniques were extraordinary. Fortunately, the trial target's movement technique wasn't as high as his martial arts attainment, so Yi Xing was able to rely on his incomparably fast speed and super perception to be able to see all the changes in his surroundings to be on par with the trial target. Yi Xing had already practiced the Sunflame Spear Art in the Super Brain simulation. He was very familiar with it and there were no mistakes. Now in the fierce battle, Yi Xing's comprehension was superb. He quickly understood the Tao of the Sunflame Spear Art. He was improving with every passing moment. In just 3 days, Yi Xing had practiced the Sunflame Spear Art to the small success stage. Another 10 days later, the Sunflame Spear Art had reached another level and reached the large success stage. In less than half a month, The power of Yixing's Sunflame Spear art had a tremendous change. After reaching the large success stage, Yixing no longer used his movement techniques to dodge. Instead, he clashed with the trial target directly. Giant Palm Seal. The trial target condensed astral stars in his hands and pressed down on Yixing immediately. 2 giant palm seals came crashing down from the skies, one in front and one behind. As the 2 palm seals overlapped, the power behind them was horrifying. Before the Sunflame Spear art had broken through to the large success stage, Yixing only had a single method to face such an attack. That was to rely on his speed to dodge and escape the range of the palm seals. But now, Yixing didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. The black dragon spear in his hands erupted with blazing flames as he counterattacked. Sunflame Spear art. Burning annihilation. At this moment, the black dragon spear point was like a volcanic eruption. Endless flames surged out, the power of these flames horrifying. Bang! The black dragon spear brought with it an incomparably terrifying flame momentum. It smashed apart the 2 giant palm seals. The trial target's body shook. In that instant, the 5 fingers of his left hand opened and 5 astral fingers shot out. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched and a fist came crashing down. Both sides drew their bows at the same time, displaying 2 different types of martial arts. With this combination, the trial target's strength suddenly rose by a great deal. However, just as the trial target's body shook, Yixing's spear was already a step ahead of him. Sunflame Spear art, Chasing Sun. As this spear thrust out, all that was left in the void was a dazzling white beam of light. The trial target's martial arts had just been displayed when Yixing's black dragon spear pierced through the trial target's head with a terrifying strength, instantly blowing it apart. The trial target vanished from sight. The attack it sent out also vanished at this moment. Star Hall's 4th level. The trial had been successfully completed. Yixing put away the black dragon spear, a satisfied smile on his face. The Sunflame Spear art was not a darkness attribute martial art, and was unable to perfectly fuse with the Black Hole Astral Avatar. But with the Black Hole Astral Avatar and Fire Astral Avatar revolving at the same time, Yixing didn't need to rely on a bow and arrow to kill a 4-star sage. The strength of an arrow was not only related to one's attainments in archery, but also the strength of the bow. As Yixing's cultivation increased, and the grade of the bow remained the same, the strength of the arrow was limited. However, the power of Yixing's martial arts had improved greatly as his cultivation base increased. When Yixing was a 1-star sage, he had used the heaven-startling bow. His strength in archery was much higher than his strength in martial arts. If Yixing used the Sunflame Spear art, he might not be able to do anything to a peak 4-star sage. But if he used archery, he could kill any 4-star sage. However, once Yixing's cultivation broke through to the 2nd level of the astral realm, then the growth of his martial arts strength would be greater than the growth of his archery strength. At this boundary, his archery strength might not have too great of an advantage. If Yixing's cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the astral realm, then his martial arts strength might surpass his archery strength. After becoming a 4-star sage, the disparity between them would be even greater. Of course, this was only if the grade of Yixing's bow didn't change. If Yixing could draw the Big Dipper bow, then his strength in archery would far surpass his strength in martial arts. He could even kill a 7th-level Astral Realm Master. After Yixing completed the trial, Duke Pimp arrived at Yixing's side and said, "Very good. You've completed the 4th level. You have obtained the complete reward of the medium-grade profound-level Falling Star art, as well as a top-grade spirit pill, the Jade Star Pill." A ball of light appeared above Yixing's head and entered his brain. Soon some information appeared in his mind. Yixing was secretly shocked. The medium-grade profound-level Falling Star art, and a complete one at that, probably didn't exist in the entire East Divine Continent. According to Yixing's knowledge, there were only 3 high-rank empires in the East Divine Continent that possessed the medium-grade profound-level cultivation technique. However, these 3 high-rank empires couldn't compare to any of the 12 empires under the direct jurisdiction of the Great Yuan dynasty. The 12 empires in the Middle Sky continent were the true peak 2-star forces that possessed the complete medium-grade profound-level cultivation technique inheritance. It could be seen that the three high-rank empires in the East Divine Continent didn't necessarily possess the complete medium-grade profound-level cultivation technique inheritance. Then, it could be seen how precious the medium-grade profound-level falling star art in Yixing's hands was. Who would have thought that the falling star sect in the remote true mystic domain of the East Divine Continent would possess such a heaven-defying treasure? If someone knew about it, it would cause a life-and-death battle between all the martial forces in the East Divine Continent. Since the falling star secret realm had fallen from the sky, it obviously contained a shocking secret. Other than the medium-grade profound-level falling star art, Yixing also obtained the supreme-grade spirit pill, the Jade Star Pill. Yixing was very familiar with the Jade Star Pill. When he completed the 4th level of the Star Hall in the Star Vortex realm, he also obtained one. It was a peerless spirit pill that could strengthen the physical body. The one he obtained previously was a high-grade spirit pill. With the high-grade Jade Star Pill, not only did Yixing's physical body strengthen to the point that it was stronger than a 1-star enlightened master, the surging star energy within the pill also raised his cultivation by a level. The efficacy of the supreme-grade Jade Star Pill was more than 10 times higher than that of the high-grade Jade Star Pill. Yixing was delighted. It seemed that his physical body's strength had another great leap. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 1st level of the astral realm. With the help of the supreme-grade Jade Star Pill, he should be able to break through to the 2nd star enlightened master. Chapter 423. After Yixing consumed the supreme-grade Jade Star Pellet, a warm current gushed out from his body, and his body gradually grew stronger. Yixing was about to undergo another round of cleansing, shedding his mortal body and strengthening it. Yixing only used 4 hours to completely absorb the high-grade Jade Star Pellet. Now Yixing's cultivation was no longer the same as before, and the speed at which he absorbed the pellet was much faster than before. However, it still took Yixing nearly an entire day to completely absorb the supreme-grade Jade Star Pellet. Yixing's body was covered with a layer of black cocoon. This was the impurities and toxins that were expelled from his body through his pores when he absorbed the supreme-grade Jade Star Pellet. From the outside, Yixing looked pitch black and dirty, but the flesh and blood inside Yixing's body was clean, without the slightest impurity. Moreover, Yixing's blood was like mercury, flowing like a river. Yixing's bones were like diamonds and white jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, sparkling and translucent, and incomparably sturdy. His meridians and skin were as sturdy as a shield when he exerted his strength. His entire body seemed to be made of steel, filled with power. Yixing was both surprised and happy when he sensed the power in his body. The strengthening of his physique this time was better than he had imagined. According to his understanding of beginner enlightened masters, he could probably crush beginner enlightened masters with just the strength of his body. Yixing was confident that he could even fight a 4-star enlightened master with the strength of his body. In fact, if Yixing used his martial arts, crushing a 4-star enlightened master would be as easy as flipping his hand. The benefits that the supreme-grade Jade Star Pellet brought to Yixing were far more than that. Yixing's cultivation also naturally broke through to the 2nd level of the astral realm, becoming a 2-star sage. Moreover, he had already consolidated to the middle level of the 2nd level, and was not far from the late level. This would greatly shorten Yixing's cultivation time in the 2nd level of the astral realm. Yixing's body trembled as a terrifying force erupted from within him. With a violent tremble, the black patch on his body, along with his clothes, was instantly reduced to dust, disappearing without a trace after being swept away by the chi force. Yixing's body glowed faintly, as if he was a precious gem. The muscles on his body were neither too much nor too little. They were streamlined and perfect, giving off a sense of strength and beauty. If a woman was here and saw Yixing's body, she would probably scream. Yixing waved his hand and took out a set of clothes from the storage ring. He put them on and stood up with a big smile on his face. This time, he had gained a lot from entering the Star Palace. Whether it was cultivation, spirit weapons, or martial arts inheritance, Yixing was completely satisfied. It had already been half a month since he entered the Star Palace. Although the Falling Star Sect and the Star Crystal Mine were both protected by a small success level 3 formation, Yixing was still somewhat worried. He had too many enemies, and was afraid that a powerful enemy would come to the Falling Star Sect for revenge. Yixing bowed to the tortoise and said, "Tortoise, disciple is leaving." The tortoise nodded. Yixing had passed the astral realm's trial, which made the tortoise value him even more. The tortoise said, "Your martial arts inheritance is enough for you to cultivate to the limit of the astral reaching realm. Wait until you become an astral reaching realm venerable. Then you can enter the venerable realm's trial. Cultivate well." Through the star medallion, Yixing left the Star Palace and appeared outside the Falling Star Valley. He inspected the Falling Star Sect and found that there was no damage. There was also no bad news from the Star Crystal Mine. It had already been 2 months since Yixing returned from the Nine Sky City. The Falling Star Sect's disciples should arrive in 8 to 10 days. At that time, the Falling Star Sect would be considered to have been truly rebuilt. While waiting for the Falling Star Sect's disciples to return, Yixing didn't stay idle. He used a large amount of mid-grade star crystals to set up a small success level 3 spirit gathering formation, and then cultivated the upper-grade falling star incantation. A huge amount of star power was absorbed into Yixing's body. Yixing had become a 2-star sage, and his attainment in the upper-grade falling star incantation had increased extremely quickly. 3 days later, Yixing's upper-grade falling star incantation had reached the 7th layer, the highest realm. Then, Yixing converted his astral energy and continued to cultivate the supreme grade falling star incantation. The 7th layer of the upper grade falling star incantation had been converted into the 3rd layer of the supreme grade falling star incantation. Although it was a conversion of the same level, Yixing's astral energy had also increased by a level, increasing his strength once again. Ordinary 2-star sages didn't have high attainments in the upper-grade spirit realm martial arts inheritance. Among the 7 layers of the upper-grade falling star incantation, being able to reach the 3rd layer was already not bad. Those who could reach the 4th or 5th layer were geniuses. As for Yixing, he had the super brain to scan his body and correct any errors in his cultivation. It was better than being personally taught by a master. Naturally, his cultivation method inheritance was far superior to ordinary people. Even the most monstrous of geniuses couldn't compare to Yixing. In the 2-star sage realm, other martial artists' cultivation method inheritances were only at the 3rd or 4th layer of the upper-grade spirit realm. However, Yixing's cultivation method inheritance was at the 3rd layer of the supreme grade spirit realm. Cultivating for the same amount of time, Yixing had obtained much more star power than other martial artists. From this, it could be seen that Yixing's cultivation speed was much faster than other martial artists. Even geniuses with extremely high heavenly fate aptitudes couldn't compare to him. The only thing that could stop Yixing from advancing so quickly on the path of martial arts was that he was restricted by the heavenly fate. Yixing's heavenly fate was devoured from young master Watanabe. With a 3-star yellow fate, he could naturally cultivate to the 3-star sage realm. After that, although he could still cultivate, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced due to the restriction of the heavenly fate. Even if he could break through the restriction of the heavenly fate, he wouldn't be able to go too far. Now that I'm already a 2-star sage, I'll reach the limit of the 3-star yellow fate if I want to increase my cultivation speed. I have to continue devouring higher heavenly fates if I want to maintain my cultivation speed. Yixing thought to himself. On this day, Yixing put away the level 3 spirit gathering array. Cultivating in the astral realm was extremely difficult. Yixing's cultivation speed was much faster than other martial artists. It would take a long time for him to break through from the 2-star sage realm to the 3-star sage realm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the supreme grade falling star incantation. Yixing was preparing to cultivate the archery technique he got from Qijua's storage ring, the flame arrow incantation. The flame arrow incantation was an upper-grade spiritual martial art, which was 1 grade higher than the 4 symbols arrow incantation. Yixing's 4 symbols arrow incantation had already reached the transformation stage, which was the limit. If he wanted to reach a higher level in archery, he had to cultivate a more powerful archery technique. The flame arrow incantation was a must. Yixing's sky bow had a shooting range of at least 10 miles, which required a large space. The falling star sect wasn't suitable. Behind there was a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. There was a small basin that was less than 100 miles away from the falling star sect. It was a suitable place to practice archery. On this day, Yixing left the falling star sect and headed to the small basin behind the mountain. Yangba, who had been lurking outside the falling star sect and waiting for Yixing to leave, finally waited for the day that Yixing left the falling star sect. Little bastard, I thought you were hiding in the sect's formation and not coming out. Humph. You're finally willing to show up. Today, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. Yangba thought to himself. With the help of the mountain range, he followed Yixing from a distance. Yixing was very fast. If he was too close to the falling star sect would probably escape back into the falling star sect as soon as Yangba attacked. Therefore, Yangba followed from a distance and didn't rush forward. Instead, he wanted to wait until Yixing was far away from the falling star sect. When he was confident that he could kill Yixing before Yixing escaped back to he would come out. He had been waiting outside the falling star sect for a long time. He had enough patience and wasn't in a hurry. After Yixing left he didn't stop, and came to the small basin that was about 100 miles away from the back mountain. After arriving, Yixing didn't rush to make arrows. Instead, he turned around and shouted to a mountain in the distance. How long do you want to follow me sneakily? Come out. 7 or 8 miles away, on a big tree with lush branches and leaves, Yangba was shocked. He followed Yixing from a distance and thought that Yixing didn't know about it at all. Unexpectedly, Yixing had discovered him long ago. Although he was a little surprised that Yixing could discover him, Yixing was now alone. Yangba wasn't afraid of Yixing's conspiracy. Instead, he wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Yixing. Yangba jumped up from the big tree, and the astral wings appeared. He glided to the top of a mountain in front of Yixing. Yangba looked down at Yixing from above and said, "Little brat, your alertness is quite extraordinary. You can actually discover me following you. But so what? You won't be able to escape from my palm today." Yangba's eyes were fierce. He grabbed the air and squeezed hard as if Yixing was really in his palm. He wanted to crush Yixing into pieces. Yixing stared at Yangba from afar, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he said, "Only a 4-star yellow fate. Your fate is really trash, but it's still better than Watanabe Shin's. I'll reluctantly use it." Even though Yixing's fate was only a 2-star red fate, his black hole could devour the fate of others. As a result, Yixing stood at the peak of fate. Therefore, in Yixing's eyes, a 4-star yellow fate was only trash fate. Yixing had the ambition to become a king, a man who stood at the peak of the martial path in the star continent. His fate was at least a king's fate. According to his knowledge, fate was divided into 5 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, and azure. A red fate was an ordinary fate. An orange fate was a martial saint fate. A yellow fate was an enlightened master fate. A green fate was a venerable fate. A cyan fate was a king's fate. As for whether there were blue or purple fate beasts, Yixing had never heard of them, so he had no idea. In short, if he wanted to become a king, he needed a cyan fate. If it wasn't enough, the difficulty would increase greatly. Therefore, in Yixing's eyes, even a venerable fate was nothing. Only a king's fate was his goal. However, the path had to be taken one step at a time, and the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. The king's mandate was only his ultimate goal. Before reaching his ultimate goal, no matter what kind of mandate it was, as long as it was beneficial to him, he would devour it. A 4-star yellow fate was only 1 star higher than a 3-star yellow fate. Yixing didn't mind. Black May is over. I will work hard in June. The first day of June. I wish all my brothers and sisters a happy holiday. Guaranteed monthly votes. Can I cast one? Thank you. Chapter 424. Facing Yixing alone, Yangba thought that everything was under his control. However, he didn't know that Yixing had already seen him as a dead man, and wanted to devour his heaven's will. 4-star yellow fate trash? Yangba was instantly enraged. 4-star yellow fate. As long as one had a technique inheritance, they were destined to reach the 4th level of the astral realm and become a mid-level enlightened being. Even in the northern part of the Qingyan region, a 4-star yellow fate was a rare first-rate heavens will that was envied by thousands of martial artists. However, in Yixing's mouth, Yangba's 4-star yellow fate was trash. How could Yangba not be angry? Yangba snorted and said, "My 4-star yellow fate is a trash heaven's will. How high can yours be?" Heaven's will was closely related to one's bloodline. The stronger the descendant, the higher the heaven's will. The descendant of an honorable was at least a peak enlightened being with a high chance of reaching the honorable realm. On the other hand, the descendant of a martial saint could only reach the martial saint fate, not the enlightened being. Yixing was a martial artist from the southern part of the Qingyan region, and the highest heavens will in the history of the southern part of the Qingyan region was only a 4-star yellow fate. Similar to Yangba, Yangba didn't believe that Yixing's heavens will would surpass his. Therefore, even though Yixing had broken through to the enlightened being at such a young age, Yangba didn't have the right to mock his heaven's will as trash. This was because once Yixing's cultivation reached the limit of heaven's will, his cultivation speed would immediately slow down. His final achievement wouldn't be much higher than the limit of heaven's will. However, as soon as Yangba said this, before Yixing could reply, his expression froze, revealing a look of surprise. Yixing actually knew that he was a 4-star yellow fate, but he didn't know what heaven's will was for Yixing. Could it be that this brat can see the heaven's will of others? That's impossible. Yangba thought to himself. He couldn't believe this fact. He should have known about my heaven's will long ago. Yixing's expression was cold as he chuckled. My heaven's will is not high. In fact, it's very low. I was only a 2-star red will. 2-star red life? Hearing this, Yangba didn't laugh at Yixing. Instead, he was shocked. For Yixing to become a Taoist being at the astral dipper realm at the age of 18, in Yangba's opinion, Yixing's heaven's fate should be at least 3 stars or even 4 stars. A 2-star crimson life was too trashy. Based on talent, he could only cultivate to the 2nd level of the star tempering realm. Even among the most ordinary cultivators, he would be at the bottom. Although it was difficult to go against the will of the heavens, once a martial artist's cultivation reached the limit of the heavens, any further breakthroughs would be going against the will of the heavens. However, the heavens had the virtue of cherishing life. Everything had a thread of leeway. Although the heavens would restrict a cultivator's cultivation, it would not completely restrict them to death. If one was diligent enough and had great perseverance, one could still continue to make breakthroughs. Especially if one was lucky enough to obtain some peerless treasures, one could easily break through one's limits and take another step forward on the path of martial arts. In Yangba's opinion, it wasn't strange for a 2-star crimson life to cultivate to the 4th, 5th, or even 6th level. He had seen a 2-star yellow life martial artist become a 6-star Taoist being because of a great opportunity and great fortune. However, there was a limit to going against the will of the heavens and breaking through one's limits. Opportunities and fortune could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible for them to appear all the time. A 2-star crimson life was too far away from a Taoist being at the astral dipper realm. If Yixing could cultivate to the astral dipper realm with a 2-star crimson life talent because of his astrology, Yangba would be shocked. However, he would at least believe it a little. As for a Taoist being at the astral dipper realm, Yangba would never believe it. Yangba stared coldly at Yixing and said, "Kid, are you joking? A 2-star crimson life martial artist who became a Taoist being at the astral dipper realm at the age of 18? That's impossible." With that, Yangba chuckled and continued, "However, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether your heavenly fate is high or low. It will be buried with you. It doesn't matter at all." Yangba's body emitted a scorching aura. It was as if there were flames burning in his body. His body turned red and emitted a faint fiery glow. He raised his hand and an upper-grade spiritual saber appeared in his hand. The saber shone brightly and burned with a layer of flames. Yangba's gaze was like a sword and his killing intent soared. The blazing flame gloves instantly appeared on Yixing's hands. Facing Yangba's oppressive aura, his expression was normal. Yixing smiled and said, "Are you stupid or an idiot? Since I knew you were following me, I didn't come to the Falling Star sect. Instead, I came here. Why do you think I'll be the one to die? I purposely led you here. Don't tell me I can't kill you? Yang Ba's expression froze. His violent aura calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. However, Yang Ba was very confident in his strength. Although he was inferior to the sect master of the Tianluo sect, his strength was in the upper tier among the 5 celestial enlightened masters. Yi Xing had just broken through to the astral realm 2 months ago. Yang Ba was only wary of the Tiangang sect behind Yi Xing. He didn't put Yi Xing in his eyes. After a slight hesitation, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Ba's aura surged again, and his killing intent locked onto Yi Xing. Yang Ba sneered and said, "You want to kill me? Ha! You don't have any helpers now. What right do you have to kill me?" Yi Xing's aura instantly erupted. He released the cultivation of a 2 celestial enlightened master. However, the terrifying aura he released was not weaker than a 2 celestial enlightened master. Yang Ba raised his eyebrows and his heart skipped a beat. 2 months ago, Yi Xing had broken through to the astral realm at the Young Hero competition. Now he had broken through to the 2nd stage of the astral realm. This speed was too fast. Yi Xing's aura erupted. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a terrifying aura that could sweep through heaven and earth. His eyes locked onto Yang Ba and he said, "Let me tell you a secret. Although my destiny was only a 2 celestial red destiny, I can devour other people's destiny for my own use. Your 4 celestial yellow destiny might be trash, but I can only make do with it." Devour destiny? Yang Ba was shocked. How could there be such a heaven-defying ability? Boom. While Yang Ba was still in shock, Yi Xing used the flaming dipper fist and threw a punch at him. Yi Xing's physical strength was not weaker than a 4 celestial enlightened master. Coupled with the flaming dipper fist at the greater mastery stage, the power was terrifying. Even a 5 celestial enlightened master like Yang Ba was shocked. He immediately recovered from the shock of learning that he could devour destiny. Explosive Flame Saber Technique. Yang Ba's Explosive Flame Saber Technique was also at the greater mastery stage. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high. When he swung his saber, flames shot out and the power was shocking. Boom. The flaming dipper fist and the flaming dipper saber collided. The shockwave was monstrous, and the sound was deafening. Amidst the explosion, Yi Xing's body shook slightly. However, he did not retreat half a step. His strong physical body allowed him to withstand the impact of the powerful force. Yang Ba's body shook slightly as well. His eyes were filled with shock again. Yi Xing was only a 2 celestial enlightened master, but he was able to unleash strength that was on par with him. This was unbelievable. Explosive Flame Slash. Yang Ba shouted and immediately used his ultimate move. The power was multiplied as he continued to swing his saber at Yi Xing, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing relied on his strong physical body to counter Yang Ba's attack. He also used his ultimate move. Their attacks collided again. The shockwave was like a tidal wave that rushed in all directions. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Trees were blown away. A layer of the earth was shaved off by the violent energy. This time, Yi Xing only took a step back. He was slightly at a disadvantage. However, his strong physical body was able to withstand the impact of his opponent's strength. He was unharmed. On the other hand, although Yang Ba had suppressed Yi Xing with his saber, he took a deep breath. He did not seem to be in a good condition. Whoosh. Yang Ba immediately used his astrology. Superior astrology, Earth Fire Star. Yi Xing also used the fire astrology. It was one of the top advanced astrology. It was not weak. Boom. 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 With the help of the fire astrology, Yi Xing became more and more courageous as he fought. He turned around the slight disadvantage and was almost on par with Yang Ba. Originally, Yi Xing's strength was far from Yang Ba's. However, his strong physical body made up for this shortcoming. Moreover, with Yi Xing's super brain scanning, he could always predict the opponent's moves. Although Yang Ba was a 5 celestial enlightened master, he did not have the upper hand when fighting with Yi Xing, who was a 2 celestial enlightened master. Fist auras danced in the air and saber auras crisscrossed. They kept colliding with each other, making explosive sounds. The speed was so fast that it was endless. Yi Xing and Yang Ba soon exchanged 50 moves. Yang Ba's face was full of anger. It was a disgrace to fight a two celestial enlightened master to a draw. After 50 moves, Yang Ba suddenly roared. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectation. It has shocked me. However, you still have to die. Along with Yang Ba's voice, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Yi Xing was stunned. Whoosh! A ray of dark starlight flew out. Yi Xing decisively used the black hole astrology. Darkness instantly shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, Yi Xing used the momentum of wind, the heavenly bat steps, and the azure cloud wings. He used all the methods that could increase his speed and shot to the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two shadows flashed across the void in the darkness. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. The place where Yi Xing was standing just now had a turbulent airwave. A hole with a radius of 100 meters was blasted open in the ground. The explosive energy was like a sharp blade that cut in all directions. It shrouded a radius of a few miles and crushed everything into pieces. It was a forbidden weapon. It was a forbidden weapon that could kill a mid-level enlightened master. Even a 6th celestial enlightened master would not be able to withstand it. If they were to fight it head-on, they would be severely injured. A 4 celestial enlightened master and a 5 celestial enlightened master would definitely be killed instantly. Unfortunately, Yang Ba had underestimated Yi Xing's reaction and speed. He had also underestimated Yi Xing's speed. Suddenly, the surroundings were pitch black. Yang Ba was shocked. However, at the same time, he was also delighted. He should be blown to pieces now, Yang Ba thought to himself. He did not see Yi Xing dodging in the dark world. Whoosh! At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly shot from afar. Sunfire Spear Art, Sunchaser. Looking for a guaranteed ticket in June. Chapter 425. This spear shot out like a beam of sunlight. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to react. Even though Yang Ba was a 5-star true master, he was still shocked. That dazzling white light contained a scorching and terrifying aura, causing his hairs to stand on end as he felt a deep sense of impending death. Exploding flame cut. Yang Ba shouted out loud, and immediately used the exploding flame saber art's peerless killing move. His strength erupted to the limit as he ruthlessly chopped down at the dazzling white light. However, compared to the speed of Yi Xing's spear, Yang Ba's exploding flame cut was far too slow. The terrifying astral saber had just condensed when the black dragon's spear brought with it the terrifying power of flames, ruthlessly piercing through. The astral saber collapsed, splashing everywhere. The black dragon spear's momentum didn't decrease. It shot forwards. The spear point flashed like a beam of light, instantly piercing into Yang Ba's throat. It entered from the front and exited from the back. Puff! Yi Xing instantly withdrew his spear and drew back. An arrow of blood shot out from Yang Ba's throat. Yang Ba covered his throat with both hands, unable to stop the blood from gushing out. He opened his mouth but no words came out. His eyes were filled with panic and unwillingness. After experiencing Yi Xing's terrifying combat strength, Yang Ba already understood that the East supporting sect's destruction wasn't because the Big Dipper sect had helped them from behind, but because Yi Xing had such strength himself. Now Yi Xing could even kill a 5-star true master. Yang Ba had a premonition that the Sun Moon sect's calamity wasn't far off. In just several breaths of time, Yang Ba collapsed to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died, unable to rest in peace. Yi Xing arrived beside Yang Ba. His gaze locked onto the destiny flame in Yang Ba's mind. This was a yellow flame with 4 clusters of flames. Destiny Swallow. In the skies above, the black hole rapidly spun. The destiny flame in Yang Ba's mind was soon extinguished. But the destiny flame in Yi Xing's mind grew another cluster of flames, rising to a 4-star yellow fate. Yi Xing's cultivation was about to reach the limit of heaven's mandate, so an increase of 1 star could be considered a relief. However, a mere 4-star heaven's mandate wasn't a long-term solution. With Yi Xing's cultivation speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the limit of the heaven's mandate. Once the disciples of the falling star sect settle down, I'll have to go out and train. That way, I'll have a chance to encounter a higher level of heaven's will. Yixing thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, the star fire flew out and burned Yangba's body to ashes. Yixing had set up alarm formations dozens of miles away from the basin. If someone came, Yixing would know when they were dozens of miles away from the basin. To train in archery, Yixing had to use the Sagittarius constellation. Under the Sagittarius constellation's star power, the results would be twice the result with half the effort. The Sagittarius constellation wasn't a physical object, but an illusory aura. When it reached a certain distance, it couldn't be sensed or seen. Yixing had set up alarm formations dozens of miles away, so he could boldly use the Sagittarius constellation without worrying about being seen by others. If a cultivator came and couldn't sense the Sagittarius constellation's star power, they would be discovered by Yixing first. Regardless of whether it was Yixing's Heart's 4 transformations attainments in archery, the star power of the Sagittarius constellation, or the power of fire from the minute subtlety realm, they were all beneficial to the cultivation of the blazing arrow art, resulting in twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, Yixing's attainments in the blazing arrow art had increased by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, Yixing's blazing arrow art had reached the minor completion stage. Yixing was overjoyed. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate the blazing arrow art to the great completion stage. With the help of the fire aura, its power would be even stronger than the 4 symbols arrow art at the perfection stage. The place where Yixing practiced archery was nearly 100 miles away from the falling star sect. At this moment, Yixing didn't know that there were a few uninvited guests outside the falling star sect. 4 black-robed cultivators were hiding in the shadows outside the falling star sect's formation, observing. The 4 of them had high cultivation. The leader was a 5-star sage, and the other 3 were 4-star sage. There were very few 4-star sage in the southern part of the Qingyan region. Obviously, these 4 people had come to the falling star sect for some purpose. There were 7 blood-red swords tattooed on the sleeves of the 4 black-robed cultivators. No one in the Qingyan region knew what these 7 blood-red swords meant. Even most of the true Xian domain's martial artists didn't understand. But if the important figures of the 9 upper sects saw it, they would be shocked. They knew the meaning of the 7 blood-red swords. Each blood-red sword represented slaughter. The 7 swords meant 7 kills. They represented a top 1-star force in the Qingyu region, the 7 Kill Alliance. The 7 Kill Alliance was not a sect, but an assassin organization. But it was enough to make all the 1-star sects tremble in fear. The Qingyu region was one of the 36 upper regions in the East Divine Continent. It was ruled by the Qingyu Empire, a 2-star force. There were many 1-star forces in the Qingyu region. Some of them were not weaker than the 9 upper sects of the true Xian domain. Some were even stronger. But they were all subjects of the Qingyu Empire, and obeyed the orders of the Qingyu Empire. The 7 Kill Alliance was an assassin organization. It hid in the dark. Unlike the sects on the surface, they didn't listen to the orders of the Qingyu Empire. Moreover, the 7 Kill Alliance dared to assassinate the imperial family of the Qingyu Empire. The 7 Kill Alliance was the target of the Qingyu Empire. The 7 Kill Alliance was always in danger of being eradicated by the imperial family of the Qingyu Empire. But it still existed in the territory of the Qingyu Empire, and developed for more than 1,000 years. From this, it could be seen that the 7 Kill Alliance was indeed extraordinary. Although the true Xian domain was close to the Qingyu region, the area of a region was too vast. The 7 Kill Alliance's sphere of influence had always been in the Qingyu region. They rarely did business outside the Qingyu region. But when there was business, the 7 Kill Alliance naturally wouldn't reject it. The reward for assassinating a target outside the Qingyu region would be higher. It would be 2 to 3 times the normal price. Yixing had broken through to the astral realm during the Young Hero Assembly. He was a 1-star sage, but his strength was almost invincible among the 3-star sages. He could be considered a 3-star sage. Young geniuses had amazing potential. When the 7 Kill Alliance wanted to assassinate young geniuses with great potential, they would raise the price by 1 level. In other words, Yixing had the strength of a 3-star sage, but the 7-kill alliance treated him as a 4-star sage and wanted to assassinate him as a 4-star sage. The true Xian domain was very far from the Green Feather region. The Green Cloud region where Yixing was located was a remote region of the true Xian domain. It was even further away from the true Xian domain. The 7-kill alliance accepted Shi Daoyan's assassination mission, at 3 times the price of assassinating a 4-star venerable. Because the distance was too far, the assassins sent out didn't have any backup. Therefore, the 7-kill alliance raised the price of the assassination by another level. According to the standard of assassinating a 5-star sage, they sent out 1 5-star sage and 3 4-star sage to assassinate Yixing outside Thana Hidden Place. A 4-star sage assassin said, "He's just a martial artist from an inferior 1-star sect. We'll forcefully break through the array, find Yixing, kill him, and then leave." The 5-star sage assassin stared coldly at the 4-star sage and said, "You idiot. I've told you to study array formations. It seems like you didn't study it at all. The array formation in front of us is a level 3 array formation with initial success. If you want to forcefully break through it, you're simply courting death. Even a 6-star sage wouldn't be able to break through it." An inferior 1-star sect actually has a level 3 array master. The 4-star sage who spoke earlier said in surprise, "Then what should we do? Are we supposed to wait outside and see when Yixing comes out?" A 4-star sage beside him said, "If Yixing doesn't come out, are we supposed to keep waiting? Moreover, it's still unknown whether Yixing is in the sect or not. If we blindly wait here, we'll be too lucky. Our mission is to kill Yixing. We can't fail. We're not here to try our luck." The last 4-star sage said, "If we knew that the defensive array of this inferior 1-star sect was a level 3 array formation with initial success, we would have sent a level 3 array master. Now we're in a difficult situation." The 5-star sage said, "Let's investigate this sect first." The 4 of them left in the shadows. They came and went without a trace. The situation of the Falling Star sect was easy to investigate. The 4 7-kill alliance assassins soon found out that the Falling Star sect had been annihilated a few months ago. Then there was a stronghold in the star crystal mine of the Azure Cloud Mountain. A sect stronghold will definitely not be protected by a minor success level 3 formation like a sect. Why don't we attack that stronghold and lure the snake out of its hole? Once Yixing is there, we can kill him. A 4-star sage suggested. The 5-star sage nodded in agreement. "Okay, we'll go there and you'll attack. The 3 of us will hide in the dark in case Yixing sees that we outnumber him and becomes timid and doesn't dare to show up." A pair of black wings appeared behind each of the 4 sages. It was a middle-grade flying spirit tool. They flew toward the Azure Cloud Mountain at the speed of light. At noon, Yixing, who was practicing the fiery arrow art, suddenly received a message from Gu Tianshang on his communication bead. A 4-star sage was attacking the array formation outside the star crystal mine. Outside the mine, Yixing had set up a level 3 array formation with initial success, the Yinyang Golden Light Array. The 4-star sage's attack couldn't break it at all. Yixing wasn't worried that something would happen to the mine. However, since a 4-star sage was invading the mine, Yixing naturally had to go and check it out. The Azure Cloud wings appeared behind Yixing's back. Yixing's speed exploded and he flashed into the sky. In a flash, he was already 10 miles away. Yixing's astral energy was cultivated from the black star falling art. It could unleash the speed of the Azure Cloud wings, which was more than twice as fast as a middle-grade flying spirit tool. In just a little over 2 hours, Yixing arrived at the Azure Cloud mountain range, not far from the star crystal mine. When he was dozens of miles away from the mine, Yixing looked into the distance and saw the 4-star sage attacking the array formation. Every time the 4-star sage attacked, a layer of golden light would appear outside the mine. The defensive power was so strong that the 4-star sage's attack couldn't shake it at all. Yixing put away the Azure Cloud wings and switched to the black feathered wings. He lowered his altitude and continued forward under the cover of the mountain peak. Chapter 426. Since the 4-star perfected person couldn't break the array formation, Yixing wasn't in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, he slowed down and used the mountain peaks as cover to advance stealthily. The Dongfu sect had been massacred by Yi Xing, and the 4-star perfected person, Watanabe Xiong, had lost his life. Everyone in the Qingyun region knew about this. Yi Xing was certain that the 4-star perfected person attacking the Yinyang Golden Light Array wasn't a martial artist from the Qingyun region. It was very strange that someone who wasn't a martial artist from the Qingyun region would attack the array formation outside the star crystal mine. What was even stranger was that the 4-star perfected person obviously couldn't break the Yinyang Golden Light Array. Logically speaking, he should have given up long ago. However, it had been more than 2 hours since Yi Xing had received Gu Tianshang's message and rushed over. The 4-star perfected person was still attacking the Yinyang Golden Light Array. This was too abnormal. Even if the 4-star perfected person had willpower, he shouldn't have used it in this aspect. Yi Xing didn't think that the 4-star perfected person was an idiot. He definitely had his reasons for doing so. Yi Xing was certain that the 4-star perfected person's goal wasn't to break the array formation, but for another reason. What would happen if the 4-star perfected person kept attacking the array formation? Yi Xing's mind was filled with thoughts. Very quickly, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought to himself, the result is me rushing over to the star crystal mine. Could the 4-star perfected person be attacking the array formation of the star crystal mine to lure me over? The more Yi Xing thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Furthermore, Yi Xing's thoughts changed and he started to speculate about the origins of the 4-star perfected person. Since he wasn't a martial artist from the Qingyun region, where did he come from? Yi Xing only had 2 sects in the true Xian region that could be considered enemies. One was the Earth Fiend sect, and the other was the Fire Cloud sect. The enmity with the Earth Fiend sect was because Yi Xing had killed the genius disciple of the Earth Fiend sect, Shi Wenxia, during the Young Hero Assembly. There were 2 reasons for his feud with the Fire Cloud sect. Firstly, there was a conflict between Yi Xing and the Fire Cloud sect disciples, Shui Yan and Yin Lin. Secondly, there was a conflict between Yi Xing and the Fire Cloud sect's Yun Tianhao at the White Bone Auction House over Lin Tongyu. This resulted in Yun Tianhao sending 2 4-star perfected persons to pursue Yi Xing. The 2 4-stars perfected persons that were pursuing Yi Xing were killed by He Biao. As for Wu Yu, he took responsibility for killing the 2 4-stars perfected persons. Furthermore, he promised Yi Xing that he would take care of the Fire Cloud sect. Yi Xing obviously believed Wu Yu's guarantee. Therefore, the Fire Cloud sect could be eliminated. Previously, Yun Tianhao had sent 2 4-star perfected persons to pursue Yi Xing, but both of them had died. It was impossible for the Fire Cloud sect to send another 4-star perfected persons to deal with him. It was illogical. If the 4-star perfected persons attacking the Duality Golden Array was an Earth Fiend sect warrior, Yi Xing would have his suspicions. If Wu Yu could even take care of the Fire Cloud sect, how could he not take care of the Earth Fiend sect? The Earth Fiend sect probably did not have the guts to go against Wu Yu. However, if this 4-star perfected persons did not come from the Fire Cloud sect or the Earth Fiend sect, where did they come from? Yi Xing could not think of any other enemy. He would occasionally think of the White Bone sect. The White Bone sect was a powerful sect that was on par with the Heavenly Dipper sect. However, the relationship between Yi Xing and the White Bone sect was at most not very good. There was no enmity between them. There was no reason for the White Bone sect to take the risk of becoming enemies with Wu Yu to deal with Yi Xing, who had no enmity with them. Therefore, Yi Xing could not figure out the 4-star perfected person's origins. The 4-star perfected persons were assassins from the 7 Kill Alliance, and the 7 Kill Alliance was an assassin organization in the Qingyu region. Yi Xing did not know, so he naturally could not figure it out. I don't care. Once I capture you alive, I'll be able to interrogate you about your origins. Yi Xing thought to himself, it's very easy to find out about me in the Qingyun region. Everyone knows what happened to the Dongfu sect. This 4-star perfected persons deliberately attacked me to lure me to the astral crystal mine. Clearly, he has something to rely on. Perhaps he has helpers. Yi Xing looked into the distance, saw through things, and scanned with his super brain as he searched. When Yi Xing was only about 10 kilometers away from the astral crystal mine, he discovered the other 3 perfected persons hiding in ambush. It was a shadowy area with dense trees. There was not enough light to begin with, and the three perfected persons were dressed in black robes that blended into the darkness. Even if he scanned the area, he would not be able to discover them. However, under Yi Xing's super brain scan, the three of them were clearly visible. The three of them were lying in ambush. Only one 4-star perfected persons was attacking the Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation, which attracted Yi Xing's attention. The three of them secretly attacked. Even if their target was a 4-star perfected persons, with their assassination skills, they could kill him instantly. However, they did not expect that Yi Xing would not charge at them recklessly just because the astral crystal mine was under attack. Instead, he calmly approached them and discovered them first. This did not mean that the three perfected persons were not good at hiding as assassins. In fact, even a 4-star perfected persons would not be able to discover them if they searched carefully. However, their opponent was Yi Xing. Under the super brain scan, hiding was futile. Even if the three of them hid very well, even if they were buried in the soil and could not be seen, they could not escape Yi Xing's super brain scan. I see. 1 4-star perfected persons and 3 4-star perfected persons. What a powerful team. If I fly over and get ambushed by the three of them, I might actually be killed. Unfortunately, under the super brain scan, you have nowhere to hide. Since you want to ambush me, then have a taste of my ambush. Yi Xing snorted coldly in his heart. He used the power of darkness, and his entire body was shrouded in a dark aura. He blended into the shadows of the mountain, and his camouflage was even better than the assassins. Not long after, Yi Xing arrived at a mountain opposite the mountain where the three adepts were hiding. He was only 4 to 5 li away from the three adepts. Yi Xing's effective shooting range was more than 10 kilometers. He could reach them in the blink of an eye. 4 to 5 kilometers could be shot in less than half a blink of an eye. At such a close distance, Yi Xing believed that the three of them would not be able to react in time. Yi Xing drew the bowstring. He did not use his astrology to avoid alerting them, but he used 3 different powers of heaven and earth. The power of wind increased the arrow's speed. The power of fire increased the arrow's power. The power of darkness concealed the arrow's aura. Before it was shot, it was difficult to sense it. The tip of the arrow was aimed at the 4-star perfected persons. Yi Xing said in his heart, "Have a taste of my ambush." Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xing released the bowstring. The arrow shot out and turned into a giant azure dragon. Azure dragon arrow style, a dragon's roar sounded. The azure dragon rushed across several kilometers and pounced at the 3 perfected persons' hiding place. In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bowstring and turned into an azure dragon. It flew across several kilometers in less than half a blink of an eye. When the arrow left the bowstring, the 3 perfected persons felt the sharp aura of the arrow. Their hearts trembled. Before they could defend themselves, they were hit by the azure dragon's shadow. The 2 4-star perfected persons were fine. They were only hit by the azure dragon's shadow, and did not receive any substantial damage. However, the 4-star perfected persons was hit by the arrow. The purple gold arrow instantly shot into the chest of the 4-star perfected persons. A terrifying power exploded in his body, shattering his meridians and organs. The 4-star perfected persons wanted to activate their astral defense. However, before they could activate their astral defense, the arrow had already pierced through his chest. The intense pain caused the astral defense to dissipate. Whoosh! The body of the 4-star perfected persons was pushed back several dozen meters by the arrow. Then, he was nailed to a large tree that was thicker than an adult's body. If the 4-star perfected persons were prepared, he could easily deflect the arrow with his strength. However, as he was ambushed, he could not react in time. His body was hit by the arrow, and he suffered a fatal injury. He was nailed to the tree trunk and let out a miserable cry. As his injuries were too severe, he could not activate the astral defense in his body. His body was nailed to the tree trunk by the arrow, and he could not move. This sudden change frightened the 2 4-star perfected persons. Even the 4-star perfected persons who attacked the Yin-Yang Golden Light Formation was shocked by the 4-star perfected person's miserable cry. The 4-star perfected persons who attacked the formation shouted, "What's going on?" Whoosh! What answered him was an arrow that was as fast as light. It was like a white tiger pouncing on empty air. The 4-star perfected persons were horrified. In a flash, he moved more than 1,000 meters to dodge the arrow. However, the arrow turned in the air and chased after him in an instant. The 4-star perfected person's movement techniques were very good. In the blink of an eye, they changed directions 4 times. However, the arrow also changed directions 4 times in a row in the void, and was still aimed at the 4-star perfected person's body. The 4-star perfected persons could not escape. In a hurry, they turned around and punched the arrow. Yixing shot the arrow with all his strength. Even if he did not use his astrology, it was not something a 4-star perfected persons could resist. Moreover, this was just a hasty attack from a 4-star perfected persons. The astral fist exploded. The arrow flashed past and pierced through the 4-star perfected person's throat. The 4-star perfected persons died before they could even scream. At this moment, the 2 4-star perfected persons who were hiding in the forest rushed out like frightened birds. They could no longer care about the severely injured 4-star perfected persons who were nailed to the tree trunk. They flapped their black wings and quickly fled into the distance. Yixing did not move from his original position. He drew his bow again and shot another arrow. Yixing's shooting range was more than 10 miles. The opponents could not escape from his grasp. 2 arrows were shot consecutively. The 2 4-star perfected persons who were fleeing were like wild geese that were shot. They immediately fell from the sky and lost their lives. The 3 4-star perfected persons were all killed. Only the 4-star perfected persons was left. He was severely injured and nailed to the tree trunk, unable to move. Whoosh! Yixing flew across the sky and quickly landed in front of the 4-star perfected persons. He looked at them coldly and said, "Who are you? Who sent you to kill me? Tell me and I will give you a quick death." The 4-star perfected persons looked at Yixing. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He said, "I did not expect that the target of this assassination is more like an assassin than us. I really did not expect this." As he spoke, black blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. His body twitched. He had consumed poison and died. Chapter 427. Catch up on the 9th update. The 7-Kill League was able to survive in the Qingyu region for more than 1,000 years, because they had a strict system. No assassin was allowed to leak any information about the 7-Kill League. Every assassin had a pill in their mouth that contained deadly poison. If they were captured alive, they would bite the pill and take the poison to kill themselves. As a result, no one was able to obtain information about the 7-Kill League, and no one knew where the headquarters of the 7-Kill League was. This was the reason why the 7-Kill League was able to survive. The assassin's suicide by taking poison was out of Yixing's expectations. Yixing sighed helplessly. If he had known earlier, he would not have asked. Instead, he would have sealed the assassin's acupoints so that he could not move. Then he would not have needed to ask. Yixing used his eye of clear cloud and used his mind power to forcefully penetrate the assassin's mind to search for information. Although this would destroy the assassin's mind, and the information obtained would not be complete, it was still better than not getting anything at all. Yixing moved the corpses of the 4 perfected persons together. Naturally, Yixing noticed that there were 7 small blood-red swords on their sleeves. The 4 of them have 7 small blood-red swords on their sleeves. This should be a clue. Perhaps it represents their identities. The 4 of them each have a medium-grade flying spiritual weapon. A medium-grade flying spiritual weapon is worth at least 20,000 medium-grade star crystals. None of the medium-grade perfected persons from the 9 upper sects have a medium-grade flying spiritual weapon. Could it be that the 4 of them are not martial artists from the true Xian domain? Yixing frowned slightly and was surprised. The 4 perfected persons were most likely not martial artists from the true Xian domain. However, Yixing had never left the true Xian domain. Even when he left the Qingyun region, he had only gone to the 9 Heavens City once. There was no way that he could have offended martial artists from outside the true Xian domain. If they are martial artists from outside the true Xian domain, they might be assassins hired by someone to kill me. That's right. The 5-star perfected persons said that they were more like assassins than us. It seems that they are indeed assassins. This makes sense. Someone wants me dead, but they don't dare to openly go against Wu Yu. Therefore, they invited assassins from outside the true Xian region to kill me. If I was killed, Wu Yu would only be able to find the assassins from other regions. Although Wu Yu has a very high position in the true Xian domain, he doesn't have much of a deterrent force in other regions. It would be difficult for him to find the real culprit behind my death. If someone hired an assassin to kill me, be it the Earth Fiend sect or the Fire Cloud sect, they are all suspects. Yixing's superbrain was powerful, and it worked very quickly. He thought about it carefully and figured out what had happened. Yixing collected the 4 Enlightened Masters' mid-grade storage rings and mid-grade air transportation spiritual tools. Then he waved his hand, sending out starfire that enveloped the 4 corpses and set them ablaze. Looking at the 4 burning corpses, Yixing's eyes narrowed and glowed. He murmured, "Hired assassins to take my life? One day, I will get to the bottom of this. No matter who the real culprit is, you are all dead." Soon, the 4 corpses turned into ashes. Yixing entered the star crystal mine and met Gu Tianshang. After Yixing destroyed the Dongfu sect, Hua Tianfeng and Lin Tongyu led some martial artists back to the Falling Star sect. Gu Tianshang continued to guard the star crystal mine. Yixing told Gu Tianshang about the 4 enlightened masters he had just killed. He had already guessed their origins, and Gu Tianshang was shocked. He couldn't believe that Yixing had just returned, and now, even a 5-star enlightened master had died in Yixing's hands. Of course, Gu Tianshang was more worried about the origins of these assassins. Gu Tianshang said, "I don't know about the outside world, but the true Xian domain doesn't have such a powerful assassin organization that could send 4 mid-grade enlightened masters to kill you. Moreover, each of them has a mid-grade flying spiritual artifact. They must be martial artists from other regions. The star continent is very big, and there are many experts in the outside world. There are even venerables and kings. Yixing, when you encounter something, you have to be cautious. When the star crystal lode was attacked, you didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, you calmly approached and ambushed those assassins. This is the function of being cautious. You have to be careful at all times." Yixing nodded and said, "I will. Elder Gu, how is the mining of the star crystal mine going?" Gu Tianshang said, "We are almost done. We have finished mining the low-grade astral crystals. We have a total of 23 million astral crystals. The middle-grade astral crystals should be finished in 3 to 5 days. We have a total of 1 million astral crystals." Yixing said, "I will practice my archery in the next few days near the star crystal mine. When the mining is finished, everyone will return to the sect. I will destroy this place so that no one will find out." In the next few days, Gu Tianshang sped up the mining process, traveling day and night. Outside the star crystal mine was the Azure Cloud Mountain range. There were many open areas, which were suitable for Yixing to practice his exterminating flame archery. 3 days passed in a hurry. When the mining of mid-grade star crystal mine was finally finished, Yixing's exterminating flame archery improved by leaps and bounds. Yixing obtained 5 mid-grade storage rings from Yangba and the 4 assassins. The storage space of a mid-grade storage ring was about 10 times larger than that of a low-grade storage ring. No matter what grade of star crystal it was, its volume was the same. A low-grade storage ring could store about 200,000, while a mid-grade storage ring could store about 2 million. Yixing had a total of 7 mid-grade storage rings. One was the Falling Star Sect Master's Ring, one was from Gu Feiyang, and the other 5 were from Yangba and the 4 assassins. The millions of medium-grade star crystals that Yixing had extracted were stored in the medium-grade storage ring that he had used to store the medium-grade star crystals. The other 6 medium-grade storage rings contained 12 million low-grade star crystals. Yixing had a lot of low-grade storage rings, about a dozen of them. He organized his belongings into a few low-grade storage rings and put the rest of them into low-grade star crystals, which added up to 6 million low-grade star crystals. There were still millions of low-grade star crystals left, which could not be stored. They could only continue to be stored in the underground treasury of this stronghold. After all, there were formations protecting it. Yixing set up a large number of self-destructing formations in the depths of the star crystal mine, destroying the mine. Then, led by Yixing, all the people in the stronghold returned to the Falling Stars sect on the silver-winged demonic condors and 2 red flame-flying lions. After Yixing rebuilt the sect, although Hua Tianfeng and Lin Tongyu led some cultivators back to there were very few of them. The place was very big, so it always seemed cold and cheerless. Now that everyone in the star crystal mine had returned, the place was livelier. However, it still could not be compared to before. After returning to the sect, Yixing received another piece of good news. The group of Falling Star sect disciples had already entered the Falling Star Nation and would reach the Falling Star sect the next day. The next day, Wu Mingyi led close to 200 Falling Star sect disciples to the Falling Star sect. There were also 2 3-star venerables from the Tianluo sect. Yixing opened the formation door and led everyone to the foot of the mountain to receive the group. These disciples were the elites of the Falling Star sect. Many of them were high-grade martial sages and would become marquises in the future. If they were lucky, some of them might even become venerables. After sending the Falling Star sect disciples to the sect, Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji rested for a while before bidding farewell to Yixing. They had not returned to the sect yet. Although they had been escorting the disciples of the Falling Star sect for almost 3 months, the 2 of them were in a good mood. Firstly, they had improved their relationship with the Falling Star sect. Secondly, they had traveled together with Wu Mingyi. They were both enlightened masters, so they had little to talk about with the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Over time, they became friends. The Tianluo sect was a powerful force in the Qingyun district, but it was not worth mentioning in front of the Tiangang sect. No one in the sect was related to the Tiangang sect. Now, Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji had become friends with Wu Mingyi. This was great news for the Tianluo sect and for themselves. At least, their status in the Tianluo sect would change greatly. Even 4-star venerables might not be as important as them. In the future, their words would have a lot of weight in the sect. That night, Yixing and Wu Mingyi had a drink to thank Wu Mingyi for escorting them. After 30 minutes of drinking, Yixing asked Wu Mingyi, "Brother Wu, there was a man wearing a black robe with 7 blood-red swords embroidered on his sleeves. Do you know where he came from?" Wu Mingyi was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Why do you ask, Lord Yi? Have you met him before?" Yixing nodded and told Wu Mingyi about how he killed the 4 assassins. Wu Mingyi sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Young Master Yi, this is incredible. This is big trouble. There are 7 small blood-red swords on his sleeves. This is the symbol of the 7 Kill Alliance, an assassin organization in the Green Feather region." Yixing raised his eyebrows. "Qingyu District's 7 Kill Alliance?" Wu Mingyi nodded. "That's right. The 7 Kill Alliance is one of the top assassins in the 1-star forces. Any 1-star sect is wary of them. Most of the cultivators they've assassinated were Astral Realm cultivators. They've even assassinated half-step Honorable Realm experts." So powerful? Yixing was stunned. This assassin organization was much more powerful than he had imagined. Wu Mingyi said, "The Qingyu district is ruled by the Qingyu Empire. Even the Qingyu Empire wants to eliminate the 7 Kill Alliance, but the 7 Kill Alliance still exists. Of course they are powerful. Even the imperial family of the Qingyu Empire was assassinated by the 7 Kill Alliance." Although Yixing was surprised by the strength of the 7 Kill Alliance, he was not afraid. Soon his expression returned to normal and he said indifferently, "They failed the first time and the assassins they sent were all killed. Will the assassination be stopped, or will there be a second time?" Wu Mingyi said, "The 7 Kill Alliance can survive for a long time because they are strong, secretive, and trustworthy. They will definitely complete the mission they accept. Even if they fail the first time, there will be a second and third time. They will only give up if they fail all 3 times and return the reward to the customer. Therefore, whether it is to avenge the assassins who failed the first time, to maintain the reputation of the 7 Kill Alliance, or for the success of their business, they will definitely do it again." End of 4th update. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes? Chapter 428. Since this matter involved the 7-Kill Alliance, Wu Mingyi couldn't help but feel uneasy. The 7-Kill Alliance had sent a 5 Celestial Enlightened Master the first time. If they were to send a second time, they would send at least a 6 Celestial Enlightened Master. Since the Green Cloud region was far away from the 7-Kill Alliance's territory, they might send a 7th stage Astral Realm Cultivator just to be safe. Wu Mingyi was a 6 Celestial Enlightened Master. If the 7-Kill Alliance sent 2 6 Celestial Enlightened Masters, it would be difficult for him to deal with them, let alone a 7th stage Astral Realm Cultivator. Therefore, Wu Mingyi immediately sent someone to invite the Heavenly Luosec's 3-star Enlightened Master, Xiang Hongye, to the 9 Heavens City to inform Wu Yu. Only the arrival of Wu Yu could ensure the safety of Yixing and the Falling Star Sect. Yixing planned to go out and train after the Falling Star Sect's disciples returned. With the threat of the 7-Kill Alliance, Yixing was worried about the sect's safety, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. The 7-Kill Alliance is powerful. If I go out and train, I will have to hide my whereabouts. If the 7-Kill Alliance's assassins don't get any news of me, they will definitely think that I'm in the sect. Therefore, I must protect the Falling Star Sect. I have to comprehend all of Venerable Azure Cloud's array knowledge and become a 3rd grade array Grandmaster. Once I've completed the 3rd grade array formation outside, even if Venerable Master comes, he won't be able to do anything to the Falling Star Sect. Yixing thought to himself. Every day, Yixing practiced the blazing arrow art and comprehended the array Tao. Of course, he didn't stop cultivating. When Xiang Hongye went to the 9 Heavens City, Yixing gave him a large amount of astral crystals and asked him to buy pills suitable for Celestial Vortex Realm cultivators to increase the strength of the Falling Star Sect's disciples. Moreover, the Falling Star Sect was the only sect left in the southern region of the Green Cloud region. The Falling Star Sect was recruiting talented disciples in the southern region to strengthen the Falling Star Sect's younger generation. A few days after Xiang Hongye left, another guest came to the Falling Star Sect. The genius disciple of the Golden Sword Sect, Mu Xiaoyue, had arrived at the Falling Star Sect. Accompanying him was a 6-star enlightened being of the Golden Sword Sect, Mu Qiuheng. Mu Xiaoyue had lost to Yixing at the Young Hero Assembly, but he was not convinced. He had said that he would fight with Yixing again in 3 months. Yixing didn't take this 3-month agreement to heart, but Mu Xiaoyue did. He wanted to defeat Yixing and prove to all the martial artists in the True Xian domain that he, Mu Xiaoyue, was the #1 genius of the True Xian domain, and the #1 of the younger generation in the True Xian domain. Yixing, come out and fight me. Come out and fight me. Fight me. Mu Xiaoyue stood outside the Falling Star Sect and channeled his astral energy. He let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Yixing was in the middle of comprehending the formation in the sect. Hearing this, his eyes widened and he stood up. It had been more than 3 months since the Young Hero Assembly ended. Since Mu Xiaoyue had come to fulfill the 3-month agreement, he must be stronger than he was 3 months ago. Yixing guessed that Mu Xiaoyue had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Astral Star Realm. Therefore, his voice was filled with confidence, as if he was certain that he would win. Yixing quickly arrived at the mountain gate. The other martial artists of the Falling Star Sect had also heard Mu Xiaoyue's voice and rushed to the Falling Star Peak. Yixing opened the formation door and let Mu Xiaoyue and Mu Qiuheng in. Mu Xiaoyue flapped his wings and flew to the center of the square in front of the Falling Star Hall. His eyes were like swords as they swept towards Yixing. Mu Xiaoyue released his cultivation and yelled, "Come! Today, I will take revenge for my defeat 3 months ago. Yixing with me, Mu Xiaoyue here. You can only be second." Mu Xiaoyue released the aura of the 2nd stage of the astral realm. He was indeed a 2-star enlightened being. Yixing flew into the square and landed in front of Mu Xiaoyue. He also released his cultivation and said, "Mu Xiaoyue, you are too arrogant. Mu Xiaoyue, you're overconfident. You're not the only one who made a breakthrough in cultivation. I defeated you 3 months ago, and I can defeat you again today. The gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger." Mu Xiaoyue was shocked. Outside the square, the 6-star enlightened being Mu Qiuheng also narrowed his eyes. Both of them were in disbelief. In the Young Hero Assembly 3 months ago, Yixing had broken through to the astral realm and became a one-star enlightened being. Now only 3 months had passed, and he had broken through again to become a 2-star enlightened being. In the astral realm, he had broken through a realm in less than 3 months. This was too frightening. Mu Xiaoyue's cultivation talent was very high. 3 months before the Young Hero Assembly, he had broken through to the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened being. After the Young Hero Assembly, Mu Xiaoyue took another 2 months to break through to the 2-star enlightened being. It took him 5 months to break through from the first stage of the astral realm to the second stage. This kind of cultivation speed was far beyond ordinary people, and even the other genius martial artists. However, it was still not enough in front of Yixing. Mu Xiaoyue's heart was slightly shaken. Then his eyes flashed, and his sword heart destroyed the negative emotions. Looking at Yixing in front of him, Mu Xiaoyue's expression became serious, but he was still unwilling to admit defeat. When you were a 1-star enlightened being, you barely beat me. Now that we are both 2-star enlightened beings, you may not be able to beat me. My golden dragon sword art has reached greater completion, and it is even more powerful than the transformative golden sword art. Let's see how you block it. While speaking, Mu Xiaoyue raised his hand, and the upper-grade spiritual weapon on his back flew into his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of sharpness erupted from his body. In the air above Mu Xiaoyue, the sharp aura even condensed into a huge sword of nothingness. It pierced straight into the sky, cutting the clouds in the sky in half. That sharp aura made all the martial artists on the falling star peak tremble in fear. Yixing put on the upper-grade spiritual weapon, the blazing flame gloves. His expression was indifferent, and Mu Xiaoyue's sharp aura did not affect him in the slightest. Yixing's posture was like a mountain, and he was as immovable as a mountain. He said, "It seems that if I don't defeat you again, your heart will always be filled with fantasies. In the past 3 months, my strength has also improved. Bring it on. If you can force me back even 1 step, I will admit defeat." On the falling star peak, all of the martial artists were staring at Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue. These two were the most monstrous geniuses of the true Xian region. Once again, victory and defeat would be decided. When they were 1-star enlightened being, Yixing was better. Now when they were 2-star enlightened being, who was stronger and who was weaker? Mu Xiaoyue was also a peerless genius of the true Xian domain that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Would he be able to make a comeback in this battle? Mu Xiaoyue knew that Yixing was strong, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. He immediately used his astrology, and a bright golden star floated in the air. Yixing also used his flame astrology. With Yixing's strength, even if he didn't use his astrology, he could still fight against Mu Xiaoyue. However, Yixing didn't want to fight slowly with Mu Xiaoyue. Instead, he wanted to use a thunderous momentum to let his opponent know the difference between them. "Divine Dragon goes to sea!" Mu Xiaoyue shouted. He slashed out with his sword, and a sword aura flashed. In an instant, the air in front of him tumbled like waves. That sword aura instantly turned into a golden dragon. It broke through the air and rushed towards Yixing. The golden dragon shined with a golden light. Every part of its body was covered with a sharp sword aura, revealing a terrifying aura. Before the golden dragon arrived, the sword aura was already 1 step ahead. The wind around Yixing was howling, and there were even sounds of air being cut apart. However, Yixing was as immovable as a mountain. His body seemed to be surrounded by a powerful aura. He wasn't affected by the sword aura at all. His clothes didn't move, and his hair didn't flutter. Facing the roaring golden dragon sword aura, Yixing's expression was calm. When the golden dragon sword aura arrived in front of him, Yixing punched out, pressing down, condensing flames into astral energy. This punch contained the power of flames, the power of the flame astral energy, and the power of the flame astrology. All of these were condensed into the astral energy fist, and it accurately smashed into the golden dragon's head. Bang! The golden dragon suddenly shook. Yixing's punch smashed it into the ground. Yixing's fist pressed down on the golden dragon's head like a mountain. The golden dragon's body struggled, but its head was still pressed down by Yixing's fist. On the ground of the square, where the golden dragon touched, Countless sword scars appeared in the blink of an eye. From this, one could see how sharp and terrifying the golden dragon sword aura was. But even so, he was still suppressed by Yi Xing's punch until he could not turn over. Yi Xing's strength made the martial artists even more shocked. Mu Xiaoyue's forehead was dripping with sweat. He tried his best to stimulate the sword aura, but to no avail. In the end, he could only disperse this move. In an instant, he waved his high-grade spirit weapon, displaying an even more powerful sword move. Dragon soars in the sky. Mu Xiaoyue roared. The sword aura exploded, turning into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. The golden dragon was larger than before, and it was clearly more powerful. It soared 100 meters into the air before diving down at Yi Xing, attacking from above. Yi Xing could forget about pressing the golden dragon sword aura to the ground again. Moreover, the golden dragon sword aura carried with it a diving force. If Yi Xing wanted to receive this move without taking a single step back, it would be extremely difficult. In the face of this attack, Yi Xing's expression remained calm. However, the aura on his body suddenly erupted, and his might grew even stronger, astral shattering the heavens. Yi Xing welcomed the golden dragon sword aura and punched out. In an instant, a flaming astral fist bloomed, exploding upon contact with the golden dragon sword aura. Bang! The sound shook the heavens and the earth. Shockwaves formed, terrifying shockwaves that blew out in all directions. Outside the square, some martial artists with low cultivations were forced back again and again by the shockwaves, unable to stand firm. With a loud explosion, the golden dragon sword aura collapsed layer by layer, disappearing into nothingness. Yi Xing had not taken a single step back and had broken through this move. Some of the Falling Star sect disciples couldn't help but cheer. Mu Xiaoyue's complexion was ugly. He had come to the Falling Star sect to defeat Yi Xing, but now he couldn't even force Yi Xing back by a single step. This was unacceptable to him. Mu Xiaoyue crazily swung the astral stars. Astral sword aura condensed within his body, emitting the sound of metal striking metal. His aura suddenly soared, becoming wild and violent. Mu Xiaoyue's eyes widened. His body no longer had that elegant and refined temperament, only a wild and violent aura. Mu Xiaoyue loudly shouted, "Receive my finishing move, leaderless dragons." Xiao 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 xiao. Mu Xiaoyue slashed out with his sword. The sound of metal striking metal increased by 100 times. In the blink of an eye, countless golden dragon sword auras rushed out. Chapter 429. Each of these golden dragon swords was only 3 meters long, but there were hundreds of them, and all of them were charging toward Yi Xing. This move was called leaderless dragons. Leaderless dragons meant that they were like a sheet of loose sand, without any order. These golden dragon swords weaved together in an incomparably chaotic manner as they attacked Yi Xing. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to see through the attack trajectory of this move. This was because this move's specialty was that it was chaotic and unblockable. In the face of this move, it did not matter if one was stronger than Mu Xiaoyue, they would still have to retreat and avoid it for the time being. Mu Xiaoyue knew that Yi Xing's speed was extremely fast. If Yi Xing dodged with all his strength, this leaderless dragons might not be able to hurt him. With the strength that Yi Xing had displayed before, Mu Xiaoyue was naturally more likely to lose this battle than win. However, even if he lost, Mu Xiaoyue would still force Yi Xing back. He absolutely did not believe that he could not even force Yi Xing back by a single step. However, Yi Xing did not retreat in the face of this move. Instead, his expression became more serious, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Other martial artists could not see the attack trajectory of this move, but Yi Xing was an exception. Under the scan of the super brain, even though the chaotic golden dragon swords weaved together in a chaotic manner, Yi Xing could still clearly see the attack trajectory of each of the swords. "Fire burns the 9 heavens." Yi Xing shouted as he used one of the flaming astral fist's group attack moves. Yi Xing quickly threw out punch after punch. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many punches he had thrown out? The dense flaming astral fists overlapped with each other. Seeing that Yi Xing did not dodge and instead chose to face the attacks head-on, Mu Xiaoyue's expression suddenly turned to pleasant surprise. He knew very well that this move was like a headless dragon. When the energy swords attacked, their trajectories were chaotic. Even he did not know the trajectory of each energy sword. He was only certain that each energy sword would hit its target. Mu Xiaohua didn't believe that Yi Xing could block all of the Golden Dragon Sword astral swords. He was well aware of the power of his move. If Yi Xing was hit by the Golden Dragon Sword astral swords, he would be severely injured. In that case, the winner of this battle would be Mu Xiaohua. Boom 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 boom. The flaming energy fist collided with the Golden Dragon Sword energy, and a series of loud booms rang out in the air. On the fallen star peak, all the warriors widened their eyes and stared at the square. The scene of this fight was too complicated. The fist and sword collided and exploded. Astral chi filled the air in all directions. A radius of several dozen meters around Yi Xing was engulfed by surging waves of stellar energy. Outsiders could not see what was happening within the waves of stellar energy. The number of densely packed Golden Dragon Sword astral swords was simply too great. Had Yi Xing blocked them all or not? The falling star sect warriors naturally had absolute confidence in their sovereign, Yi Xing. They believed that Yi Xing had blocked them all. As for Mu Xiaohua and Mu Qiuheng, they were well aware of the terror of a headless dragon. They believed that Yi Xing had not been able to block them all. The fierce sounds of collisions only lasted for a moment. Besides the surging waves of stellar energy, everything quieted down. The falling star sect warriors all stared at Yi Xing's position, waiting for the surging waves of stellar energy to dissipate. Mu Xiaohua's lips curled up, revealing a victorious smile. Mu Xiaohua threw his sword back into the scabbard on his back. The smile on his face grew wider as he said, "Yi Xing you." However, before the word defeat could leave his mouth, the surging waves of stellar energy had already dissipated. Yi Xing's figure was revealed, completely unharmed. Yi Xing was still standing where he was. His legs were rooted to the ground as if they had grown roots. His posture was like a mountain, unmoving like a mountain. He had not taken even half a step back. You're not injured?" Mu Xiaohua's smile froze on his face as his expression turned to one of shock. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible! How could you block a headless dragon? This is impossible." At the edge of the square, Mu Qiuheng's face was also filled with shock. A headless dragon, chaotic stellar energy, an unstoppable stellar energy. How could Yi Xing have accurately blocked every stellar energy? In contrast to Mu Xiaohua and Mu Qiuheng's shock, the falling star sect warriors were all in a good mood. They did not care how difficult this move was to block. They only knew that Yi Xing had blocked it. Yi Xing's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, "I already said that the gap between us will only continue to grow. You've attacked me 3 times. Do you dare to receive one of my moves?" Although Mu Xiaohua was shocked by Yi Xing's strength, he was also very confident in his own strength. He had attacked Yi Xing 3 times in a row, but he was still unable to force Yi Xing back a single step. He already felt extremely embarrassed, so how could he not dare to receive one of Yi Xing's moves? Mu Xiaohua coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the high-grade spirit artifact sword on his back once again flew into his hand. "Not to mention one move. Even if I receive 10 moves from you, it's still not a problem." Mu Xiaohua did not dare to say that he would not retreat a single step in the face of Yi Xing's attacks. However, he was still confident that he could receive 10 moves from Yi Xing. Yi Xing shook his head and said, "I don't need 10 moves. To defeat you, 1 move is enough." Tiger roar and dragon roar. As soon as Yi Xing's voice fell, he took a step forward and punched out, displaying the ultimate move of the flaming dipper fist. In an instant, there was a loud boom as the air exploded. A fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared beside Yi Xing's fist. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the heavens. When the martial artists heard this, they were all shocked. This fist contained the power of a dragon and a tiger. It was terrifying to the extreme, and its power was unstoppable. Divine Dragon goes to sea. When Yi Xing punched out, Mu Xiaohua circulated his astral energy to the limit. His strength erupted as he slashed out with his sword. The sword energy exploded, turning into a huge golden dragon that pounced towards Yi Xing. Mu Xiaohua did not believe that Yi Xing's move could break his golden dragon sword energy and defeat him. Boom! The fire dragon and fire tiger merged into the flaming fist and collided with the golden dragon sword energy. A loud explosion shook the heavens. A shocking scene appeared. The golden dragon sword energy was instantly shattered, and the dragon body shattered. However, Yi Xing's fist continued forward, unstoppable. The speed of this fist was too fast, almost surpassing the speed of sound, causing the air to explode. The air in front of Mu Xiaoyue and the shattered dragon body were affected by the force of the fist. Arcs of ripples formed, but in the blink of an eye, they were caught up by the fist from behind. In the blink of an eye, countless arcs of ripples were caught up by the fist and shattered. By the time Mu Xiaoyue reacted, Yi Xing's fist had already slammed into the high-grade spirit artifact treasure sword in his hand. Clang! The treasure sword trembled and bent like a crescent moon. It was instantly sent flying. At the same time, Mu Xiaoyue's body also shot backwards. In an instant, he retreated out of the square and landed several hundred meters away. After landing, Mu Xiaoyue cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his injuries were not light. Mu Xiaoyue's cultivation was not very stable after breaking through to become a 2-star sage. Although he had cultivated the golden dragon sword technique to greater success, his strength was only at the upper level among 4-star sages. He was still a bit away from the top. Yi Xing's full-strength punch in the state of the flaming star was something that even a top 4-star sage would not be able to withstand, let alone Mu Xiaoyue. Naturally, he was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch and suffered heavy injuries. The martial artists of the Falling Star sect forgot to cheer. They were all shocked by the terrifying power of Yi Xing's punch. They looked at Yi Xing with admiration and reverence. They could not help but fantasize in their hearts. How great would it be if I could be this powerful one day? Xiaoyue. Mu Qiuheng cried out in alarm the moment Mu Xiaoyue was sent flying. He immediately rushed to Mu Xiaoyue's side. Mu Xiaoyue stopped Mu Qiuheng from helping him and got up by himself. Mu Qiuheng saw Mu Xiaoyue's body stagger, almost falling to the ground as he tried to crawl back up. He immediately roared at Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you've got guts, you actually dared to use such a vicious move. Yi Xing chuckled and said, if you were afraid of losing, why did you come all the way to the Falling Star sect to fight with me? Isn't it beautiful to fantasize about being the best in the world in the Golden Sword sect? You. Mu Qiuheng was furious, but he was stopped by Mu Xiaoyue as soon as he spoke. Mu Xiaoyue took a healing elixir and cupped his fists at Yi Xing. Brother, Yi Xing is right. I have always been unconvinced that you won first place in the Young Hero Assembly. It seems that I was indeed arrogant. Today, Brother Yi allowed me to clearly see the gap between us. It can be considered as a wake-up call for me. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. I have to say thank you to Brother Yi. You deserve to be first on the Earth Profound list. Yi Xing nodded. Besides being a little arrogant, Mu Xiaoyue had no other shortcomings. He was able to recognize his own shortcomings and was extraordinary. In the future, he would definitely have extraordinary achievements. Yi Xing said, Brother Mu, take care of yourself. Don't be limited to the true Xian domain. Our stage should be the East Divine Continent's Genius Assembly. At that time, I hope Brother Mu can take another step forward in his cultivation and strength and obtain a good ranking. Mu Xiaoyue nodded and said, I will closely follow Brother Ye's footsteps. Brother Yi must also work hard. If you stop moving forward, you will be surpassed by me. Goodbye. Mu Xiaoyue and Mu Qiuheng came quickly and left quickly. They left the Falling Star sect and soon disappeared from the vision of the martial artists. However, the shock caused by the battle between Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Falling Star sect's martial artists. Every martial artist took Yi Xing as a role model and a goal to pursue. They looked forward to the day when they could be as strong as Yi Xing. This seed of strength was deeply buried in the hearts of every Falling Star sect's martial artists. It was extremely important for their future martial path. As for Yi Xing, the battle with Mu Xiaoyue was just a small episode in his life. After Mu Xiaoyue left, Yi Xing returned to his normal routine. Every day, he cultivated the flame-destroying arrow art, comprehended the array knowledge left behind by Venerable Qing Yun, and cultivated the top-grade falling star art to consolidate his cultivation at the second level of the astral realm. Time flowed like water, day by day. 7 days after the battle with Mu Xiaoyue, Yixing's flame-destroying arrow art had successfully broken through to the great accomplishment realm. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the transformation realm of the four symbols arrow art. Because the flame-destroying arrow art was a fire attribute martial art, when combined with the flame astrology, its power was even stronger than the four symbols arrow art. Chapter 430. 10 more. Compared to the flame arrow art, it was much more difficult for Yixing to fully comprehend the knowledge left behind by Venerable Qin Yun. Yixing needed more time to become a level 3 array grandmaster. Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Master Wu Yu arrived at that together with Xiang Hongya, who had gone to deliver the letter, and Yang Gang, a disciple of the Tiangang sect. Wu Yu knew that the 7 Kill League assassins wanted to assassinate Yixing, so he came personally and brought Yang Gang, who had just broken through to the 4th stage of the astral realm. Greetings, Master. Yixing greeted Wu Yu first, then looked at Yang Gang and said, "It's been 3 months since we last met, and Brother Yang has become a mid-level sage. Congratulations." Wu Yu smiled and nodded at Yixing. Yang Gang was happy, but he also sighed and said, "If it was in the past, a 4th stage astral realm cultivator would be able to sit at the top of the earth profound ranking, but now haha, I heard that Mu Xiaoyue had already become a 2-star sage before I became a 4-star sage. You even became a 2-star sage before Mu Xiaoyue. My strength definitely can't compare to the two of you. Being in the same generation as the two of you is too depressing." Yang Gang added, "You defeated Mu Xiaoyue when you were a 1-star sage. Now that you're both 2-star sage, I don't know who's stronger. Of course, if you use archery, you're definitely stronger." Yang Gang did not know that Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue had already competed, but he knew that Yixing's archery skills had killed a 5 celestial enlightened being and 3-4 celestial enlightened beings from the 7 Kill League. Even though it was a sneak attack, it still proved that Yixing's archery skills were extremely powerful and terrifying. Hearing this, Wu Mingyi chuckled and said, "More than half a month ago, Mu Xiaoyue came to the Falling Star sect and sparred with little friend Yi. The difference in strength between the two of them was very large, and Mu Xiaoyue was seriously injured." Yang Gang smiled faintly and said, "I knew that Brother Yi was more powerful than me. How many moves did you use to defeat Mu Xiaoyue?" Wu Mingyi said, "Mu Xiaoyue attacked 3 times first, but little friend Yi didn't even take a step back. Little friend Yi counterattacked, and Mu Xiaoyue spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. He was severely injured." Wu Mingyi spoke casually, but whether it was Wu Yu, Yang Gang, or Xiang Hongya, all of them were shocked. Previously, they had heard from Wu Mingyi that the gap was huge, but they didn't know exactly how big it was. Now that Wu Mingyi had explained it in detail, they realized that the gap wasn't small. It was on a completely different level. Mu Xiaoyue was also a rare monstrous genius in the True Xian region. Unfortunately, he was completely suppressed by Yixing. Yang Gang sighed and said, "It seems that the saddest one isn't me, but Mu Xiaoyue. He's such a monstrous genius, rarely seen in the True Xian region. In the end, he's in the same generation as you and is completely suppressed. This is truly sad." Yixing shook his head and said, "I don't think this is sad, but an honor. A flourishing age produces heroes. No matter if it's you or Mu Xiaoyue, in most eras, you would be ranked first on the Earth Xian list. Even Bai Tsang and Meng Ji could be ranked first on the Earth Xian list, but this generation doesn't have them. This proves that our generation is in a flourishing age. Being born in a flourishing age is an honor in itself. Why bother with being ranked first?" Although Mu Xiaoyue isn't ranked first on the Earth Xian list, his future achievements will be much greater than before. But I can be sure that his future achievements will far surpass the previous number 1 on the Earth Profound ranking. Since that's the case, is there any meaning in being number 1? Yang Gang was stunned by Yixing's words. His eyes gradually glowed as he said, "Brother Ye's view is different from the rest. It's enlightening. Yes, being born in a flourishing age is an honor in itself. Haha." Yixing smiled and changed the topic, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you come to the Falling Star sect?" Yang Gang said, "I came to find you. Let's go to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range to train together." Yixing's expression was surprised. Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range? Yixing had heard of the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. The corpse jade he auctioned off at the White Bones auction house was produced in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. It helped him consolidate his cultivation at the first stage of the astral realm. Yang said, "Winter and spring have passed. The weather is warm and the air is warm. Every year during summer and autumn, the yin qi in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range is the weakest. It's the best time to obtain corpse jades. It's very difficult to obtain corpse jades during winter and spring, but it's much easier during summer and autumn. Corpse jades are good items to increase one's cultivation. At the end of this year, the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Assembly will be held. Compared to the juniors of the Two-Star Empire, our cultivation is at a disadvantage. If we can obtain a good corpse jade to increase our cultivation speed, we might be able to make up for the gap between us. At the same time, we won't lose too badly in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Assembly." Master Wu Yu said, "Yixing, although your cultivation speed is fast, the corpse jade will make it even faster. Moreover, a cultivator needs to experience the world on their path of growth. It's taboo to cultivate in seclusion in the sect. You don't have to worry about me in the Falling Star sect." As he spoke, Master Wu Yu took out a leather mask and said, "Wear this mask and go to the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range with Yang Gang. No matter how powerful the assassins of the Seven Kill League are, they won't be able to find the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range from the Falling Star sect for no reason." Yixing took the mask and said, "Okay, I originally planned to go out and experience the world. However, I didn't leave because I was worried about the Falling Star sect. Now that Master is here, I can rest assured." Yixing put on the mask. The mask stuck closely to his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. At night, Yixing and Yang Gang left the Falling Star sect under the cover of the night. The two rode the silver-winged demonic eagle and went to the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. Yixing and Yang Gang sat cross-legged on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle. Yixing asked, "Brother Yang, have you been to the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range?" Yang Gang nodded and said, "Yes. The Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range is very vast. I heard that it's even bigger than the True Xian domain. I've only been to a very small area." Yixing was surprised and said, "Bigger than the True Xian domain? How can there be such a big mountain range?" Yang Gang smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range is not entirely a mountain. It is just a general name for a region. Because of the heavy yin qi, it is difficult for the living to survive there. However, if the corpses are buried there, they can absorb the yin qi and have the possibility of coming back to life. Therefore, the entire region is dominated by corpse martial artists. Therefore, it is called the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. It is a tomb for the living and a paradise for the dead." Corpse Dao martial artists. What are corpse Dao martial artists? When Yixing heard the name, he vaguely understood the meaning and couldn't help but ask. Yang Gang said, "Corpse Dao martial artists are dead people who have come back to life and have regained consciousness. However, they don't have the memories of their previous life. Strictly speaking, they can't be counted as living dead. They rely on the yin qi of the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range to survive. Once they leave the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range and lose the nourishment of the yin qi, they will die and become corpses." Chapter 431. Living Dead. Yixing thought to himself, "Aren't they just zombies?" Thinking about the zombies on Earth, Yixing felt disgusted and said, "Where did corpse jades come from? Could it be something that was born in the body of a corpse martial artist? If it was something from a zombie's body, then it would be filthy." Yixing remembered that he had absorbed a corpse jade and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Yang Gang saw this and laughed. "You guessed wrong. How could a treasure like corpse jade be born in the body of a corpse martial artist? Corpse jades are naturally born in the world. Corpse martial artists absorb corpse jades to increase their cultivation. Corpse martial artists are not afraid of the death qi in corpse jades and can absorb it endlessly. Their cultivation is not limited by the heavens. As long as there are enough corpse jades, their cultivation can increase infinitely." Yixing let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. If it was something from a corpse martial artist's body, then it would be disgusting. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. To be able to give birth to a treasure like corpse jade, it is really strange." Yang Gang nodded and said, "It is indeed so. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing you can't see. The reason why corpse jades are formed is that the heavenly corpse mountain range is an excellent feng shui place. It can absorb the power of the stars and gather it under the ground. Some of the feng shui places have even more star power and will condense into a solid form. The better the feng shui of the feng shui, the more star power it can condense, and the higher the quality of the corpse jades." Yixing couldn't help but ask, "Since corpse jades are born under the ground, how do we find them?" Yang Gang smiled and said, "First, observe the terrain of the mountain. Only some of the feng shui places have corpse jades. Second, track corpse martial artists. Corpse martial artists can't cultivate on their own. Strictly speaking, corpse jades are treasures given to them by the heavens for cultivation. That's why they are called corpse jades. Corpse martial artists have a strong sense for corpse jades. As long as a corpse jade is formed, corpse martial artists in a large area will be able to sense it. Corpse Dao martial artists were afraid of sunlight and liked to live underground. They were natural experts at digging holes. Below the Sky Corpse mountain range, there were caves dug by corpse Dao martial artists everywhere, especially in the areas with corpse jade. There were even more underground caves that extended in all directions. Therefore, as long as we can determine the approximate location of the corpse jade, there's no need to worry about not being able to find it. The corpse Dao martial artists have already dug a tunnel and can directly reach the corpse jade." Yixing imagined the situation in the heavenly corpse mountains. Soon he had a new reaction. Since corpse jades can improve the cultivation of corpse Dao martial artists, wouldn't they have directly absorbed the corpse jades when they dug the cave next to the corpse jades? How could we, the martial artists who went later, have a chance to obtain them? Yang Gang carefully explained. Corpse jades are divided into spirit level and profound level, and each level is further divided into low, middle, high and extreme levels, which can be further divided into 12 levels. Among them, low-grade spirit level was effective for 1-star to 5-star martial saints. Mid-grade spirit level was effective for 5-star to 9-star martial saints. High-grade spirit level and top-grade spirit level were effective for 1-star to 5-star martial saints, and 5-star to 9-star martial saints, respectively. If you want to divide it more precisely, take spirit level high level for example. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are all spirit level high level. Among them, the 7th level corresponds to 1-star and 2-star martial saints, the 8th level corresponds to 3-star and 4-star martial saints, and the 9th level corresponds to 5-star martial saints. Only when the grade of the corpse jade corresponded to the cultivation level could the absorption effect be maximized. For example, a 5-stars enlightened master could only absorb corpse jades of the 9th grade, or above of the spirit grade to have the greatest effect on cultivation. If they absorbed corpse jades of the 7th or 8th level, although they were also spirit level high level, the effect would be much worse. If they absorbed corpse jades of the 7th level and below, there would be no effect at all. Corpse Dao martial artists were the same. When their cultivation reached a certain level, the corpse jade they absorbed would have to be of a certain level, or else there would be no effect. However, when the corpse jade was just formed, it would be the lowest level, the first level of the spirit level. Then it would need time to accumulate and condense more and more star power to gradually improve its quality. The final level of the corpse jade depends on the level of the eye of the storm. Once the corpse jade was formed, some corpse Dao martial artists would sense it. But corpse Dao martial artists already have a certain cultivation, and the level of the corpse jade is not enough to improve their cultivation. Think about it. What would the result be? Yixing immediately reacted and said, "Of course it would be to guard the corpse jade, and let the quality of the corpse jade increase enough to improve their cultivation, and then absorb it. I understand, the quality of the corpse jade hasn't reached the requirement of corpse Dao martial artists. At this time we normal martial artists can find it and take it, but..." Yixing's tone changed as he said, Since the quality of the corpse jade hasn't reached the requirement of corpse Dao martial artists, it means that the cultivation of corpse Dao martial artists is higher than the corresponding cultivation of the corpse jade. If the corpse jade hasn't been absorbed by the corpse Dao martial artists when it reaches the 7th level of the spirit level, it means that the corpse Dao martial artists guarding the corpse jade are at least at the 3rd level of the Star Gang realm. If the corpse jade hasn't been absorbed when it reaches the 8th level of the spirit level, it means that the corpse Dao martial artists are at least at the 5th level of the Star Gang realm. In short, the cultivation of corpse Dao martial artists is higher than the corresponding cultivation of corpse jade. Yixing paused and finally concluded. With our cultivation, we need to absorb the corpse jade of the upper level of the spirit level. The corpse Dao martial artists we have to deal with are at least at the 3rd level of the sage level, or even higher. This is a dangerous job. Yang Gang smiled and said, with our strength we can only get the corpse jade of the 7th level of the spirit level at most, and the guarding corpse Dao martial artists must be at least at the 3rd or 4th level of the sage level. If they are above the 5th level of the sage level, then we can't eat them. Corpse Dao martial artists are different from us normal martial artists. Their bodies are very strong, like copper skin and iron bones, but they are less flexible. So once we meet a corpse Dao martial artist that we can't deal with, it's no problem to escape. Along the way, Yang Gang explained in detail how to find corpse jades, and how to deal with corpse Dao martial artists. He also talked about the origin of the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. According to legend, the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range was a big battlefield in the ancient times. There was a large-scale war here, and countless martial artists died. Corpses were everywhere, piled up into mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Because of the countless martial artists who died here, the blood dyed the ground red, and the death aura emitted by the countless corpses shrouded the whole area. Since then, this large area became a forbidden area for the living. Ordinary martial artists couldn't survive here. With the birth of corpse jades, the corpses in this area came back to life and became the living dead. Thus, the name Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range was born, and it became a paradise for the dead. The silver-winged demonic condor flew for half a month, and entered the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range from the north of the True Xian domain. After another 3 days, the two arrived at a city in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range, Wu City. Every year during winter and spring, the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range was full of yin qi, and the death aura shrouded the whole area. Even the border of the mountain range was not easy to enter. At that time, the Wu City was also shrouded by the death aura, and no martial artists came. However, during summer and autumn, the yin qi in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range weakened, and the yin qi in the border area dissipated. A large number of martial artists would enter the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range to search for corpse jades. When there were many martial artists, there would naturally be exchanges. The Wu City was one of the exchange points for martial artists in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. After years of development, the Wu City gradually developed into a city. Every year, there would only be people in the city during the summer and autumn. The yin qi in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range is heavy. If you go deep, you won't be able to stay for long. However, the purple sun pill can dissolve the yin qi. Therefore, the purple sun pill is an essential item in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. This kind of pill has no use in normal times, and is only needed in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range. Therefore, only the exchange points in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range have the purple sun pill for sale. Yang Gang explained to Yixing the necessity of coming to the Wu City. After entering the Wu City, Yixing found that the martial artists coming and going were at least Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. Moreover, most of them were mid-level Enlightened Masters. As for Exalted Masters, they were the least in number. Yixing only saw one. Enlightened Masters used the Astral Realm to seal their veins, and their aura wouldn't leak out. Therefore, outsiders couldn't see their cultivation base. However, Yixing's superbrain skin allowed him to see through everyone's cultivation base. While walking, Yang Gang explained, the area around the Wu City produces mostly upper spirit level corpse jades. Therefore, those who come here are mostly mid-level Enlightened Masters. You see, none of the low-level Enlightened Masters are walking alone. They are all teaming up with mid-level Enlightened Masters. Yixing looked around and found that it was true. Although the Wu city wasn't big, the number of enlightened masters that Yixing saw was in the hundreds, and this was only a small part of the total. The total number of enlightened masters in the city might be several thousand. Moreover, this was only the enlightened masters that were in the Wu city today. Some of them had already entered the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, while others were still coming. Yixing estimated that there might be tens of thousands of enlightened masters coming and going in this small Wu city, or even more. There weren't that many enlightened masters in the entire True Xian domain. The enlightened masters coming and going in the Wu city didn't only come from the True Xian domain, but also from other regions. After walking out of the True Xian domain, Yixing immediately felt that the world had become much bigger. Although there were many enlightened masters in the Nine Heavens city, most of them were martial saints. Enlightened masters were relatively superior existences. However, in the Wu city, the enlightened masters that came and went were all astral realm enlightened masters. Enlightened masters were just like ordinary martial artists. They were everywhere. Yang Gang said, "A purple sun pill can normally keep one's body from being corroded by yin qi for 3 days. If it's in an area with heavy yin qi, the duration will be shorter. Aside from the purple sun pill, you must also have plenty of detoxification spiritual pills and healing spiritual pills. It's very common to be injured by Corpse Dao martial artists in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Corpse Dao martial artists use their bodies as weapons. They have corpse poison in their bodies. If they don't have detoxification spiritual pills, they will be assimilated into Corpse Dao martial artists and become living dead. Detoxification spiritual pills and healing spiritual pills are essential." Chapter 432. Yang Gang brought Yixing to an elixir store called Soaring Dragon Pavilion. Yang Gang said, "Wu City is closer to the Azure Dragon Empire. Most of the businesses in Wu City belong to the Azure Dragon Empire. This Soaring Dragon Pavilion is the same." Yixing nodded and entered the Soaring Dragon Pavilion with Yang Gang. Beside the True Xian domain, there are 2 upper domains, the Qingyu domain and the Azure Dragon domain. The 2 upper domains are ruled by the Qingyu Empire and the Azure Dragon Empire respectively. They are both 2 star powers. In fact, Wu City is closer to the True Xian domain than the Azure Dragon domain. However, there is no power in the True Xian domain that has the strength to control Wu City. Those who have the strength to control Wu City are at least 2 star powers. Among the 2 star powers, the Azure Dragon Empire is the closest. Naturally, most of the businesses in Wu City belong to the Azure Dragon Empire. Although Wu City only has people in summer and autumn every year, it can bring a large amount of income to the Azure Dragon Empire every year. The income of Wu City's businesses is higher than any of the 9 upper sects of the True Xian domain. From this, one can see the difference between a 1-star power and a 2-star power. Wu City is only a small part of the Azure Dragon Empire's businesses. However, it can defeat all the 1-star sections. What do the 2 of you need? As soon as Yixing and Yang Gang entered the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, a cultivator came to greet them. This is an 8-star martial saint with a noble cultivation. In Wu City, only the staff of these shops are not real people, but they are at least nobles. Yang Gang said, "Purple sun pills, mid and high-grade spiritual level detoxification spiritual pills, healing spiritual pills." The 8-star martial saint immediately beamed with joy. The customers who enter the Heavenly Corpse mountain range buy a lot of elixirs. This kind of business is the most profitable. The 8-star martial saint said, "Purple sun pills are 2,000 star crystals each. Mid-grade spiritual level detoxification and healing spiritual pills are 20,000 star crystals each. High-grade spiritual level detoxification and healing spiritual pills are 200,000 star crystals each." Yang Gang said to Yixing, "In order to avoid any accidents, prepare as many elixirs as possible." Then he said to the cultivator, "I want 30 purple sun pills, 10 mid-grade spiritual level detoxification and healing spiritual pills, and 2 high-grade spiritual level pills." The total value of these pills was 1.4 million star crystals, which was equivalent to 14,000 mid-grade star crystals. If one person bought the elixir, it would cost 14,000 mid-grade star crystals. If 1,000 people bought the elixir, it would cost 14 million mid-grade star crystals. Although this included the cost, even if the profit was only 20 to 30%, the Soaring Dragon Pavilion would still earn a huge amount of star crystals every year. It was much better than a middle-grade star crystal vein. The Falling Star sect had dug out a mid-rank star crystal lode, and was considered quite wealthy among one-star sects. But compared to a two-star sect, it was as poor as dregs. The wealth of a two-star empire was unimaginable. The receptionist looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing said, "Anyway, I'll be able to use it in the future. Give me double the price." Yang Gang knew that the Falling Star sect had dug out a low-rank star crystal lode, and that Yi Xing had a lot of star crystals on him. He was very rich, so he wasn't surprised by Yi Xing's purchasing power. However, what he didn't know was that the Falling Star sect had also dug out a mid-rank star crystal lode. Yi Xing's wealth was much higher than he had imagined. The total value of the elixir that Yang Gang bought was 1.4 million star crystals. If Yi Xing doubled the price, it would be 2.8 million star crystals. The two of them added up to 4.2 million star crystals. This was a huge business deal. The receptionist immediately beamed with joy and led Yi Xing and Yang Gang to the VIP area. Soon, the Soaring Dragon Pavilion delivered the elixir, and Yi Xing and Yang Gang paid the star crystals. The two of them walked outside. Before they reached the door, they saw the guards on both sides of the door suddenly kneel down on one knee. They lowered their heads and said in unison, "Greetings, Ninth Prince." Immediately after, a young man wearing a black robe with dragon patterns walked in from outside. Beside him was a black-clothed woman. There were also a few mid-level perfected persons following behind them. Inside the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, the cultivators all moved to the sides. The ninth prince of the Azure Dragon Empire was an incredible figure. Yi Xing was also pulled to the side by Yang Gang. The Azure Dragon Empire ruled the entire Azure Dragon region. It was the imperial power of the family clans. The status of a prince was much higher than that of a sect's godson or young sect master. Even if this was only the ninth prince, his status in the Azure Dragon Empire was not below that of a high-level astral realm cultivator. Furthermore, the ninth prince was the ninth son of the Azure Dragon Empire's emperor, not his status. Yang Gang was more knowledgeable than Yi Xing. He knew that the ninth prince of the Azure Dragon Empire was a 9-star yellow fate. He was extremely outstanding among the princes, and was highly valued by the Azure Dragon Empire's emperor. His status was very high, and he was ranked in the top 3 among the princes. Yi Xing watched as the ninth prince of the Azure Dragon Empire walked into the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. His gaze then fell on the black-clothed woman who was half a step behind the ninth prince. The woman in black was wearing tight black clothes with a few black spiders embroidered on it. Her figure was very hot, and the exquisite curves of her body were perfectly outlined, especially the clothes covering her towering breasts, which had a vertical crack about the length of a palm. Her towering breasts stretched out the crack, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. Yi Xing was surprised. This black-clothed woman was actually the Earth Fiend sect's Black Widow. Yang Gang was also very surprised. His gaze froze. How did the Black Widow get together with the ninth prince of the Azure Dragon Empire? Yi Xing and Yang Gang were puzzled, but the actual situation was very simple. The Black Widow and 2 other Astral Realm disciples of the Earth Fiend sect were brought by a 4-star enlightened master to the Sky Corpse mountain range to gain experience. They coincidentally met the ninth prince of the Azure Dragon Empire in Wu City. Everyone had their own preferences. The Black Widow was an extremely coquettish woman, so naturally, there were people who admired her. The ninth prince took a liking to the Black Widow at first glance. His interest in women was very similar to Yi Wenxia's. They both liked extremely beautiful and coquettish women. The Black Widow's coquettish aura overflowed from her words and expression. She had won the ninth prince's favor. As for the ninth prince's identity, he was a prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. He directly reported his identity, and the Black Widow happily left with the ninth prince. The Earth Fiend sect's elder also happily gave the Black Widow to the ninth prince. The Earth Fiend sect was only a second-rate power in the True Xian region. Unexpectedly, they were able to receive the 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. This made the Earth Fiend sect's cultivators extremely happy. The Black Widow was only half a step behind the 9th prince. She had a smile on her face and her eyes were filled with love. The joy in her heart was clearly visible on her face. When she entered the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, her gaze immediately swept across the cultivators inside. When she saw Yang Gang, a familiar face from the True Xian region, she raised her head like a proud peacock. As for Yi Xing, he was wearing a mask and his appearance had changed. She did not notice it. The 9th prince's group passed through the first floor of the pavilion and directly went to the second floor. Only after the 9th prince went upstairs did the cultivators on the first floor begin to move. As expected of the Azure Dragon Empire's prince, he is indeed handsome and talented. He is already a 5-star sage at such a young age. His future is truly limitless. Immediately, many cultivators in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion began to discuss. Those who dared to discuss the Azure Dragon Empire's 9th prince in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion were naturally praises. Yi Xing and Yang Gang exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they continued to walk out. After leaving the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, Yang Gang said in astonishment, "The world is truly filled with all sorts of strange things." The Black Widow was actually able to walk together with the Azure Dragon Empire's 9th prince. How strange! Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has their own preferences. This 9th prince might like someone like the Black Widow. It is not strange for the two of them to walk together. However, this 9th prince seems to be younger than Brother Yang. Yet he is already a 5-star sage. The princes of the Empire are indeed extraordinary." Yang Gang introduced. The Azure Dragon Empire's 9th prince is surnamed Long and given name Xiao. His heavenly fate is as high as the 9 stars yellow fate. He became a 5-star sage at the age of 22. He is extremely outstanding among the many princes of the Azure Dragon Empire. His position is very high. Yang Gang let out a sigh and continued. Sigh. 9 stars yellow fate. Regardless of heavenly fate or origin, the princes of the Empire can't be compared to him. The Azure Dragon Empire is rich in resources. He can easily cultivate to the 9-star sage realm and become a half-step venerable. If he has a great opportunity, he might even break through the astral reaching realm and become a venerable. His future is bright. Yi Xing didn't say anything. Some people were born ordinary, while others were born into the limelight. No one could say for sure. Yang Gang felt that Long Xiao's origin was good. He felt that he couldn't compare with Long Xiao. However, compared to the majority of the martial artists in the True Xian region, Yang Gang was already in existence, envied by thousands of martial artists. There were countless martial artists who struggled their whole lives, but couldn't even reach Yang Gang's feet. Regardless of the world, life was cruel. Fate was like shackles that locked all living things. Only an extremely small number of people could defy the heavens and change their fate and break through the shackles of fate. Yi Xing was one of them. Although his origin couldn't be compared with Long Xiao's, and even with Yang Gang's, he never envied other people's origin. What Yi Xing needed to do was to work hard and cultivate diligently. Step by step, he would reach the peak of martial Dao. No matter what the other person's origin was, he would surpass them. The two didn't stay in Wu City. After buying the pills, they directly left Wu City and entered the Sky Corpse Mountain Range to search for corpse jades. Every year, there would be a huge number of martial artists entering the Sky Corpse Mountain Range. The corpse jades near Wu City had already been found by martial artists. Only by entering the depths of the Sky Corpse Mountain Range could one hope to find corpse jades. The silver-winged demonic eagle could travel 100,000 li per day. After leaving Wu City, they flew for 3 days into the depths of the Sky Corpse Mountain Range. Only then did Yi Xing and Yang Gang stop their journey and start searching for corpse jades. The deeper one went into the Sky Corpse Mountain Range, the higher the chance of encountering corpse jades. However, it was also easy to encounter corpse jades of high quality and encounter terrifying corpse Dao martial artists. Therefore, after traveling 100,000 li from Wu City, The two stopped to avoid encountering difficult dangers. Chapter 433. At 11. In the depths of the Sky Corpse mountain range. Underground. Bang. A first-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch, crashing heavily into the cave wall. A huge hole appeared in the cave wall, and a large part of it collapsed. The corpse Dao martial artist was buried by countless rocks. Boom. Just when Yi Xing thought that the corpse path martial artist was dead, there was a loud explosion and a large number of rocks shot towards him. The corpse Dao martial artist rushed out from the pile of rocks again. The corpse Dao martial artist's face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. His exposed skin emitted a dim light. Yi Xing's punch earlier had already broken one of his arms and caused cracks to appear on his body. However, he was still as lively as a dragon or a tiger. Whoosh! A sword light flashed, and the corpse Dao martial artist's head flew up. Yang Gang put away the upper-grade spiritual weapon in his hand and said, "Not only are corpse Dao martial artists strong, but they are also living dead. They can move no matter how heavily injured they are, but their bodies are still controlled by their consciousness. You can kill them by cutting off their heads or destroying their minds." Yi Xing glanced at the sword in Yang Gang's hand and said, "I didn't expect your sword skills to be so powerful." Yang Gang smiled faintly and said, "Every martial artist doesn't just practice one set of martial arts. They always have something up their sleeves." In other words, Yang Gang's sword skills were not inferior to palm skills, and might even be better. Yi Xing nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted to a corpse jade on the stone wall at the end of the hall and said, "It took us 3 days to find the first corpse jade. Unfortunately, it's only a 6th grade spiritual grade jade, and it has no effect on our cultivation." A 6th grade spiritual grade jade was a middle grade spiritual grade jade, corresponding to the 5th level to the 9th level astral vortex realm. It was an excellent treasure for a 9-star martial saint. However, Yi Xing and Yang Gang were both astral realm sages, and they needed a high-grade spiritual grade jade. Yang Gang said, "The price of a 6th grade spirit grade corpse jade is also not cheap. It can be exchanged for tens of thousands of star crystals. We can earn back some of the pill money." Yang Gang stepped forward and took the 6th rank spirit grade corpse jade, saying, "Let's continue to search. Corpse jades are usually gathered in the caves of Feng Shui treasured lands. If we can find the first corpse jade, we may find the second one." On the 4th day, the two of them found another corpse jade, but it was only a 5th grade spiritual grade. The corpse martial artist guarding it was still at the 1st level of the astral realm, so the two of them easily killed him. Although this area was famous for producing high-grade spirit-level corpse jades, most of them were middle-grade spirit-level corpse jades. Just like the area that produced top-grade spirit-level corpse jades, most of them were high-grade spirit-level corpse jades. However, this area had good feng shui. Most of the corpse jades could be upgraded to spiritual high-grade by absorbing the power of stars. Therefore, the corpse martial artists guarding the area were basically at Astral Gang realm. Another 2 days passed. On the 6th day, the two of them found another corpse jade. It was of the 6th rank of the spirit grade, still of the middle rank of the spirit grade. However, the corpse Dao martial artist guarding the corpse jade was at the 3rd level of the astral realm. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Yang Gang's sword cut through the corpse Dao martial artist's neck. In an instant, sparks flew. When the high-grade spirit weapon sword collided with the corpse Dao martial artist's neck, the sound of metal clashing rang out. When the sparks disappeared, the corpse Dao martial artist's eyes were filled with ferocity. With a roar, he crossed his arms and pounced at Yang Gang like lightning. The last 2 times, Yang Gang had beheaded the 1st level of the astral realm corpse Dao martial artist with a single strike. But this time, Yang Gang's sword only cut through a third of the corpse Dao martial artist's neck. Corpse Dao martial artists had sturdy bodies. The higher their cultivation, the stronger their bodies would be. The 3rd level of the astral realm was much stronger than the 1st level of the astral realm. Die. As the corpse Dao martial artist pounced at Yang Gang, Yi Xing coldly shouted. He raised the black dragon spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Dark spear light burst out. Dark spirit spear art. Spiritual flash. The spear light arrived, the spear tip arrived. The dark spirit spear instantly pierced through the corpse Dao martial artist's forehead. Yixing's spear had a great penetrating power. Most of the spear tip sank into the corpse Dao martial artist's head, and the spear tip came out from the back. The corpse Dao martial artist's head was instantly pierced to pieces. The corpse Dao martial artist died. The black dragon spear shook and instantly withdrew. The corpse Dao martial artist fell to the ground, dead. Yixing said, "What a sturdy body. In terms of strength, it's even better than mine. If it was a 4th level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist, I might not have been able to kill him." Yang Gang took the 6th grade spirit level corpse Jade and said, "Fortunately, we can even kill a 4th level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. If it was a 5th level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist, we wouldn't have been able to kill him." Yixing said, "We have 2 people. One of us can attack the corpse Dao martial artist and draw him away for a while. The other can take advantage of this to seize the corpse Jade. Even if it was a 5th level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist, we still have a chance of obtaining a corpse Jade." In 6 days, they had obtained 3 corpse Jades. This was quite good, but unfortunately, they were all medium-grade spirit level. But the 2 of them hadn't encountered any danger, and had easily obtained 3 corpse Jades. In terms of safety, this was quite good. For the next 3 days, the 2 of them still hadn't found any corpse Jades. On the 10th day, the 2 of them found an 8th grade spirit level corpse Jade. The corpse Jade's star power fluctuations were strong. As long as one approached a certain range, they would be able to sense its grade. An 8th grade spirit level corpse Jade had a great effect on their cultivation. The 2 of them were overjoyed. An 8th grade spirit level corpse Jade corresponded to a 3-star or 4-star sage. Since the corpse Dao martial artist hadn't absorbed the corpse Jade, it could be seen that the corpse Dao martial artist's cultivation was at least 5th level astral realm. The corners of Yixing and Yang Gang's lips curled up. They were in a good mood. If it was a 5th or 6th level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist, one of them could draw him away while the other took the corpse Jade. However, when the 2 of them arrived at the cavern where the corpse Jade was, their expressions changed greatly. The corpse Dao martial artist guarding the corpse Jade was actually at 7th level astral realm. 7th level astral realm was the peak of corpse Dao martial artists. When the corpse Dao martial artist's aura erupted, Yixing and Yang Gang's hearts trembled. "Retreat!" The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The moment the corpse Dao martial artist's aura erupted, they quickly retreated. In terms of speed, Yixing was faster than Yang Gang, so he retreated even faster. Whoosh! The corpse Dao martial artist took a step forward and stepped out of the cavern. His speed was even faster than Yixing's, and he caught up with Yang Gang in the blink of an eye. The corpse Dao martial artist opened his 5 fingers. His 5 black fingernails were like 5 sharp blades that exploded with astral light. The claw pressed down and clawed at Yang Gang's head. Yang Gang was horrified. He put away the upper-grade spiritual weapon in his hand and raised his palms to the sky. Big Dipper Palm, astral suppression. A dazzling astral light chi shield immediately enveloped Yang Gang. In terms of attack power, Yang Gang's sword technique was better than his palm technique. In terms of defense, this move, astral suppression, had reached the pinnacle. With the astral light chi shield covering his entire body, ordinary attacks were almost impenetrable. However, the claw of the corpse Dao martial artist wasn't an ordinary attack. It was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a 7th level astral realm master. The claw clawed at the astral light chi shield, and the sturdy astral light chi shield was broken like tofu. The 5 black fingernails were like sharp blades and instantly clawed at Yang Gang. Fortunately, Yang Gang knew that he couldn't block this move. As he blocked, he tilted his head and dodged to the side. The claw of the corpse Dao martial artist didn't hit Yang Gang's head, but the claw deeply grasped Yang Gang's shoulder. Yang Gang instantly let out a scream. He couldn't move as the corpse Dao martial artist clasped his hand. The difference in strength between them was too great. Yang Gang couldn't even block one move. The corpse Dao martial artist clasped Yang Gang's shoulder with one hand and chuckled. His other hand clawed at Yang Gang's head again. Yang Gang's eyes were instantly filled with despair. At this moment, the sex experts weren't by his side. There was only Yixing by his side, and his opponent was a corpse Dao martial artist who was equivalent to a 7th-level astral realm. Who could save him? Yang Gang closed his eyes, thinking that he was going to die. At the same time he roared, "Run!" Just as Yang Gang roared, he immediately sensed another terrifying power pouncing toward him, causing him to be startled. Sun Flame Spear Art. Chasing the sun. Yixing used the fire astral form and erupted his strength to the limit. He attacked with his spear. This spear was even faster than lightning. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the corpse Dao martial artist, which was beyond his expectations. Clang, with a loud explosion, the spear tip pierced the corpse Dao martial artist's body. There was a loud sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. Such a terrifying spear didn't cause much damage to the corpse Dao martial artist. It only left a shallow mark. A 7th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist's body was almost as sturdy as a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although the spear tip didn't penetrate the corpse Dao martial artist's body, the power of Yixing's spear was terrifying. The corpse Dao martial artist couldn't bear the force of the spear, and immediately retreated a few steps. As the corpse Dao martial artist retreated, he stared fiercely at Yixing. The claw that was originally going for Yang Gang's head was immediately swung at Yixing. The 5 fingernails slashed out 5 streaks of black astral light that instantly flashed across Yixing's body, leaving behind 5 claw marks. Yixing felt a heart-wrenching pain. At this moment, Yixing didn't have time to think. Taking advantage of the corpse Dao martial artist's retreat, he grabbed Yang Gang. The azure cloud wings appeared on his back, and he quickly escaped like a ray of light. Boom! There was an explosion behind him. The corpse Dao martial artist had caught up and clawed a huge hole in the cave wall. If Yixing was half a beat slower, he would have been caught by the claw. Both he and Yang Gang would have been slammed into the cave wall and died. Flapping the azure cloud wings, Yixing pushed his speed to the limit and shuttled through the cave. The corpse Dao martial artist chased for a while but couldn't catch up in the end. He was worried that the corpse jade would be stolen, so he could only let out an unwilling roar and give up the chase. Yixing ran for a while, and only stopped when he was sure that the corpse Dao martial artist wasn't chasing after him. The 5 claw marks on his chest were already rotten, and emitted a foul smell. Yixing immediately took a high-grade spiritual level detoxification spirit pill, and a mid-grade spiritual level healing spirit pill. He looked at Yang Gang. Yang Gang was poisoned more deeply than him. His body was already black. Chapter 434. The 8th day has been changed to the 6th day, and the 12th day has been changed to the 10th day. Yixing immediately took out a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill, and fed it to Yang Gang. Yixing wasn't deeply poisoned. After taking a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill, the 5 claw marks on his chest quickly faded away. His injuries weren't serious. A spirit-level mid-grade healing spirit pill was enough for him to recover quickly. Yang Gang's corpse poison was much more serious than Yixing's. After taking a mid-grade detoxification spirit pill, although his complexion improved, it was still full of black gas. Seeing this, Yixing took out a spirit-level high-grade detoxification spirit pill and a healing spirit pill, and fed them to Yang Gang. Spirit-level high-grade detoxification and healing spirit pills were worth 200,000 star crystals each. Yang Gang ate 3 of them in one go. The black gas on his body finally faded away, and his injuries quickly recovered. I didn't expect you to come and save me. I didn't expect you to save me from a 7th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. Thank you. The corpse poison in Yang Gang's body weakened. He woke up from his nearly unconscious state and thanked Yixing. There was surprise in his voice. Yixing patted Yang Gang's shoulder and said, "We're companions. How can I not save you? Since I dared to help, I naturally had a lot of confidence. If there was no hope, I wouldn't have rushed to my death. You're deeply poisoned, and your injuries are more serious. It'll be difficult for you to recover in a short time. First, circulate your qi and adjust your breathing. Yang nodded and closed his eyes to circulate his qi. The remaining poison was difficult to expel. It took more than a day for Yang to completely expel the remaining corpse poison in his body and fully recover from his injuries. The two changed to another area and continued to search for corpse jades. After experiencing danger, the two of them were much more vigilant. One day later, the two of them found another spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade. It was only a 4th-grade spirit-level corpse Dao martial artist guarding it was a 9th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. A spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade. It's not bad for our sex disciples to cultivate. Although the spirit-level mid-grade corpse jade had no effect on Yixing and Yanggang's cultivation, the two of them didn't mind. The 9th-level star vortex realm corpse Dao martial artist was easily killed by the two of them, and his 4th-level spirit-grade corpse jade was taken away. On the 15th day, half a month after the two left Wu City, they finally welcomed their first big harvest. The spirit-level corpse Dao martial artist guarding the corpse Dao martial artist was a 4th-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. Corpse jades were spirit-level high-grade and were very useful for their cultivation. Moreover, the two of them could deal with the corpse Dao martial artists guarding them. Moonbreak Moon. The sword light slashed out. The light was resplendent, like a crescent moon, revealing a sharp and terrifying aura. The corpse Dao martial artist struck out with his palms, shattering the sword aura. The two high-grade spirit weapon swords collided with each other, emitting a crisp sound. Two sword marks appeared on the corpse Dao martial artist's hands. Black blood flowed out, but these were only superficial wounds. The corpse Dao martial artist didn't feel pain. He shot forward towards Yang, his palms striking out again and again. Bang bang bang. Even though Yang had used his astrology, he was still forced back by the corpse Dao martial artist's attacks. After all, the corpse Dao martial artist could withstand Yanggang's attacks, but Yang didn't dare to be hit by the corpse Dao martial artist. Some flame spear art. Incinerate. Yixing used his flame astral avatar. The black dragon spear swallowed flames as it thrust out. The violent flame energy condensed into a mass of astral light from the spear tip. When it struck the corpse Dao martial artist, it suddenly exploded, shaking the heavens. The corpse Dao martial artist was sent flying by Yixing's spear. The terrifying strength caused the corpse Dao martial artist's chest to cave in. Bang! The corpse Dao martial artist smashed into the cave wall. With a loud bang, rubble flew everywhere and the ceiling caved in. A massive amount of earth and stone fell down, burying the corpse Dao martial artist. Yixing was experienced enough to know that the corpse Dao martial artist wouldn't be killed so easily. The super brain immediately scanned the position of the corpse Dao martial artist and shot out another spear strike. Sunflame spear art, chasing sun. As this spear thrust out, the spear light drew out a dazzling white light that instantly pierced into the earth and stone. Yixing's spear point accurately pierced through the corpse Dao martial artist's head, piercing through his mind and killing him. The black dragon spear flicked up, and the corpse Dao martial artist's corpse was lifted up. With a flick of the spear point, the corpse was flung away. Yixing took back the black dragon spear. He looked at the 7th grade spirit level corpse jade and smiled. This was his true harvest. Yang took down the 7th rank spirit level corpse jade and said, "An 8th rank spirit level corpse jade is the best for my cultivation. You are a 2-star enlightened being, so a 7th rank spirit level corpse jade is suitable for your cultivation." Yixing faintly smiled, not speaking. The cultivation method inheritance he practiced was the top grade spirit level falling star art, and he had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. Although his cultivation was lower than Yanggang's by 2 boundaries, the intensity of his astral stars was no worse than Yanggang's. For Yixing, only corpse jades of the 8th grade of the spirit grade and above would have the greatest effect on his cultivation. A 7th grade spirit level corpse jade's effect was a bit worse. If he only needed 2 8th grade spirit level corpse jades to make a breakthrough in Yixing's cultivation, then a 7th grade spirit level corpse jade would require at least 6. In the following time, Yixing and Yang continued to search for corpse jades. Most of the time, they found middle grade spirit level corpse jades, but occasionally they would find upper-grade spirit-level corpse jades. The guardians of upper-grade spirit-level corpse jades usually had high cultivation. The two had learned their lesson from the 7th-level astral realm corpse martial artist. Whenever they found upper-grade spirit-level corpse jades, Yixing would be the vanguard. Once the corpse martial artist was too strong, Yixing could escape immediately with the azure cloud wings. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the two had stayed in the depths of the heavenly corpse mountain range for more than a month and a half. In this month and a half, the two had a good harvest. In total, they had found 3 7th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, 6 6th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, 4 5th-grade spirit-level corpse jades, and 5 4th-grade spirit-level corpse jades. In addition, they had encountered other martial artist teams looking for corpse jades twice. The teams they met for the first time all changed their direction when they saw each other from afar, avoiding direct contact. The purpose of the teams in the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range was to find corpse jades. Since they had stayed for a long time, they would more or less have corpse jades on them. If different teams met, it was easy to kill and rob. Yixing and Yang Gang were afraid of the first team, so they naturally changed their direction from afar and avoided direct contact. However, the second team they met went straight for Yixing and Yang Gang. There were a total of 5 people in the team. 2 4-star Venerable Masters, 1 3-star Venerable Master, and 2 2-star Venerable Masters. Compared to Yixing and Yang Gang, who had 1 2-star Venerable Master and 1 4-star Venerable Master, they looked much stronger. Yixing and Yang Gang changed their direction when they saw the other team from afar, but the other team chased after them. Their purpose was obvious. The other team wanted to kill Yixing and Yang Gang and take away their treasures. The end result was obvious. The 5 of them were all killed by Yixing and Yang Gang. Unfortunately, this team should have just entered the Heavenly Corpse Mountain Range not long ago, so they didn't have many corpse jades. They only had 1 6th-grade spirit-level corpse jade. The 2 of them got a lot of elixirs to make up for the elixirs they had consumed before, and 2 middle-grade storage rings. One day after a month and a half, Yixing and Yang Gang found an 8th-grade spirit-level corpse jade again. While they were surprised, they were also extra vigilant. The last time they found an 8th-grade spirit-level corpse jade, they encountered a 7th-level astral realm corpse martial artist. The 2 of them suffered heavy losses, and Yang Gang almost lost his life. Yang Gang stayed in the same place, while Yixing used the dark aura of the hyperfocus realm to cover his body and hide his aura. He quietly approached the hall where the corpse jade was. Soon, Yixing came back with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He said, "We're really lucky this time. The corpse martial artist guarding the 8th-grade spirit-grade corpse jade is at the 5th level of the astral realm." Yang Gang's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Hee, we can finally get our first 8th-grade spirit-level corpse jade." Yixing pointed to a cave and said, "You go there and hide. I'll lure the corpse martial artist away, and then you go and get the corpse jade. Go around the cave and we'll meet at the entrance." Attracting the corpse martial artist was a dangerous move, but Yixing was fast. Of course, Yixing would do it. If Yang Gang went to attract the corpse martial artist, he wouldn't be able to get away. Yang Gang nodded and walked to the cave to hide. Yixing still used the dark aura to hide his aura and moved forward quietly. A 5th-level astral realm corpse martial artist was obviously not as sensitive as a 7th-level astral realm corpse martial artist. Yixing came up quietly, so the corpse martial artist didn't notice Yixing's arrival. Yixing took out the startling sky bow and purple gold arrow from afar, and aimed at the corpse martial artist. "Draw the bow and shoot. Fire arrow art. Burning arrow." Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air with the burning fire of death and instantly shot between the corpse martial artist's eyebrows. Clank! A crisp sound like metal clashing rang out. The arrow nailed into the corpse martial artist's head, but it only went in about an inch. The corpse martial artist screamed. Obviously, the arrow had damaged the corpse martial artist's brain, but because it didn't go in deep enough, the corpse martial artist wasn't seriously injured. While screaming, the corpse martial artist grabbed and pulled out the purple gold arrow. His figure shot toward Yixing like lightning. After shooting the arrow, Yixing saw that the arrow had only penetrated 1 inch into the corpse martial artist's body. He knew that the corpse martial artist was lightly injured. He was surprised by the sturdiness of the corpse martial artist's body, so he immediately retreated. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yixing. Yixing's speed was extremely fast. In order to avoid the corpse martial artist giving up on chasing after him, Yixing deliberately controlled his speed, so that he was only a little faster than the corpse martial artist. He also shot an arrow behind him from time to time. The corpse martial artist was furious. He screamed and chased after Yixing. Soon he was far away from the corpse jade's cave. Yang Gang walked out from another cave, and quickly went to the corpse jade's cave to take the 8th level spirit grade corpse jade. The corpse path martial artist who was chasing Yixing suddenly let out an angry roar as he realized that the corpse jade had been stolen. He immediately gave up on chasing Yixing and rushed back. Chapter 435. As Yixing saw this, how could he allow the corpse path martial artist to chase after Yang Gang? He immediately chased after the corpse path martial artist. Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. With a flap of his azure cloud wings, Yixing's speed was like a bolt of lightning. He caught up to the corpse path martial artist and thrust out his spear. Clang! With the sound of metal striking metal, the corpse path martial artist was sent flying away by Yixing's spear. The corpse path martial artist was enraged. Just as he crashed into the cave wall and rocks were still falling down, he had already launched a counterattack at Yixing. Yixing was faster than him. If he didn't deal with Yixing, he wouldn't be able to chase after the other person who stole the corpse jade. Instead, he would be treated as a live target by Yixing. Although the corpse path martial artist's mortal body was tough, and their defensive power was formidable, Yixing's striking power wasn't weak either. If Yixing continued attacking, the corpse path martial artist would surely die. Facing the corpse path martial artist's onslaught, Yixing grasped his spear and fiercely thrust it down. The longer it was, the stronger it was. Yixing used the black dragon spear to fight the corpse path martial artist. It wasn't easy for the corpse path martial artist to approach Yixing's body. Yixing completely erupted with his strength. His mortal body was displayed to the limit. Beneath the flame astral phenomenon, he was able to fight evenly with 5-star Sage Yang Ba. The corpse path martial artist's defensive power and striking power were superior to Yang Ba's, but his agility was slightly inferior. As for speed, that was Yixing's strong point. Yixing used his speed to fiercely battle the corpse path martial artist. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't lose. For a time, the corpse path martial artist wasn't able to do anything to Yixing. This caused the corpse path martial artist to anxiously roar out again and again. He wanted to chase down the person who stole the corpse jade, but he was entangled by Yixing and couldn't leave. If he ignored Yixing, then with Yixing's speed, it would be impossible for the corpse path martial artist to throw Yixing off. Thus, even though he couldn't do anything to Yixing, the corpse path martial artist could only desperately attack Yixing with everything he had. Pung 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 pung, pung 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 pung. The black dragon spear constantly collided with the corpse path martial artist's claws, causing loud explosions to ring out. Yixing's hands were numb from the vibrations, but he was always able to block the corpse path martial artist's attacks. The battle between the two of them grew longer and longer, and soon they had exchanged over 100 moves. Yixing reckoned that Yang Gang should have already circled to the entrance of the cave from the other side, and used his incineration to force back the corpse path martial artist with all his might. Then the azure cloud wings appeared behind him, and he flew towards the entrance of the cave at full speed. How could the corpse path martial artist give up when an 8th grade spirit level corpse jade was stolen? He roared out again and again as he chased after Lin Ming. Yixing's speed was fast. It didn't take long before he arrived at the entrance. As he left the cave, he saw Yang Gang waiting on the back of the silver-winged demon eagle. Yixing flew onto the silver-winged demon eagle's back. He shouted, "Let's go. That corpse path martial artist is chasing after us. We have to go to a sunny area and throw him off." In the heavenly corpse mountain range, Most areas were covered in dark clouds and the Yin energy was heavy. But there were still areas where sunlight could be seen. These areas were forbidden zones for corpse path martial artists. After wandering through this area for over a month, the two of them were very familiar with where there was sunlight. Under Yi Xing's orders, the silver-winged demon eagle soared into the skies and flew towards a sunny area. The silver-winged demon eagle flew for over 10 miles before the corpse path martial artist chased after it. Corpse path martial artists had strong bodies. They didn't cultivate astral energy and couldn't use astral energy to condense wings to fly. However, their speed wasn't slow. The corpse path martial artist leaped several hundred meters from the ground, reaching the silver-winged demon eagle's flying height. He chased after the silver-winged demon eagle. He leaped over 1,000 meters. His body broke through the speed of sound, and the sound of space shattering could be heard. If the corpse jade hadn't been taken away, the corpse path martial artist wouldn't have chased them too far. However, the corpse jade was already in their hands. The corpse path martial artist naturally wouldn't give up. Even though Yang Gang had already stored the corpse jade in his storage ring, and its aura couldn't leak out, the corpse jade's aura still lingered on his body. The corpse path martial artist had already set his sights on Yi Xing and Yang Gang. If he didn't kill them and take back the corpse jade, he wouldn't give up. Unless the two of them could escape to a place where the corpse path martial artist couldn't go. There was a sunny area 100 miles away. With the silver-winged demon eagle's speed, it wouldn't take long for them to reach it. Soon, the silver-winged demon eagle carried Yi Xing and Yang Gang to the edge of the sunny area. The sun shone on the ground, and the Yin Qi retreated. The silver-winged demon eagle immediately flew into the sunlight and landed at the edge. The corpse path martial artist chased after them. However, he stopped at the edge of the area covered by Yin Qi. His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he looked at Yi Xing and Yang Gang on the silver-winged demon eagle. He was filled with unwillingness and anger as he let out a low roar. Yang Gang let out a long sigh and said, "We finally escaped this calamity. This corpse path martial artist really has perseverance. Even now, he still hasn't given up." Yi Xing glanced at the corpse path martial artist and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at a nearby mountain ridge and frowned. Yi Xing said, "There seems to be other martial artists over there." Yi Xing's perception was sharp. He sensed some faintly discernible auras. Yang Gang immediately looked at the small mountain ridge. Yang Gang's perception wasn't as strong as Yi Xing's. He didn't sense any martial artist's aura. He asked, "Is there really someone?" Yi Xing had already scanned the area with his super brain. After confirming that there was someone, he said, "There really is someone. Let's leave this place." Yi Xing was about to let the silver-winged demon eagle fly into the depths of the sunny area, when laughter came from behind the mountain ridge. A mere 2-star sage has such sharp perception. Not bad. As the laughter rang out, 2 cultivators leaped up from the back of the mountain ridge and landed on it. The 2 martial artists released their auras. They were both 6-star sages. The 2 6-star sages stood on the left and right like guards. Then, a young martial artist walked out from behind the mountain ridge. Beside him was a black-clothed woman. The young martial artist wore a black robe with dragon patterns. He was the 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Xiao. The black-clothed woman beside him had a palm-sized gap in front of her chest, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. She was the Black Widow. Other than the Black Widow, the 9th prince Long Xiao was a 5-star sage. The other 2 martial artists were 6-star sages. This was a very powerful team. Yi Xing and Yang Gang couldn't compete with them. Moreover, Yi Xing vaguely sensed that there seemed to be an even more powerful martial artist hiding nearby. Obviously, someone was secretly protecting Long Xiao. Yi Xing and Yang Gang were surprised. They were also a little depressed. In Wu City, it was fine to meet an expert. However, in the depths of the Sky Corpse mountain range, it was definitely not a good thing to meet a powerful team. The Superbrain's scanning range was limited. The 4 of them were behind the mountain ridge. Yi Xing couldn't penetrate the entire ridge. He only scanned a blurry figure at the edge. He didn't expect there to be a total of 4 people, and they were so powerful. Long Zhao's gaze was arrogant as he looked at Yi Xing and Yang Gang with interest. They were blocking the path of the silver-winged demonic condor to the sunlit area. Yixing didn't know what the other party was up to, so he didn't let the silver-winged demonic condor rashly fly over them. Yonggang bowed to Long Shao and said, True Xian region's Heavenly Dipper sect disciple Yonggang greets His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. Long Shao smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Yixing as he said, Is the person beside you mute? Yonggang tugged at Yixing's sleeve and said with quintessential sound transmission, Don't anger them. Otherwise, we won't have a good ending. Yixing smiled faintly and nodded to Long Shao saying, Nice to meet you, young Master Long. Yixing knew in his heart that whether there was a good ending or not didn't depend on whether the other party was angry or not. It depended on whether the other party had evil intentions. If Long Shao didn't have any ideas about the two of them, why would he show up to stop them? Since he had already shown up to stop them, then the result was already destined to be bad. Yixing didn't need to bow in front of Long Shao. The smile on Long Xiao's face froze. Young Master Long? Since childhood, which cultivator didn't respectfully call him His Highness, the 9th Prince? Today, someone actually called him Young Master Long? Yonggang was also startled. Yixing glanced at him and said, They don't have good intentions. Even if you kneel in front of them, they will still do whatever they want to do. Later, if they want to attack us, I will immediately take you and escape. They won't be able to catch up. Yonggang wasn't stupid. He also understood after hearing Yixing's words. What Yixing said was right. The other party obviously didn't have good intentions in stopping them. In the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, if the other party didn't have good intentions, begging for mercy would be useless, let alone just bowing his head. Thinking like this, Yonggang straightened his back a little. Long Shao looked down at Yixing from above and sneered. I am the 9th Prince of the Songlong Empire. You dare to call me Young Master Long? Yixing looked straight at Long Shao and said, What does the 9th Prince of the Songlong Empire have to do with me? I am not a subject of the Songlong Empire. The world is very big. Is the 9th Prince of the Songlong Empire that great? Long Zhao's face suddenly became gloomy. However, Yixing didn't stop and continued. If you were a prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, I would definitely respectfully call you Your Highness, but you don't deserve it. If I respect you, I will call you Young Master Long. If I don't respect you, you are just someone with the surname Long. Yonggang looked at Yixing in surprise. Although he had straightened his back now, he still didn't dare to talk to Yixing like this. He couldn't help but admire Yixing's courage. How dare you, bastard! The 2 6-star sage beside Long Shao shouted at the same time. One of them continued to shout, How dare you talk to His Highness the 9th Prince like this? Are you tired of living? On the side, Black Widow also looked at Yixing in surprise. She felt that Yixing looked familiar, especially his voice. However, she couldn't recall it at the moment. Long Shao raised his hand and stopped the 2 6-star sage. He said, I am magnanimous and extraordinary. I will not lower myself to the same level as you ants. Hand over your corpse jades and I will spare your lives. Although the Songlong Empire was rich, corpse jades were useful to every martial artist. Most martial artists found them and used them for themselves. There were very few circulating on the market. Even though Long Shao was a prince of the empire, he still lacked corpse jades. Yixing heard this and sneered. His fox tail was exposed. Are there any more monthly tickets? Chapter 436. Yonggang's face was also filled with anger at this moment. Their corpse jades were obtained after spending a lot of time, energy, pills, and going through life and death dangers. Now, Long Shao wanted them to hand over all their corpse jades with just one sentence. Was this still considered broad-minded and extraordinary? Yonggang said coldly, Long Shao, you're a prince of the empire, but you're so narrow-minded. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for your actions? Long Zhao's face turned cold as he shouted, I'm broad-minded and extraordinary. How dare you slander my broad-mindedness? As a prince, Long Shao had been educated since he was young that as a prince, he had to be broad-minded and extraordinary in order to be supported by his subjects. The world of martial artists was ruled by absolute force. The Long family could become the royal family of the Blue Dragon Empire because of their strength, not because they were supported by other martial artists. However, after being in a high position, there were no competitors and no pleasure in defeating opponents. Then, the way to obtain pleasure was to be supported by his subjects. As a royal family, the Long family loved to hear martial artists from other forces praising the greatness of the Long family. Therefore, in the Long family, being supported by his subjects was a very happy thing. This was especially true for emperors and princes who pursued this kind of spiritual pleasure. Therefore, in the education they received, how to be supported by their subjects was a very important lesson. To do this, they had to have some qualities, such as broad-mindedness, extraordinary bearing, and so on. These were called the spirit of the royal family, and the virtues of the royal family. Only with this kind of spirit and virtue could one be qualified to be a member of the royal family, and be supported by the people. However, in reality, there was a more realistic education in their lives. They all knew in their hearts what the Long family relied on to rule the Blue Dragon Empire. The spirit of the royal family and the virtues of the royal family were just a kind of spiritual pursuit. They could not be taken seriously. Only strength mattered. Although Long Xiao always talked about being broad-minded and extraordinary, this was only for his own reputation. He knew his true thoughts very well, and some people with bright eyes also knew very well. After Long Xiao shouted with a cold face, he sighed and waved his hand at Yang Gang and Yi Xing, saying, "Don't worry. If you don't believe that this prince is open-minded, then this prince will show you. If you don't want to hand over the corpse jade, then so be it. You can leave." Long Xiao waved his hand behind Yi Xing and Yang Gang. Behind the two of them was an area shrouded in yin qi. The fifth-level astral realm corpse martial artist was still eyeing covetously. Long Xiao put it nicely. However, what he meant was that if Xiao Qin did not hand over the corpse jade, he should not stay in the sunny area and stay with the corpse Dao cultivators. This corpse Dao martial artist had chased after the two of them the entire way. If Yi Xing and Yang Gang had left the sunlight area, wouldn't he have immediately killed his way over? The viciousness in Long Xiao's heart was evident. In Long Xiao's opinion, Yi Xing and Yang Gang were definitely not a match for a fifth-level astral realm corpse Dao martial artist. After the corpse Dao martial artist killed the two of them, he would send someone to kill the corpse Dao martial artist. The corpse jades and everything on them would naturally belong to Long Xiao. Seeing that Long Xiao had allowed Yi Xing and Yang Gang to leave, the two 6 stars perfected persons said in unison, "Your Highness, the 9th Prince, these two people spoke rudely to Your Highness without any respect. How can Your Highness be so magnanimous and spare them?" Long Xiao's face was full of smiles. These two 6 stars venerable masters were really good at talking. This was the effect he wanted. He listened happily in his heart. Long Xiao waved his hand and said, "This prince is broad-minded and extraordinary. How can I lower myself to their level?" The two 6 stars venerable masters said in unison, "Your Highness is kind." Looking at the other party's performance, Yi Xing was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Yang Gang suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "If the 9th Prince is really broad-minded and extraordinary, then let us move forward instead of forcing us to fall into the hands of the corpse Dao martial artist." Long Xiao shook his head and sighed. Ants. Always greedy and insatiable. Give an inch and you want a mile. As he spoke, his expression turned solemn as he said coldly, "You only have 2 choices. Either you hand over the corpse jade or—" Long Xiao did not say the second choice, but the hand gesture he waved conveyed his meaning. He wanted the two to leave the sunlight area. In his opinion, Yi Xing and Yang Gang had no other choice. If they left the sunlight area, they would definitely die. Thus, they could either hand over the corpse jade and beg him to let them live, or leave and die at the hands of the corpse Dao martial artist. Then he would collect their corpses. Yang Gang sent a voice transmission to Yi Xing. "It looks like I can only use my trump card to destroy this corpse Dao martial artist who is chasing us relentlessly." Yang Gang's meaning was very clear. Of course, it was impossible for them to hand over the corpse jade. They chose to leave. Yang Gang's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Long Xiao and said, "We choose to leave." Long Xiao, You have to keep your word and not make things difficult for us. Long Xiao chuckled and said, "What kind of status does this prince have? Of course, I will keep my word." "Good. Let's go." Yang Gang nodded to Yixing. Yixing had the silver-winged demonic condor turn around and fly into the area enveloped by Yin Qi. Corpse Dao martial artists were not afraid of death. Long Xiao and the others were at the side, so they did not scare the Corpse Dao martial artist away. When the silver-winged demonic condor flew into the area enveloped by Yin Qi, the Corpse Dao martial artist shouted and pounced at the silver-winged demonic condor in the air as fast as lightning. "Die!" Yang Gang shouted coldly and waved his hand, summoning a short sword. The short sword left his hand and shot toward the Corpse Dao martial artist, erupting with a terrifying aura of destruction. It was a forbidden weapon. A top spiritual rank superior forbidden weapon was enough to kill a mid-level perfected person. The forbidden weapon short sword burst out with a resplendent light and collided with the Corpse Dao martial artist. A terrifying force exploded with a loud explosion. The Corpse Dao martial artist was instantly blown away, and there was a hole between his eyebrows. Clearly, the sword aura from the forbidden weapon short sword had pierced through his brain and killed him. Forbidden weapons were difficult to refine. The higher the level of the forbidden weapon, the rarer it was. This time, Tiangang sect had given Yanggang a top spiritual rank superior forbidden weapon to protect him when he came to the Sky Corpse mountain range to train. Originally, the two of them had escaped into the sunlight area, and the Corpse Dao martial artist could not do anything to them. There was no need to use this forbidden weapon to deal with the Corpse Dao martial artist. However, Long Xiao had forced the two of them out of the sunlight area. Facing the Corpse Dao martial artist's attack, Yang Gang could only use this forbidden weapon. After the Corpse Dao martial artist was killed, it was no longer important whether they stayed in the sunlight area or not. The two of them could continue to walk in the Yin Qi area and search for corpse jades. However, things were not that simple. Long Xiao's voice came from behind. "Stop!" Yixing and Yang Gang turned around and saw that Long Xiao and the two 6 stars perfected person had already flown into the sky. Behind the three of them were flying spiritual weapons. The two 6 stars perfected persons flying spiritual weapons were both spiritual rank superior spiritual rank. Long Xiao's flying spiritual weapon was spiritual rank superior spiritual rank. Yixing's heart trembled slightly. Long Xiao also had a superior spiritual rank flying spiritual weapon. The difficulty of escaping had increased, especially since Yixing still had to escape with Yang Gang. The hope was even slimmer. Yixing's heart immediately surged with a strong killing intent. Long Xiao was too much of a bully. If he forced him into a dead end, then he could only use his trump card and expose all his secrets. Even if Long Xiao had hidden experts protecting him, he had to kill Long Xiao first. Yang Gang stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic condor and glared at Long Xiao. He shouted, "Long Xiao, are you going to be a treacherous, shameless villain?" Long Xiao's face was a little twisted as he shouted, "I gave you a way out. If you obediently handed over the corpse jades, everything would be fine. Isn't that good? But you have to force me. You have to force me. Force me to kill you." When he said the last 4 words, Long Xiao's face had already become cold. There was no longer any struggle in his heart, only killing intent. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud laughter suddenly came from afar. The laughter was full of ridicule and mockery. Whether it was Yixing, Yang Gang, or Long Xiao's group, they were all attracted by the laughter and looked over. They saw a young martial artist in white standing on the peak of a mountain a few miles away. Under the feet of the young man in white was the head of a flood dragon. When everyone looked over, the flood dragon's head was slowly rising, and then half of its body rose from behind the mountain. This was a green flood dragon. The dragon's claws pressed on the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, it grabbed the void and rose into the air, heading over here. This green flood dragon was more than 100 meters long. It walked in the void, and it was very visually impactful. The aura of this green flood dragon was very terrifying. It was a high-level 3 demonic beast, equivalent to a high-level astral realm cultivator. It was Yi Xing's first time seeing such a high-level demonic beast, and he was slightly shocked. Beside him, Yang Gang's expression was even more shocked. He muttered, possessing a green flood dragon mount, he is the crown prince of the Qingyu Empire, Yu Qinggan. He is the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 10 regions. His destiny is a 2-star green destiny, and he is destined to become a 2-star venerable. He can challenge those of a higher level. Although his cultivation is at the 4th level of the astral realm, he has the combat strength of a 5-star venerable. Moreover, he is only 20 years old this year. His green flood dragon mount is a high level 3 demonic beast equivalent to an 8-star venerable. It is his guardian. 20 years old, 4th level of the astral realm, unrivaled combat strength of a 5-star venerable, 2-star green destiny, and a high level 3 demonic beast as a mount. Hearing this, Yi Xing was also secretly shocked. This Yu Qinggan was much more powerful than Long Xiao in every aspect. No wonder Long Xiao was only a prince in the Azure Dragon Empire, while Yu Qinggan had already confirmed the position of crown prince in the Qingyu Empire. Yu Qinggan came over on the green flood dragon. His black hair fluttered as he laughed. The 9th prince of the Azure Dragon Empire, Long Xiao, turns out to be an untrustworthy, treacherous, shameless villain. Long, you are really a laughingstock. Laughable, truly laughable, ha ha. Long Xiao's face was ashen and gloomy. In front of Yi Xing and Yang Gang, he felt that he was superior. However, in front of Yu Qinggan, he did not have the slightest feeling of superiority. In comparison, he only felt inferior. Let's go. Long Xiao waved his hand and glared fiercely at Yi Xing and Yang Gang. He immediately left with the group, not daring to compete with Yu Qinggan. Chapter 437. Soon, Yu Qinggan rode the green flood dragon, and arrived in front of Yi Xing and Yang Gang. Below the two, the silver-winged demon condor was a bit restless. This was the instinctive fear of a low-level beast facing a high-level beast. Yu Qinggan was not like Long Xiao, who brought 2 6-stars enlightened masters with him. There should be a master protecting him in the dark. He was traveling alone. Of course, he could not be considered to be traveling alone. His mount, the green flood dragon, was his strongest companion. It was equivalent to a master at the 8th level of the astral realm. This was a terrifying existence, comparable to Master Wu Yu. Thank you, Prince Qinggan, for saving us. Yang Gang and Yi Xing cupped their fists and thanked Yu Qinggan. However, the two did not let down their guard. They did not know Yu Qinggan's character. Yu Qinggan scared Long Xiao away, but he could also attack the two. However, just in terms of bearing, Yu Qingqian was much more superior than Long Xiao. Long Xiao kept saying that his bearing was extraordinary, but in reality, it was very ordinary. Yu Qingqian only stood there, but he already had the feeling of a crane standing among chickens. Yi Xing observed Yu Qinggan for a while, and his heart relaxed. This kind of person was far from what Long Xiao could compare to. He would not covet their corpse jades. Yu Qinggan waved his hand and said, I just don't like people with the surname Long. You don't have to thank me. My name is Yu Qinggan. You can call me Brother Yu or Young Master Yu, or just Qinggan. Do not mention the word prince. Outside of the green feather region, I am just an ordinary martial artist. There is no difference. Just this awareness alone, no matter if it was in terms of breadth of mind or bearing, Yu Qinggan far surpassed Long Xiao by 1,000 miles. In the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Xiao was only a slightly more outstanding prince. In the Blue Dragon Empire, he indeed had the right to be proud. However, outside of the Blue Dragon Empire, who cared if you were a prince? However, he was very proud. It was as if the Blue Dragon Empire ruled the world, and all martial artists were subjects of the Blue Dragon Empire. In front of all martial artists, Long Xiao felt superior. This kind of person was undoubtedly disgusting. On this point, although Yu Qinggan was the crown prince of the empire, he was much clearer than Long Xiao, the prince. After leaving one's own influence and territory, one's status was not important. Everyone was just an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, if there were 36 of them in the upper region of the East Divine Continent, it meant that there were 36 empires. How many crown princes and princes were there? There were so many princes and princes in the empire. Who was more noble than the other? Who was more despicable than the other? When they were not in the territory of their own forces, any noble status was not worth mentioning. Strength was the only thing they could rely on. If Yi Xing and Yang Gang were high-level astral realm cultivators, then what was Long Xiao, a prince, worth? If he had provoked the two of them like before, the two of them would have killed him in a matter of minutes, regardless of whether he was a prince or not. Yang Gang said, "Many thanks to young master you. Although young master you did not mean to save us, it is a fact that you have saved our lives. We are very grateful." Yi Xing also nodded. Yu Qinggan smiled faintly. Suddenly, the green dragon under his feet turned its head to look in a direction and snorted. The smile on Yu Qinggan's face froze. He turned to look in the direction the green dragon was looking at and shouted loudly, "Rascal, if you dare to have any ill intentions, I will kill you without mercy." Yi Xing also felt that in that direction, there was an indistinct aura of an expert. Previously, he had also vaguely sensed it. It should be the esteemed lord who was secretly protecting Long Xiao. To say that an esteemed lord was a rascal, only Yu Qinggan had the guts to do so, because the green dragon under his feet was an expert among the esteemed lords. Only with strength to rely on would he have the guts, and not because of his identity as the crown prince of the Qingyu Empire. If he did not have the green dragon as a mount, if he dared to say such things to an esteemed lord, regardless of whether he was the crown prince of the empire or not, once the esteemed lord appeared, he could easily kill him. As soon as Yu Qinggan spoke, Yi Xing felt that indistinct aura had completely disappeared. It seemed like that person had already retreated. Yu Qinggan said, "You have offended the one surnamed Long, and have already been targeted by his people. If you continue to stay here, once I leave, you will most likely be in danger. Why don't you leave with me? With me here, they will not dare to do anything to you, and will give up on tracking you." Yang Gang and Yi Xing looked at each other saying, "What do you say?" Secretly, Yang Gang transmitted his voice to Yi Xing. "We have obtained quite a lot of corpse jade, enough to cultivate for a long period of time. Why don't we go back first? Otherwise, if we encounter Long Xiao again, it will be dangerous." Yi Xing nodded, saying, "Let's go back first." The two of them went together with Yu Qinggan, heading towards the outskirts of the Sky Corpse mountain range. Long Xiao originally ordered the esteemed lord who was secretly protecting him to track Yi Xing and Yang Gang. After the two of them separated from Yu Qinggan, he would capture them alive and let him personally end their lives. However, the two of them went together with Yu Qinggan. That esteemed lord could not do anything and could only give up, reporting the matter to Long Xiao. Long Xiao said gloomily, "To actually encounter Yu Qinggan, consider them lucky. Let's forget about this matter. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we'll take care of them. How do I address you two?" Yu Qinggan stood on the head of the green flood dragon, asking Yi Xing and Yang Gang on the back of the silver-winged demon. "I am Yang Gang, a disciple of the Truxian region's Tiangang sect. I am Yi Xing, the sect master of the Truxian region's Falling Star sect." Yu Qinggan was someone worth befriending, so the two of them did not hide their identities. Yu Qinggan's reaction towards Yang Gang's identity was calm, but towards Yi Xing, he was rather surprised. "Sect master. Brother Yi is so young and already a sect master. Looks like you are not an ordinary person." Yi Xing faintly nodded and did not explain. His position as sect master carried the painful past of Thiso. It was better not to mention it. Yang Gang said excitedly, "Yi Xing is of course not an ordinary person. Last year in the Truxian region's Young Hero Assembly, he broke through to the astral realm during the assembly, sweeping his peers and obtaining first place. At that time, my cultivation was at the peak of the third level of the astral realm, and I only obtained third place." Yu Qinggan's face revealed a shocked expression. "Breaking through to the astral realm at the end of the year. It's only the 6th month now, and you're already a 2-star enlightened master. Brother Ye's cultivation speed is so fast. I thought that no one in the nearby 10 regions could compare to me for advancing a realm in half a year at the initial stage of the astral realm. Now it seems that I was a bit arrogant. Brother Ye's cultivation speed is not inferior to mine at all. I wonder what Brother Ye's destiny is? Yi Xing said. My heavenly fate is erratic, sometimes high and sometimes low. But generally speaking, as my cultivation increases, my heavenly fate also increases. The highest I've ever had was a 4-star yellow fate. Before leaving the falling star kingdom, Yi Xing's knowledge was limited, and he thought that destiny was fixed and unchanging. But as his knowledge broadened, he gradually knew that destiny had its own special circumstances. Some martial artists' destinies were not stable, sometimes high and sometimes low. Moreover, as their cultivation increases, their destiny will also become higher. This way, it could explain the constant changes in his destiny. Yu Qinggan said, Brother Ye's ancestor must have had an extraordinary expert. Destiny is erratic, sometimes high and sometimes low, but the overall trend is higher. This is a change brought about by the gradual awakening of the bloodline in the body. Only the descendants of experts would have this kind of special situation appear. Yi Xing said in surprise, My clan is just an ordinary clan that couldn't be more ordinary. How could my ancestor have produced an extraordinary expert? Yi Xing had only heard of the situation of destiny being erratic, but he did not know that this involved bloodline inheritance. On this point, Yu Qinggan's knowledge was clearly broader than Yi Xing's. Yu Qinggan said, Brother Yi is wrong. How long is the history of the human race? In the ancient times, how many experts appeared? But their clans and descendants were not always strong and prosperous. The vast majority were wiped out in the long river of time. But their bloodline was not necessarily cut off. Their direct descendants could inherit the bloodline inheritance. Daughters who were married off could also pass their bloodline to other clans. As time passed, these bloodlines became thinner and thinner. In the end, some descendants could not even sense the astrology and become ordinary mortals. And some descendants could barely sense the astrology and become ordinary martial artists. But that did not mean that there were no experts in their ancestors. If among these descendants with thin bloodlines, once the situation of bloodline awakening occurs, the destiny will show signs of instability. As the martial artist's cultivation increases, the degree of bloodline awakening increases, and the destiny will gradually increase. Brother Yi, you are in such a situation. You are already a 2-star sage at such a young age. This shows that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Now you are a 4-star yellow fate. In the future you may be a 7-star yellow fate, a 9-star yellow fate, or even a venerable destiny. In the future, Brother Ye's achievements may not be below mine. Yu Qinggan was very modest. If it was an ordinary person, his own destiny was as high as a 2-star green fate. He was destined to become a 2-star venerable. How could he believe that the erratic destiny of others would surpass him? Yi Xing pretended to be surprised as he looked at Yu Qinggan, and said, There is actually such a saying. Hearing young master you say this, I feel that the future is bright and full of hope. Yi Xing was clear about his own situation. It was not some bloodline awakening, but the ability to devour other people's destiny. Therefore, Yi Xing was very clear that his future was not unstable, but certain. As long as he did not fall, his future would definitely be glorious. Moreover, this kind of glory was far from what a 2-star green fate's future could compare to. It was the glory of standing at the peak of the star continent and becoming a star sea realm king. Yang Gang was also stunned by Yi Xing's words. The way he looked at Yi Xing changed greatly, and thought, so his bloodline awakening is showing signs of atavism. His destiny is not fixed, and there is room for improvement. Could it be that he really has the possibility of becoming a venerable in the future? That will become the legend of the true Xian region. Yu Qinggan laughed after he finished speaking, and said, But this hope is very slim. There are 2 conditions that need to be met. First, there must be an expert from your ancestors, and his achievement must be at least a middle-level venerable. Second, you must be able to perfectly awaken the bloodline left behind by your ancestors, and reach the martial arts level of your ancestors in the future. The possibility of meeting both conditions is very small. Don't hold too much hope, so as to avoid disappointment in the future. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.